For those who are watching, this is a live stream, a link to the Freight Fraud Symposium on Freight Waves. You can try to register to get this link, but if you don't, you can always stay on this channel and watch it live. I am also recording it, so I will chop up the segments and post it on our YouTube later today. It is going to run all day. It's an 8-hour event, so bear with us. If anyone's experiencing any audio issues, please mention it in the comments.
All right. Come on in. Come on in. Good morning, everybody. For sure, I suck. Good morning, everybody. All right. I was like, dang, my breath stink. I brushed my teeth, I swear. What's happening? What's happening? I want to be the first, if you have not been told already, guys, welcome to the Freight Fraud Symposium here in Cleveland, Ohio at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Make some noise. Yeah. Awesome, awesome. It's early. It's early. But the thing is, guys, I'm salaried. Listen, I got a full free 8 hours with y'all. So I'm pretty happy. I had some coffee. I heard paid in full about 5 minutes ago. So it's going to be a good day. All right. So we're going to have some great conversations. For those that don't know me, my name is Malcolm Harris. I'm the host of What the Truck, a show here at Freight Waves. And about 95% of the time, a topic of discussion is two things: cargo theft as well as freight fraud. So excited to listen in to some great conversations, have some great dialogue, and just understand something that is sweeping our industry and that all of us should be aware of. So we're going to have a bunch of interesting conversations, and I think you guys are going to get a lot of value out of today. All right. But before we get there, I'm the driver today. This is the steering wheel. So everything we need to know is in about the next 6 pages. So I'm gonna look down at it and talk about some important things. We would not be here today, of course, without our sponsors. So I want to recognize our headline sponsor in Highway, our presenting sponsor in Truck Stop, and then supporting sponsors being Carrier One, Descartes, Genlogs, Overhaul, as well as Text Locate. All right. So today, how this is going to go. All right, we're going to have some morning sessions. I'm going to have about 3 or 4 fireside chats. And then we're going to have lunch on the 3rd and 4th floor. I know Jen Wiggins very well. As you can tell, I love lunch as well. She knows what to do in terms of catering lunch. So I'm excited to see what is for lunch. We're going to have afternoon sessions. And of course, our happy hour is going to be presented to you by Highway on the 3rd floor. And then the big thing is the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame tour. And that's going to be amazing after all that. So did you guys get a swag bag from Truck Stop? Can I get a woo woo if you got a swag bag from Truck Stop? Guys, I feel like a cruise director right now. All right, like help me, like come on, please. All right, hang on to that because there's something potentially special in there, and we're gonna make some announcements later. All right, so with that, a couple of housekeeping items. Number one, if you're anything like me and you drink some coffee, you're gonna need to use the restroom. Those are located a floor below us, and you guys can get it there. Okay. Any questions for me right now? Anybody like, Malcolm, I need your help with something. I don't have the winning lottery numbers, unfortunately. Okay, all right. Well, let's right now get into our first chat, which is a great chat. This is actually our keynote. It's going to be with Jesse Ellison, of course, representing the FMCSA as their deputy administrator. And then my guy, you guys know him very well, founder and CEO here at Freight Waves, Mr. Craig Fuller.
You got to turn the music up, you know, get this crowd hyped. Hey, everybody, thank you for coming. We're really excited. This is the most important conversation in freight, perhaps after last week, maybe the second most important conversation in freight post-SCOTUS. We'll talk a little bit about that. Jesse, as the deputy administrator of the FMCSA, you have the opportunity to really talk about the major issues. You have a legal and compliance background. You've been at the FMCSA for some time. I would love to understand how you guys are looking at fraud right now. This thing is quite pervasive. You are the one administrator group that actually can do something about it.
Yeah, well, let me say just initially, before I answer the question, that it's a real honor to be here and part of this conversation that you're having. I've had a chance to look at the agenda and kind of wish I was going to be here all day. You're going to cover a lot of good ground. And I'm not endorsing FreightWaves or any particular group about what I'm going to say, but the work that you do, the work that people do in this space is so important. And it's been so beneficial to our industry. And it's been so important to what we're doing at FMCSA. So that you're doing it and you're doing it at a high level is one of the real drivers for why we're having the success that we are having. And we haven't always enjoyed or benefited from that in our industry. And so I would just, if there's one message that I was going to kind of really try to drive home, is that the stakeholder participation in our industry is a difference maker. And at FMCSA, we're listening and we really appreciate what you're doing. So continue to do that in whatever capacity. Again, I'm not endorsing any particular group or whatnot, but I am endorsing and encouraging the activity to continue to raise the bar. And with respect to fraud, as you all know, it's on multiple fronts. And so at FMCSA, we're addressing it on multiple fronts. Many of those fronts, it's indirect, but the bad actors are exploiting various things that are happening at FMCSA or in the industry. And we're trying to address that on every one of those fronts. It's a very big battle to fight. And I'm happy to kind of get into some of those fronts that all of you are very intimately familiar with. But I think the fact that it's on the conscience, the consciousness that we're talking about it, that we appreciate just how significant it is, and it's part of not every conversation we're having, but a lot of the conversations. And the other part of the answer that I would give is, it is, so the act of, the criminal act is outside of our authority. But we have at FMCSA commercial authority. And so people are correct to say and to criticize FMCSA for doing things that are apparently outside of our primary mission of safety. But we do have other authorities. We have a lot of responsibilities. And so there are things that we can do within those authorities. There are a lot of things that we cannot do, even within the non-criminal space. And there's a lot of reasons why, and we can kind of get into that as well. But so for the authorities that we have, we're definitely very active in looking at the various fronts to address fraud.
So Jesse, you pointed out it's an important conversation. FMCSA is out front and trying to address it. That is really, this administration is doing that. If we go back 2 years ago, the FMCSA came out with a statement that they weren't sure that cargo theft and freight fraud was really happening. And it was a sort of inconclusive statement. What has changed? Has it been the administration, hey, let's get out in front, this is a problem? Has it been the data that you guys have been able to assimilate? Where has been the real shift? Because it certainly feels like you guys are out front of this issue as well as many others, but that also feels like a shift. It almost felt like the last administration was sort of, this isn't our issue, this is not our problem. Therefore, if we acknowledge it or don't acknowledge it, we don't have to deal with it. That was at least the impression as someone who reports on this industry.
I think, I mean, there's a couple of probably very big variables that influence that. And so the fraud itself, when it crosses criminal, it really is somebody else's problem. You'll hear that from your local law enforcement and they'll say, well, it's a federal problem because it's interstate or whatever. So that's a legitimate response. With respect to fraud itself, since the Supreme Court decision in 24, that might have been what the FMCSA was responding to. We can handle fraud in a technical, in the Supreme Court case, I'm losing that. Maybe that's because I have Supreme Court kind of post-traumatic or whatever syndrome going on. But
we all do, by the way.
But the 2024 case was very important, involving a common law fraud case that this court said that's got to be handled in district court. That can't be handled administratively. And so that impacts FMCSA and every agency, but there was subsequent decision to that where it was very positive. There's a federal circuit court that says technical administrative proceedings are fine, like speeding or any of our hours of service would still be fine. So if there's a fraud act, we can still proceed that. But that had a chilling
You're talking
effect.
about the Chevron case?
No, I'm talking, I think, I want to say Sirkowski or something. Jerkowski. It might come to me, but it might not.
Is this the one that changed where basically if the authority wasn't given by Congress, you couldn't expand it? Is that the one you're referring to?
No, that's the bigger case that you're thinking of.
Okay.
This is specifically with a common law fraud case needs to be handled in district court. So DOJ would need to handle it. You can still bring it, but and overall, that's a good case. Because really big cases like that you're not afforded the same protections necessarily in administrative action. My guess is that had somewhat of a chilling effect on the previous FMCSA. And I guess the post-traumatic thing's real because I've known what that title is for the past 2 years. But I would say, I think the real answer is, though, that we have the support of people who know our industry. And this matters immensely. It matters that we have a president who issued an executive order for our industry. It matters that we have a secretary who knows our industry, had a CDL for a couple decades, drove truck early on before he became a reality TV show star. He knows our industry and he supports our industry. We have an administrator who knows our industry. He knows all of the issues. And so I think those are the biggest reasons why that again, it's not always direct, but we absolutely know that it impacts what our industry and these sophisticated actors are exploiting so many of the things that make our industry great. Right, we're the best supply. We have the best supply chain in the world, in large part because we're so flexible. In large part because we're so decentralized. I've been saying this from the beginning. We don't want to overcorrect to where we lose that. Mm-hmm. But those also are breeding grounds for like exploitation, and our rules allow for a lot of different interpretations, and we could kind of get into some of that, but I think the biggest difference maker is the political investment in addressing everything that's hurting our industry. And we want the good people who are following the rules to be rewarded, not the people who are not following the rules.
It's interesting you said that. You were at a company, Bennett, you were at Watkins Shepherd, which I used to, when I ran a carpet consolidating business, we used to compete with. So you have industry experience and you understand the issues that are actually taking place, which I think is shaping a lot of what the FMCSA is actually doing. The real problem here fundamentally is that this industry, as you mentioned, has so many fragmented, 900,000. You add the buses and you add the truckers, we have 900,000 registrations that you guys have to contend with. You have 300 regulators, or investigators, I should say, that are actually having to investigate compliance, safety issues. Security and fraud is sort of a part of that and perhaps connected to that. How do you get a handle on all of these individual incidents that take place across the industry when you have a very small budget relative to the scope that the FMCSA has to actually adhere to?
Well, it takes a lot of work. And again, the fragmented nature of our industry, I really do think that's a huge benefit. But it's a very large population, and we do have clear restraints on what we can do, both on the rulemaking and also our enforcement. But we're doing those things for the first time. We're bringing the kind of cases that still acknowledge due process to address a lot of these fronts that haven't been addressed, whether it's the training registry, whether it's principal place of business, whether it's these chameleon actors that, and so all those bad actors, once they're in the system, they're afforded due process. That's a heavy lift. That's a really heavy lift. And that's not stuff that FMCSA, those are not actions that FMCSA has invested in for all kinds of reasonable, all kinds of valid reasons. And it does have to do with those restraints that are in place. And so our story of 2025 is not a typical enforcement story for a number of reasons that thankfully we don't have enough time to get into, and that would derail this. But I think it's a really, really important story. It's a really important story that is focused on outcomes as opposed to your typical kind of outputs. And so at some point, the administrator, I think, will really be able to share that story. But I think the restraints, both rulemaking wise and resources, absolutely is the reality that we live in. But we still can address these things, and that's what we're doing. You might not be able to address them to the full extent of the problem, but you got to address them to the full extent of your capacity. And we have a good enough people at FMCSA to address every one of the problems that we can touch. And so, and we are.
Jesse, you talked about due process, which is governed to us by the Constitution. One of the big challenges, and Michael Caney, who has talked about where they identify these fraud patterns, a lot of it's overseas. A lot of these are organized criminal syndicates that are orchestrating the problems, are infiltrating our supply chain, but they're overseas. That is the purview of the FBI, which we'll hear from later today. But how do you deal with this pervasive problem of overseas actors have infiltrated our industry, and it just is, as you deal with one problem, 10 pop up?
Mm-hmm. That's a great question and a great issue to highlight, because it's a multi-agency, from commerce to the various kind of treaties with reciprocity with various with our partners in North America, but definitely with our own rules, both statutory and regulatory. And there's been a lot of attention to this factor on the Hill, definitely at the agency as well. But there is, again, it's one of the great things about our industry. We're pretty damn loose when it comes to our rules, and that's a good thing that we're so flexible. But it's turned against us immensely by people who really have taken advantage of that. And these overseas actors is a really good example. So I think there's some ideas I know there's some ideas being proposed on the Hill, but internally, and if there was one thing in addition to the message I said about keep doing what you're doing, the other thing that I would bring to your attention, which most or all of you are probably following, is the efforts to modernize our registration system. Will be it's not going to take care of all the challenges, but it's going to be the beginning of really being able to get a handle on them. And it's been an enormous lift that's been in the works and statutorily required for a very long time. In the early 2000s, the birth of this agency. And the real progress really did start in Trump 1.0 with Mullen and Pavin and getting away from those evergreen contracts, government contracts that last forever and never deliver, and really has stepped up to multiples, a factor of I don't know, during the Trump 2.0, and really had the support of the secretary. And so when his release yesterday was emphasizing combating fraud, and I think correctly so, but it's really a delivery on a promise to modernize and really make things more efficient. But I think that will be one of the main factors for combating these influences that are outside of our borders. One of them.
So Modus
rules as well.
You guys have went live yesterday. I want to talk about what that is, what it does, because ultimately registration is how, if you can cut off the registration piece, or at least regulate or monitor chameleon carriers, false registrations, identity theft, it will mitigate some of it. But let's talk a lot specifically about what you guys are hoping to accomplish.
Now, there's a rule that needs to go along with that too that we're working on, the registration rule. It's a very big rule. So to address some of the registration loopholes, you need the rules improved. But to address Modus in particular, let me just offer this. If you don't need to go in and when you write about it, please encourage people, don't go in right away if you don't need to. And most of our population doesn't need to. You don't need to update or do the biannual or whatever. So there's no need to go. Don't go in for the next couple of weeks. We're really getting out ahead of some of the I don't know how I want to characterize it, but they're
technical.
We're ironing things out
technical
still.
Government databases are.
But it's live
challenging.
and it's working. And I'm seeing the daily updates, and I'll tell you, we have really talented people at that are involved in that, both technically and with the program. And you know the names, Encore and Ken and their teams. They've done a great job. To answer your question, so Modus is not an acronym. Thank God I hate acronyms. This was one of the best pieces of news I heard. When Modus is not an acronym. It's just like a Latin for motion, And so, but it is the statutorily promised singular registration system. And why it's so significant is because it's taking 8 at the minimum, there's more, but major legacy systems and bringing it into one platform. And so it's going to empower us to have a much better opportunity to manage data, to continue to make publicly available the data that many of you benefit from and will continue to benefit from. Maybe not today until we get a couple of those things ironed out. Hopefully there's no hiccups that are more than just temporary. But with respect to registration, yes, it will do a much better job at confirming an identity and making sure you are who you say you are. Then there's going to be additional verifications for the business in place. And so these are just minor steps, but significant steps. And once we have the rule as well, we'll be in a much better position to address, a lot of the kind of, right now, the bad actors can take advantage of how disparate some of these databases are. And you check one thing, you didn't check 2 and 3, but that won't be the case with Modus because all of those will be talking to each other.
Is biometrics part of that?
No.
Biometric checks.
Well, IDEMIA, yes, it is. So you got to do the photograph. It's temporary.
Just like I do with my bank, where I have to.
That's right.
Basically, take a
When you get
photo of a camera.
Yep. It's the IDEMIA technology.
What does that mean? So, in terms of registration, you're identifying it, but how does that in itself help mitigate the fraud and cargo crime that's really pervasive?
Well, I think it's one of the important steps. Because right now we don't know that the person who is in the system has been verified, and so it's one of kind of many steps, and then the business verification too is just another important step that you can confirm this is who the business is, and the representations match up with whatever Secretary of State, and so. But right now, the lack of any of that confirmation.
I mean, you get chameleon carriers. The super ego example is probably the most, of course, now the infamous example that 60 Minutes featured it. How do you deal with chameleon carriers? I mean, you get these carriers that, particularly when they're overseas owned, they end up in an accident. They end up in a crime issue. They shut down. They go on to the next registration. What do you do to prevent that from happening or mitigate that from happening?
Well, so let me answer the question you didn't ask. But what we're doing as far as we're far more aggressive on putting these people out of service. We have far more support from justice. So that's a really good thing. And I think once the bad actors actually see that they're actually facing a real consequence, that'll make a difference. But so to get out ahead of it on the front end, the question you did ask is, I think it's a multiple front. I think our registration Modus is one of the big pieces to get out ahead of chameleons. And this is an area where we don't want to overcorrect. In my practice, I did a lot of agreements between authorized motor carriers. 376 has one of the main sections, the truth in leasing provisions for owner operators, and it's a very black letter, favors the owner operator. In that, historically, that's been a really important section, 12, 11, and 12. But there are other sections in that same chapter with the exemptions for leasing, and they allow for a lot of flexibility. And that's a really, really good thing. So when you see these videos of them switching authority, one way to look at that, well, that's compliance, because that's one of the requirements under the exemptions, is to make sure that you properly identify. But it's all of the other things of why they're doing it in violation of our hours of safety and requirements that make that a bad act. So I think there will be a lot of there are a lot of things that we're doing right now that affect chameleon carriers, because the tightening up of the non-domiciled CDL, and I don't really want to derail this conversation that we're talking about fraud, but that's a very important front. And I will say this about that rule. I mean, if we did nothing else, and I'm not above doing nothing else. I thought I was just going to be a bureaucrat for a couple of years. No, this is the best job I've ever had. It's been incredible. But if we did nothing else other than modernize the registration system, it would be amazing. But we have the opportunity to do so many things. With that rule in particular, it's not that complicated. The basis for that rule to ensure that a non-domiciled category has proper vetting. And there are other elements to it, and it's not clean because there's a lot of categories that have been brought up where there's still that vetting, and there's other related issues. But that has been a means to drive a lot of bad actors, that particular category, and just by the very nature of it being so fluid. And the history of that category has kind of evolved to where it is. It's gone every 10 years, kind of tightened up to, but there's an unequivocal safety interest. Like there's no dispute that your driver history is an indicator of your future driving history. Like there's no dispute about that. That's the basis for that change. And we've seen, even if it's anecdotally, just illustrative of a lot of the bad actors have been heavily, using that.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because it gets into a different subject, which is actually in your jurisdiction or in your control, which is safety. And safety and security are highly related. Chameleon carriers, I think probably the original intent was if there was a safety problem, my CSA scores dropped, I'm going to go on to another operating authority so that I don't get cut off from freight.
Right.
That is something that you guys have power over in terms of you have that jurisdiction. How do you think about the connection between the chameleon and security? Is this the primary? The chameleon structure is the primary result of bad actors. Is this the instrument they're using?
Well, I think from my experience in private practice, especially, I think these bad actors are in the business of making money, and that's a good thing. You know what I mean? They're motivated. They're not out to be unsafe. They wouldn't be able to make money. And so
you're talking about the unsafe carrier. You're not talking about the criminals.
I'm talking about the chameleon carriers who are violating a lot of our rules. And one of the main ways that we can do our investigation is seeing the manipulation of the inspections, or to get if they've been put out of service, they just move to the other DOT number.
Yeah,
right. That's what they do. But the safety, fortunately, it's been such easy money for these very organized groups on the southern border and in the Midwestern states that they're doing it to make money, right? And it's easy money, or it has been, and hopefully it's less easy.
You're talking about
now.
The crime or the safety, making money as an operator, bad record? Like when you say making money?
And maybe I got off on your question, but so the safety component of fighting. So you're right. Our authority is safety. As I mentioned, though, we do have a business, a commercial authority. our primary efforts are always geared towards safety. And that's the safety case that we make. And so, but the connection, I guess the line between the advancing the criminal is where I'm getting a little bit kind of emphasizing, and what they're doing gets really close.
They're taking advantage of the sort of flexibility, the
totally,
as you call it, the fragmented nature, the ability to register, the ease of registration, to commit bad acts, and the blending between safety violations, the same way people have ditched an operating authority that has bad safety record is the same way they are ditching it for security reasons.
Or if a legitimate authorized carrier and an authorized carrier, a switch of equipment, but it's so easy to do that and to do it correctly. So the security, so I guess the direct answer, I'm not sure the security interest is getting more and more of a focus, correctly so. Absolutely, that's within our jurisdiction, but I'm not sure that's been the primary. These bad actors have been around for a long time, and it does offer them an opportunity to do some really bad things, and but it's revenue. They're killing it.
The fastest growing part of freight. Yeah,
it's a bigger asset investment than cybersecurity. But I don't think the main concern has been. I think it is a security concern, but I don't think the main concern has been.
It strikes me that this all sort of blew up post-COVID. Pervasiveness of brokers, massive growth that we saw in freight overseas, effectively training overseas brokers through these offshore call centers that then when the freight recession hit, now you've trained thousands or tens of thousands of people on how freight works, how brokerage works. They don't have as much work. All of a sudden they find that this is a very lucrative business. The enforcement thing is the part that I'm really interested in hearing. I know it's not in your jurisdiction, but how are you guys working with law enforcement? If you've ever had a load stolen, you know how challenging it is to get local authorities to even care, much less the FBI. How are you guys assisting companies in dealing with crime?
So we do a lot on the enforcement side, but not on the criminal side. And so, so we are doing a lot more when we identify the chameleon carrier, and the two-tash a public example is probably the best example. So we're definitely moving quicker on our enforcement side, but you're exactly right. The cargo theft is in somebody else's jurisdiction. I'll tell you, for years and years, and this has been around for a long time, as you all know, in private practice, I started as a cargo claims attorney, basically Carmack attorney, and fight about actual damages because it's a quasi strict liability. But in the last few years, those kind of questions have been kind of gone away. The main cases you had were insurance. You were chasing insurance. You were a coverage attorney, trying to find somebody with legitimate insurance, and that's the case now. That's most of your cargo cases, and if you did even track the theft in real time, the locals weren't going to pay any attention.
Police,
at all.
Good luck with that.
And the FBI would take your call, but the only success I ever saw was when the shipper had already been on top of it and who was already working with the FBI. We've made a lot of progress since then. If there's a crime at FMCSA, we have a special unit, investigation unit. They're very good, but it's a phone call to the Inspector General's office, and it's a message. So we've made really big improvements on that. That's still their preferred intake to track. But I can tell you the barriers between even the DOT's Inspector General and DOJ has improved significantly. And that's a real credit to the administration, to the fraud task force of the vice president. And so today it's much more fluid, and people are much more accessible. And again, I go back to my very first point. In large part, that's due the efforts of the people in this room and in our industry who've continually brought to our attention, every consumer in the U.S., how significant this is, and how sophisticated these actors are.
You mentioned the two-tash incident. I think that was a safety. It was originally a safety accident that sort of
There
opened
were
up.
4 fatalities, a terrible accident.
In Indiana, right? That was where.
Indiana, and they were tied. Yeah, Indiana is where it happened.
Yeah.
And knew very early on that this was a chameleon network. And today, the last time I saw it, I think we had put 10 of in the network out of service. There's an administrative proceeding for a couple of them, and so. So many of the things that we've been able to do, like the efforts of people in this room, but so many of the issues have been amplified by tragedies. The really big one last summer in August in Florida is the best example. We had already started our efforts on that front, our national audit, but when that happened, that really took off. When the Tuchas accident happened in Indiana, so many more people have taken an interest in that can actually, carry out the consequences to really address.
I don't think I've seen, as much major media public attention on trucking. I mean, we had it in the State of the Union address. Trump mentioned trucking. That may have been the first time trucking ever got a shout out in a State of the Union address. But it strikes me that this is a massive opportunity. We have every single media outlet is focused on this. In fact, the New York Times took an op-ed for me, which was very favorable to the administration. I was a little surprised. It was a heavily edited version of that article, but it is getting national attention. This is rising up. I think it strikes me, what is the what does that do for you guys? And what can the industry do for you guys to help elevate this conversation? What changes would you like to see made, perhaps in the law, the regulatory front, that could actually assist you guys in doing your job more effectively?
Well, let me answer the first part of that question is continue to do what you do at a very high level. The better data, the better the studies, the more we can rely upon them. And we're benefiting immensely from the work of from our industry players. As far as laws go, the one nice thing about where I sit is I can't comment, endorse on what laws should be made and not made as a member of the agency. And that's a good thing. We do have an opportunity to give feedback and technical assistance, and I always frame what I'm saying, even if it's not as technical assistance, because that's where we can participate. But that's a question for definitely for Congress. But yeah, continue to. I'll tell you how much we benefit from it. Even the most critical NPR, the New York Times, the Washington Post, when they are running articles about English language proficiency or the non-domiciled CDL, read the comment section.
Yeah.
Their readers under that overwhelmingly support those enforcement actions.
Well, I think when it's named in safety, like once people realize that this is not just an immigration issue, this is a safety issue first.
Yeah.
I think it changes the narrative.
I think so. Yeah, I think there's not a lot of controversy, and I hate to pivot this way, but I don't know how we're doing on time, except unless you're Paul Clement. I don't know if you caught, or how many of you actually listened to the oral argument. There was an exchange between Justice Kavanaugh and Paul Clement on English language proficiency. Did you catch that? It was just amazing.
Is this during SCOTUS?
Just amazing, yeah. During the Supreme Court argument, this capstone issue for us that launched that ship is being discussed, and Paul Clement, who's a phenomenal lawyer, doesn't concede it's a safety issue.
But it was funny because Kavanaugh actually used the word chameleon carrier, which in front of SCOTUS. I have to ask, Jesse, we only get a few seconds. I would be remiss if I didn't ask about SCOTUS, the SCOTUS decision. I know that isn't something that you guys necessarily had a direct interest in. DOT did argue on behalf of the brokers, but I'd love to get your thoughts in the closing seconds.
So how much time do we have? 20 seconds, 30 seconds?
You're glad the clock's running out on that one, right?
No, there's going to be plenty of opportunities. At the end of the day, the law is now that brokers can be liable for hiring carriers. And for FMCSA, either way, either outcome, it doesn't change anything for us. We have the same authorities that we have. We did take a different position than the Biden administration, and I think it was a well-reasoned position that was more consistent with our authority structure. We don't have safety authority over brokers. And so that argument was one of the 4 arguments. It's one of the in the DOT brief. It was one of them that Kavanaugh mentioned. I mean, if brokers were responsible to the public, then there would be an insurance requirement. That's a pretty persuasive argument. And so I think our position was more consistent with the status quo. Now, what has changed is that clearly the activity of a broker is now considered part of a motor vehicle. And that is within our purview.
Did that expand? Did that actually expand your authority?
It doesn't expand our authority, but it says activities that are happening outside of what a broker is defined is within our authority. So I think there are some opportunities for us to take some action, to help clarify some things. And there's a couple of issues that continually kind of float around. They floated around in the briefing. They're often put together. They're very different. One is the standard of care in vetting to select a carrier. That is a distinct, and that's what's at case. The other one is far more complex. That's central to FMCSA is what's an unsafe carrier?
Yeah, that's a question the courts are going to have to answer.
Well, and it's been litigated in the courts early on with our scoring system. And we know we have a rule to improve our scoring system. But we also know, and there's a big disclaimer, that our scoring system is not predictive of crashes. So we have a system it's a valid system that enables us to investigate, to intervene, to take action. And after a very long review, a full investigation, we can make these determinations. So I think one of the opportunities, and we'll benefit from your expertise, is telling the story better. The role, that regulatory role was very incompletely told and at times misrepresented. And it wasn't it's not a legal question. It didn't really have that much of a play. And so, but I think there'll be some opportunity to tell more about what FMCSA does and to really take ownership over that second, much harder question and not leave that up to the courts.
So Doug, probably the biggest broker in the room, has a question. We have one question time. Doug, you're up.
Yeah, I mean, this might be old data, but to the best of my knowledge, there's about 750,000 carriers out there, 92% of which are unrated by FMCSA. So that puts the burden on us now that we have legal liability to vet the carrier when the regulatory agency hasn't done anything.
So this is what's unfortunate. The regulatory agency has done a ton, and we fed that information to the Solicitor General. In the last 5 years, the touches on our population of those, over between 60 and 70% inspections. So this idea that we're not regulating motor carriers, it's so unfortunate that was not told better. But the legal obligation has to be the standard, not the determination of a motor carrier. The FMCSA doesn't even do that with a precision, or historically, it's taken a really long time to be able to position to justify what they do. And there's still opportunity to improve. That's why we have a pending rule. So I think the question for a broker is specifically, what is the standard to properly vet? It's not the old one. It's not making sure they have registration, that they have authority, that they have their insurance, and that they don't have an UNSAT. Mm-hmm. But those investigations to make a determination, it's like an underwriting process. The reason why very few of them do have that score. So this is very misleading. And we'll have an opportunity, I think, to address this too, especially with MODIS. That number is against a total number that doesn't represent active.
Your database.
Yeah,
right.
Carriers.
Okay.
And so to say that only, and that isn't even an indication that they're safe. The only time that we make a decision is that you're unsafe. It's not a certification agency. I know the broker industry has wanted FMCSA to be a certification agency, but the only time that we make a determination on the safety fitness of a carrier is when we say UNSAT.
So Jesse, go ahead. Sorry.
So I think we have to address that. we absolutely need to address it.
What if you're like adjust your data and use data science to sort of try to predict who's a bad actor or who's an unsafe
Yeah.
carrier, you know, and it's a
Yeah,
huge burden.
I don't think that's the standard. I think the standard needs to be whether or not you properly vetted, and which is more than the old standard, to make sure that there aren't indications that this is a problem carrier.
Tell that to a plaintiff's attorney.
Yeah, so the real benefit of some of that briefing, no, you're right, is the standard will be controlled to be so high that the role would be to subvert the role of the FMCSA. And we need to tell the story, the whole story of the FMCSA, that, again, we don't do that perfectly. We do it a lot better than we did when the basics first started, but we still have a way to improve on that story. And it's central to what FMCSA is required to do.
I mean, we could spend 45 minutes
Yeah.
talking about what Doug is worried about, because everybody in this room. I do have one follow-up question on that. Two things I just want to clarify is my understanding. Our count is 300,000 carrier trucks that have conditional safety ratings and 1.2 that have no safety rating. You're saying that data is flawed because it doesn't actually count.
I'm not saying that data is flawed. I'm saying the 9% that was used, or the 6%, the 90 whatever
94%
that we're not doing anything is misleading. So I'm not saying all of that data I think has some value, but I'm saying that was misleading, that we're not doing anything, and that was used over and over again.
I don't know. I've never interpreted not doing anything. I've interpreted it as it's hard to, unless you ask for an inspection. This is really what I want to ask is.
And we don't do that. If you ask for an inspection, I think there was a time period we just don't have, we're not a rating agency.
So what does a small carrier do? If Doug's trying to underwrite these small carriers and you've got a guy with 5 trucks who doesn't have an inspection, who knows it is clean, how does he possibly get rated by the FMCSA?
So
does he just drive to the weigh station and say,
yeah, one of those guys took me aside a few months ago in Missouri, and those are the carriers that we need to be proactive for. Not too concerned with the big and the middles. They're clear winners from this decision, but it is the smaller carriers and the smaller brokers who are absolutely legitimate, that are running legitimate, great businesses, and that's why we can't sit on the sideline. There's, I think, clarifying what the standard is and what's being done, being more proactive. That's the best way we can support the smaller actors, because we're not going to get out and raid everybody.
So there is no way that a small carrier could call up the FMCSA. Please,
a lot of them have tried.
Probably the first time in history that they would ever ask for inspection.
No, I think a lot of people have been asking for inspections, and a lot of the bad actors know how important those inspections are, so they've manipulated those processes, to show that they have a history. But if we are in a situation where the whole beauty of our supply chain, the whole beauty of the decentralized system that we enjoy right now that makes us superior, and we're going to centralize by a predictive score, I don't, that's not what the agency is. I think there's a commercial value there for risk, which is a whole separate conversation. And I think there's a lot of opportunity and a lot of expertise for you to inform commercially your partners about risk, but those aren't the legal standards.
There's also
aren't the
CYA element in a courtroom of saying the FMCSA has rated this carrier as safe.
Sure.
When you don't have a rating, it leaves the opening for you would know this very well, plaintiff's attorneys.
And it's not a shot against plaintiffs attorneys. We need good attorneys. We need good plaintiffs attorneys. We need good defense attorneys. But the system is easily exploited. Mm-hmm. And so there are things that we should be doing to make sure that it's not as easy to exploit it, especially for the smaller players.
Well, Jesse, unfortunately we're out of time. We're way over time. You had the biggest court case, probably the most transformative moment in trucking history since deregulation last week. We could spend a whole hour on this and still not even diagnose the problem. But really appreciate you being here. Amazing that you guys are out front. I think a lot of credit to this administration for actually having the conversations. Watching the video from the Louisville Truck Show it was like watching rock stars, which is really unusual for an FMCSA administrator and a DOT secretary to just treated by that by the drivers.
Yeah, it's so good. We're so fortunate to have those two leading us.
Thank you so much, everyone. Jeff.
Thanks, Fred.
What's up, guys? So I am the king of stalling, and I noticed something. There are some uncomfortable people in the back. There's a lot of seats up here, so you don't have to be like, oh, my back hurts when it's like 3 o'clock after lunch. So I'm gonna give you guys 60 seconds. If you wanna come kind of fill in these rows, it's on you. I'm just trying to look out for you. For sure, this energy is awesome. Like, this is great. Y'all are badass. Okay, so speaking of badass, this next guy that I'm gonna bring out is awesome. I think very, very highly of him. He is the Chief Commercial Officer at Highway, and his topic is going to be transaction level enforcement, the new standard in freight security. Again, representing Highway, and he has something that I have not seen since high school. He's going to be using a music stand. So, Mr. Michael Caney, I'll give it up for Michael.
Thanks, Malcolm.
Yes, sir.
I need a cheat code. I'm not as good at memorizing this stuff like Craig is. Okay. Good morning. Help me understand the room. If you're a shipper, will you raise your hand? Are there any shippers here? Oh, thank God. Finally, let's give it up for the shippers participating. Finally, this is awesome. If there's anybody that I'm happy to yield time to, it's Doug Wagner. Thank you for those questions, Doug. I feel like part of my talk is really about this fight, like, because we're in it with you every day, right? Where for the better part of 20 years post deregulation, brokers have bared a large part of the responsibility. And through risk transfer mechanisms and contracts from shippers to guys like Doug, brokers are asked to bear more and more responsibility and risk. If you're a broker in this room, have you felt that? Have you seen that in your business? Not only are plaintiff attorneys coming after you, but shippers are coming after you, right? Indemnity, uncapped indemnity. If we load the wrong truck, if we don't pay attention to what's going on at the dock, hey, it's on you, Doug. Write me a check, or I'm gonna take all your business away and give it to somebody else. And so what I want to convince you of today is that, like, the shape of the problem is just changing. And that I wrote this talk in January. I told my team, like, the thing that we need to talk about at Highway this year is that standards are what matter. The transaction level enforcement and the way that all mature markets have moved is the standard. And after Montgomery, I thought, do I need to retool this? I'm gonna be standing in a room full of shippers. I see Ryan from Travelers here, Scott Cornell, who he's in his own category. He's just Scott Cornell. People that have been in this fight for years. And do I need to retool this in light of the Montgomery decision? And the answer is really no. Because what we're going to talk about today is that you need transaction level enforcement. You don't need more data. Oh, I got a clicker here. My ADD break. What are we talking about? We're going to talk about 3 things. One of which is you need transaction level enforcement. And that you don't need more data. And then when we look at every maturing market in the history of the United States, when fraud shows up, standards emerge. Right? And just having awareness, having more data, having more things for your people to look at or your systems to ingest, or somebody else wants to sell you a feature of some new panacea, does not equal enforcement. And so when we look at every mature market, what we see is that standards emerge and the transaction itself enforces the standard. So what I want to try to convince you of is that fraud is a signal. And when we look at every place that we've experienced fraud in commerce, it's a signal to what happens. So if you look at the financial crisis, if you look at when the guy that made the movie about when he shorted all the subprimes, right? We don't lend money the same way today that we did then, do we? No, we don't. Right? There's different standards. You used to be able to go into a commercial bank and borrow something on a handshake. You can't do that anymore. You might go to jail. At the very least, you're going to get fined if you're a commercial banker that's doing that. But even in a small town like Chattanooga, like where there's banking relationships, you can no longer go in and just say, hey, I want to go buy this warehouse or buy this property. And the guy looks at the chief credit officer and says, yeah, he's good for it. We'll figure it out later. You just can't do it anymore. There's more regulation. The market is telling us that the transaction itself is missing enforcement. That was the wrong slide. Okay. Awareness is not enforcement. What we built was visibility, signals, and process. What we asked people to do was keep up with that. Manage exceptions. Hang up a piece of paper in your cubicle, right? Sign up for the new vendor they've got the answer. If you just look at all these relationships, if you look at all these addresses, if you look at where they log in, look, I have all that data. You can go look at it, but it's too much to keep up with, right? All right, I'm gonna abandon this clicker because it's wrong. Let's just. Okay, let's talk about conforming transactions. What is a conforming transaction? Identity certainty, authorization to verify, and proof of stake. Now, some of us do that today, the authorization to verify, right? Does the motor carrier show up and are they willing to attest? Now, do you have to chase them? Now, do you have to surveil them? But is the motor carrier willing to show up as a participant in the transaction and prove who they are and if they are capable? Capable not just meaning do they have a truck, but is that truck insured? And now, is that truck safe? Right, for the first time, the safety standard for a broker is changing. But let's talk about the thing that's moving. It's consequence. So today, what's the consequence? I mean, the government just stood up here and said there's no consequence. They just said we're not a rating agency. They just said it's not a problem. Good luck, brokers. Right, Doug? I mean, that's what he just said. Not a problem. And so how do you create a consequence? Well, that's what the markets are for. The thing doesn't need to move. The idea that we can continue doing this by handshake is what has to stop. And so the signal that we see is that freight became more digital. And so I think we got to do a little work on the history of just like how did we get here, right? And we wanted to pull cost out of our business, and we wanted to make things easier for a good motor carrier, right? And we wanted to make things easier for our people. And so like I come from this as an operator. I spent 20 years as a freight broker, right? And the largest expense on our P&L is labor, right? And so you got to optimize that labor. You got to figure out how to move more transactions per person, right? And you also want to pull risk away from that. You actually want to pull the decision-making away. So we digitized it. And so we put all of it on the internet. And we had vendors that said, we're the best thing in the world. If you just put all your freight here, it'll be great. And what did we not do? We didn't put security around it. And so you have the biggest brokers in the world scrambling to build their own portals and build security. And you have public places with zero security. And so what does the incentive alignment do? Right? The incentive is if I run to the internet and put all my freight out there, it's where I can go negotiate. It's where I can go play the spot market. And the shippers, you guys do this. You go contract rates, and then when the spot market moves, you call the broker and you take all their freight away and you put it in the spot market. Then every time you do that, you introduce risk. So if you're a shipper in this room, every time you rebuild the solution mid-cycle, you are intentionally, whether you choose to believe it or not, you are introducing risk. Because that freight broker's built a solution for you. They've gone and built that capacity. They've gone and put out rate agreements. And then you go pull it back and say, well, the spot market's this, you got to go reprice it. Do you know the bad actors have been watching us do this for years? They watch for that movement. They watch for that gap in the process. And so we digitize things. We didn't put any security around it. So when fraud shows up, it's not that people are careless. It's not that they're asleep at the wheel. It's that the problem got too big. The problem just got way too big for us to manage on our own. All right, so let's talk about awareness. What did we do in response to the shape changing? Well, we started with accountability, right? But when you start having data, it doesn't tell you whether it should have moved. It tells you when it moved, right? You guys pay, I call it the dollar for the dot business. Pay somebody $1 and they give you a dot on a map. It's going to solve all the problems. And if you're a broker, they went to all your shippers and they said, this is going to solve all your problems. And it didn't solve all your problems. It just means you're paying $1 for a dot. If you're a big broker, if you're a small broker, you're paying $2 for the dot. But it tells you that it moved. It doesn't tell you who moved it. It doesn't tell you if it should have moved. It doesn't tell you if that carrier was conforming at the time that you did it. Right? And so then what did we do? Well, we got to the compliance era. And so we had a bunch of checklists. And we go bring guys in like Scott, who've been doing this longer than me and no more than me, who will come in and he will train you. He will train your team. And Ryan will send the SIG team in. And you will go, yes, I'm going to do that. And then you have 500 people on the floor making a decision. And it's almost impossible to enforce. Look, I'm not here to be critical. I did this. I ran these businesses. It's near impossible to enforce. And when we look back at the way the problem keeps taking shape, that's part of the issue, is that if you are a mid-sized broker, that you already have balance sheet challenges that and insurance expenses, like it is very difficult to train employees at a rapid pace to keep up with what they're up against, with the poor hygiene of a motor carrier's inbox, with the social engineering that's on the phone line. It's almost impossible to do. But it feels like control. It feels like control because we're creating activity. It feels like control because we bring them into a training room. It feels like control because we invest a ton of money into it. And you want to do the right thing. Here, I want you to hear me say this. I'm not being critical. If you're a freight broker in this room and you have experienced this, I know you want to do the right thing. And I know that like it is exasperating when you think you've done everything you can and you still lose the load. It's exasperating. And there are insurers in this room that are doing their best to partner with freight brokers. I got 2 phone calls separately in the last few weeks. One from a good friend of mine that runs a large agency, and one from a freight broker that I've known for a long time, runs a large brokerage. And it was both just like this is not fun anymore. It's not, because you wake up every day, you're thinking about how do I delight my customer, how do I serve them, but you're also in a fight. You wake up every day in a fight. And we've got these post-COVID genetics where we hired a ton of young professionals that all they know, we didn't have time to train them. We just threw bodies at a problem, right? And now the whole calculus has changed. Calculus of risk has changed. Okay, let's talk about maturing markets. It's not just a freight problem. It's a market maturity problem. And so when we look back, we see that markets always begin to scale first and then trust breaks down. Let's go way back in time. I didn't hear about this until Jordan Graff told me about it. Has anybody ever heard of the Buttonwood Agreement? Come on. You know this. You remember the New York Stock Exchange? Came from the Buttonwood Agreement. Why? Because years ago, people were trading stocks and bad actors were showing up and exploiting the system. And so what happened is under the Buttonwood tree on Wall Street, a bunch of traders got together and they signed the Buttonwood Agreement. Remember heard of Visa? You experienced Visa this morning probably, right? You got your coffee or checked out of your hotel or checked into your hotel or paid your Uber driver. D-Hawk created Visa. It spun out of Bank of America card. D-Hawk said a very interesting thing. He said, if we don't govern ourselves from within, we will be governed from without. And in all of those situations, what the markets didn't do is they didn't look outside and say, who's coming to save us? That's why I love Ronald Reagan, where he said the scariest words, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. All of these mature markets looked within and said, how do we adopt a standard that keeps us all protected, allows us to trade safely, and validates the participants? And that's what it comes down to. That's where freight has to move. And to do that, to recognize the shape of the problem, the need for market maturity, we have to look at the timing of how we validate and how the transaction takes shape. And so oftentimes what happens is we look at a transaction and then we go try to verify it after the transaction's already been validated. When you think about how this looks in your operation and what that means. The problem with onboarding is that it doesn't work. Some people are like, well, can you run an onboarding company? No, I don't. Onboarding is a part of what we do. It is a feature. It is one feature in a platform. And so onboarding no longer works. So looking at something today, if I look at Patricia's trucking company today, and I say she looks good today, it doesn't mean she's good tomorrow. And it's 9 o'clock in the morning, 10 o'clock in the morning here. It doesn't even mean she's good at 3 o'clock this afternoon. That's how fast it changes. And if you think about it, it's the same way that you experience your own consumer spending. There's a good chance that somebody in this room has not ever been to Cleveland and you swiped your credit card somewhere and you got a notification on your phone. It asked you to verify. You really in Cleveland? Never noticed this before. Anybody ever experienced that with your credit card? Right? Now, I got in at like 3 o'clock in the morning because weather in Dallas. Some of you probably tried to watch Netflix in your hotel last night. You probably had to scan a QR code, and you had to go to your Gmail, and it asked you a question, and the number that pops up on your Gmail. And I would submit to you that for a lot of us, it's harder to get into your Netflix account when you travel than it is for a bad motor carrier to get a load of cargo worth $200,000. Why? Because Netflix, your credit card company, is looking at every interaction and delivering enforcement at the time of the transaction. And when there's an anomaly in the pattern, what are they doing? They're introducing friction. What they're not doing is asking you as a user or some user sitting inside of Visa or Netflix to run through a checklist. It's not what they're doing. They're looking at the transaction. They're looking at the interaction, and then they're enforcing friction. All right, so what happens when we react? When we overreact? Right? We get in a hot market, and maybe we relax our standards because capacity's tighter. We get in a soft market, and we overreact to bad actors who used to be able to make money double brokering, and now they have to steal your freight. I agree with Jesse. Like, this is a business. Fraud's a business. And fraud is not a new business. Fraud has always existed. I get asked all the time, how are we going to eliminate fraud? You're not. Have we eliminated fraud in banking? Have we eliminated fraud in medical records? No. We live in a world of asymmetric risk, and we manage that risk. And so this is about learning how to manage the risk and use it as an opportunity to improve your business. I don't remember what I was talking about. I got off track there. This is so fun. Okay, reacting. That's right. When you overreact, you introduce friction in the wrong places. And so think about this. Fraud needs three things: the prospect of gain, anonymity, and urgency. And so when we over-index on certain solutions or certain data points, what do? We create friction everywhere. And so now everything is important, and so nothing is important. And so you have to follow the way of maturing markets, right? And I hear a lot of people say this: technology is not a crutch. You're right, technology is not a crutch. A lot of that gets said by people that haven't successfully delivered a technology product as well. But technology is absolutely useful at raising the exceptions that you should be managing in your business. Because if everything is an exception, then nothing's an exception. So the transaction itself has a design problem. All right, so let's talk about what a conforming transaction needs. It needs identity certainty, right? You need to know that the person that is showing up to represent the motor carrier is not only who they say they are, but it's still the same person that there was yesterday, right? Like, has anyone, you don't have to raise your hand, but the victim of like the sold MC, right? Some of you experienced that. The MC doesn't get sold. It's not, Doug. It's not a sale, right, Doug? Like, they're not like, the lawyer didn't look at that. We didn't do diligence on that business. It's like, hey, if you I'll wire you $25,000 and like, give me the code to log into all your stuff. It's not a sale. Can I just, yeah. Hey, when I log into Highway, send me the code, right? We had to institute TOTP, right? And again, this is why you don't need a checklist, because you need me to solve that outcome for you. You need me to improve that. You need me to watch that friction. I didn't do that. We can stay there. Ghost of the machine. This is just sidebar for a second. If anybody in this room is in law enforcement, can we please go prosecute the people that sell their MC? Like, they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. This is not legitimate. Okay, anyway. But will the owner attest that, hey, I sold my MC, or hey, I still represent the company? Does that friction even exist? Is the pattern even there, or is it on you to go figure it out? Authorization to verify. All of you in this room, if you're here to solve fraud, there's probably a couple of people here that are looking to share intelligence. I think at every conference, and I think Brian and Scott would probably agree with me, at every conference, somebody shows up, listening to things that we'll say to go share that. I think there's probably some bad actors in this room. Now, that's very unpopular, and I hope it's not you. Don't take offense if it's not you. But this is literally the world we live in. Oh, he's the bad. Yeah, okay. We'll just tackle it. It's strange to me. None of you have to be surveilled to do business in the world. When I borrowed money 20 years ago, it was a very different process. I sent some emails and some things happened. When I borrowed money a year ago, I logged in a platform called Qualia, and I used Plaid to connect my bank accounts. And in real time, The lender and the underwriter watched my finances. And they made sure that I didn't just go randomly spend $100,000 on something and change my entire risk profile against which they were underwriting. And why is that material? Because this is what we do in mature markets. We show up when we authorize and we say, I'm happy to tell you who I am. I'm happy to share with you what I do. That's why a motor carrier should show up and say, I'm happy before I go pick up your cargo, that I am the owner, that this is a truck, that it is connected to a telematics device, that it is insured on this scheduled auto policy. I'm happy to tell you that. Why wouldn't I tell you that? It's completely reasonable because we do that in every other area of life. And so what I would submit to you is that if you have to surveil somebody because they're not willing to show up and tell you the truth, a little bit of a red flag. Fair enough. Would anybody underwrite you or loan you money if they said, hey, if you said, hey, I want to borrow $500,000 to buy a house, I'm going to leave it on you to figure it out. You're going to have to stake me out, watch my house, do some investigation. Think about how bizarre that sounds. And yet we do it all day long. Not only would we do that all day long, but there's vendors that tell you that that's actually the answer. All right, I digress. Proof of stake. What is proof of stake in transportation? It's not just, do I have a truck? What is the liability insurance that they carry? What is the cargo insurance that they carry? For some of you with unique business requirements, it's what's the age of the equipment, right? What kind of trailer is it? It's not, can I haul this load today because I hauled this load for you yesterday, right? And so sometimes we assume capability based on history. And the level of sophistication of the bad actor is such that they no longer, what they used to do is they used to just try to get access to your network, right? And like we all joke about how bad theft is in California, some parts of Kentucky and Indiana. But what they know is that Highway and a lot of other vendors now watch for the validity and test for the validity of the physical footprint. And so they've gotten so good that they don't go impersonate a carrier or buy an MC for a carrier that runs in Indiana and then go try to steal freight in California because they know they can't get it. They know that that we've responded to that. So they're actually like mirroring the physical footprint of the motor carrier that they're impersonating. It's actually becoming harder. Like I can show you, come talk to me later. It's a carrier called Babbitt. I can show you the perfect theft. They got control of the motor carrier's inbox. They were in there deleting, sending emails, deleting. They didn't just get control of the inbox. We actually audited, our security team went and audited it. Right, Demi? They got control of like 5 or 6 devices. They actually put malware on the carrier's machines. So they knew what the carrier was doing. And so they were literally mimicking the whole carrier's operation to steal the freight. So everything checked out. So you got to have proof of stake, but what's the last piece? The last piece is a consequence. And this is where it's the difference between data that is just commentary and enforcement. Now, I would submit to you that data without commentary, data without enforcement is just commentary. The transaction has to enforce it. So what does that look like? It looks like every single time someone goes and books a load, it's not up to a user to make sure that that happens. Now, there's another key thing that needs to change. I wish I had the slide. For years, we thought about the primary participants in the types of transactions we're talking about, which is a digital freight transaction. Even if you do this over phone and email, that's all digital. Can we agree on that? You're all using voice over IP. You're all using email. This is all digital, right? Which means you've got to gate that phone system with an identity provider, which means you've got to gate that document. Just full stop. If you send rate confirmations as a PDF attached to an email, your freight's going to get stolen. Please stop doing that. Does your bank send you your bank statement attached as a PDF to an email? And if they did, how would you feel about that? This would not be good. You'd be like, this is outside of the best practice. If you are sending shipper information, if you're a shipper in the room and your broker is sending your load data over an unencrypted email with a PDF attached to it, you need to find a different broker. I've got a list of them. Because you're asking for your freight to be stolen. Now, there's actually 3 other parties to this transaction now that we've got to talk about that are really important. This is not just the shipper and the broker. It's the insurance agent, the telematics provider, and it's the factoring company. And so when we think about, it's not just the safety, the administration that's credentializing a motor carrier, the factor underwrites them. The factor puts this motor carrier through lots of underwriting, right? And says, this is great. I'm going to buy yeah, this is good debt. I'll take this. The insurance company underwrites this motor carrier, puts them through an underwriting process, sends them through an MGA, says, I'll give them a policy. This is awesome. Yeah, let's put them on the road. Let me give me my $15,000 a year in premium and my 11% commission. Not my problem. And you have a telematics provider. Let me go get some white label ELD and sign this up. And as long as I can, make a little cash flow, this is great. Now, is this everybody? No. Is this Reliance Partners and Cottingham and Howden and McGriff? No. But I've got 1.4 million vehicles in highway. And 300 agents cover 80% of those vehicles. And 15 agents cover 40% of them. And I manage 10,000 insurance agents in highway. And can I tell you that not all insurance certificates are created equal? That not every single insurance company treats their data the same way? I mean, Scott's coming up here. Somebody asked him about the assigned risk pools in the state of Illinois and the risk that lives there. It's a problem, right? There is a long tail of this market in the factoring, telematics, and insurance business that specializes in keeping bad actors in business. And this is a true story. We've seen them in cahoots. The factor, the insurance agent, and I'm not talking about reputable insurance agents. Right? The other problem with some insurance agents is that they don't know anything about trucking. Right? They're in East Texas or Western Oklahoma or some other rural area, and they're great, man. And they're like, everybody in town loves them, and man, they're writing HVAC policies and local landscapers, and they want to get into commercial truck insurance because the premiums are better. They don't understand the necessity for the timeliness of the data, that you're making game time decisions based on whether that policy is still in force or whether that scheduled auto policy is updated. They don't know that. You got to have standards. You got to have standards around these telematics devices of whether or not they're allowing manipulation of their data structure to manipulate hours of service. I think we would all agree on that, right? Like if you're a broker, you're making a hiring decision every day based in part on what multiple parties attest to on a motor carrier. And every day they feed millions of data points into highway and with no recourse. No recourse. I have no recourse. They have no financial responsibility to me. Doug has no recourse. If he loses a load, he can't call the underwriter. He can't call the factoring company or the insurance company. They're like, hey, not my problem, man. Check cashed. Sorry about you, Doug. That's going to change. That's what transaction level enforcement looks like. That everybody shows up and says, hey, if I'm a part of the transaction, I'm going to guarantee certain things about my data. And if they're not willing to do that, I'm going to tell you they won't do that. See the difference? There's a consequence. They don't get to play. They don't get to be in the cool kids club if they're not willing to do certain things that make them a valuable player. And so what I would tell you is the largest insurance agents in the country, they're very good at this. And they care a lot about this. And they compete against, every day they compete against players that have some ethical issues. Same thing with telematics. You don't have to worry about Samsara and Motive, right? But what was the last list of ELD providers that the government just shut down? How does that happen, right? So here's the end. Fraud's not the problem. I know it feels like a problem, and I know it is a problem, but it's actually just a signal. And it's a signal telling you that the shape of the transaction has changed. We need enforcement, right? Data without enforcement is just commentary. There's a lot of commentary in this market. Ask yourself if you have the right enforcement standards, right? Data shows you risk, standards prevent it. That's it. That's all I got. Thank you.
It's awesome, awesome. As always, Michael Caney. For those again in the back, there's like some real good space up here. I'm gonna stop harassing you about it. I'm just letting you know it's available for you if you're standing up and you like to sit down. All right. So with that being said, Let's see, who do we have next? Oh, he already teed it up for me again. Representing Logist IQ, he was just on What the Truck with me. He's their VP of Transportation Risk, Strategy Crime, and a theft specialist as well. That is a long title, Mr. Scott Cornell. And then for Verisk as well as CargoNet is going to be their Manager of Marketing and Member Services, Mr. Stephen Lang. And they are going to be talking about cargo theft trends and methods. You guys need this?
No. No, brings back
Band
flashbacks to
memories?
grade school. Well, good morning, everybody. So when I don't have a PowerPoint, I grab my hotel receipt and I put down all my talking points and things that I have to remember for this. So, you know, Caney ended sort of at the towards the end of his speech talking about statistics, and that's what we're going to start off with. We're going to start off a little bit with the numbers, and we always talk about the numbers, and I think that the numbers are underutilized. I have no interest in CargoNet. I have no, I have no stake in CargoNet, but I've always said that I think it's one of the most useful tools out there. But I think that how we study the data, how we look at the data is critical. I think a lot of times what the industry looks at is just the high level data that comes out, the quarterly reports or the annual reports, things like that, right? And just kind of glance at it. And you can get an incorrect impression as to what's going on by just doing it that way. So a couple of things I would say is if you are a member of CargoNet, this would really apply to you, because I think there are advantages to that that allow you to dig into the numbers a little bit more. And Stephen will talk about that with me. But also, if you're a security manager or a risk manager or even an underwriter and things like that, how are you using the data? How are you looking at the data, right? So if we go 2024 as an example, the year ended, right, officially, the first annual report from CargoNet came out with 3,607 cargo thefts. Now, I always say this, CargoNet hasn't pushed back on me on it, but I always say, I think, you know, cargo theft is not mandatorily reported in the United States, so I believe CargoNet gets about 1/10 of all full truckload thefts and about 1/15 of all cargo theft if you were to include pilferage, which is probably the most underreported type of cargo. So if you take that 3,600 number, you multiply it by 10, I think you're in the full truckload neighborhood, right? Now, data continues to trickle in. They'll put out that initial report, but then data continues to trickle in, right? After that, and it's late reporting.
Yeah,
basically.
absolutely. So just for that example where Scott said, you know, January of 25, when we were reporting the 24 numbers, it would have been, like you said, around 3,600 thefts. But if you look at it for this year, we've added another 200 of them. So it's just that the late reporting that we get, all the numbers that we talk about is live in this instance and includes all of the numbers that have been reported since events have occurred.
So the year actually closed out at around 3,843. 2025 first reporting was around 3,594. So when you look at 2024, 2025 first reporting, they were within just a handful of thefts, right? Now, it looks like there was a decrease, but in actuality, there was a decrease in reported incidents. And this is something we'll get into for this year that I think is really important for the first quarter numbers for 2026. While there was a decrease between 2024 and 2025 of reported incidents, there was not a decrease in cargo theft. There was actually an 18% increase in cargo theft. CargoNet, and you might want to talk about this a little bit, Stephen, CargoNet takes in all sorts of reports.
Right. Supply
They're
chain
not
incidents.
all thefts.
They are not, well, they are not all cargo thefts. So if there was a fraud attempt or even a fraud, it would be considered right underneath of like an incident that's reported to CargoNet, or even like you said, the pilferages, the cargo thefts. It's really just any kind of incident that is related within over the road supply chain. They're all going to be considered underneath that larger number.
So why is that relevant? Because first quarter numbers come out for 2026, right? And the first quarter numbers were 767. And the headlines that we see in some of the publications come out and say 12% decrease in cargo theft. When in actuality, it was a 12% increase in incidents reported, but cargo theft is up 5%, right? So if you're just glancing at the numbers, you could think, oh, you know, we're starting to see some relief. We're not. It is flatlined. If there's a glass half full type of approach to this, it is flatlined. but it's flatlined at record levels. And I've said this numerous times, right? So I don't know that we'll continue to see an increase, and there's some things we're going to talk about as we get further into this that'll be interesting to see how it impacts cargo theft as we go forward, right? But when you dig into these numbers overall, when you get into the details of it, the numbers are not good. We're not seeing it trending in the right direction. We're not seeing it go down. And when you talk about commodities, we've seen big shifts in commodities. When you look at high level, right, we all know high level food and beverage is number one, which still amazes me that some people are shocked at that, right? But by now we should know food and beverage is number one. When all things are normal in the cargo theft world, food and beverage is number one, household goods is number two, electronics is number three. But when you dig down, again, into these categories, when you get specific, you get down to singular commodities.
This is where we dive into. And when we talk about looking at the data from a different perspective, and it's really not even a different perspective as much as just diving into it. You'll see the reports from us, and we can only fit so much into any of the data that we're putting out publicly. So for instance, just like what Scott was saying with the high commodities. So if you were looking at the commodities for 24 vehicles and accessories, which is mostly tires, was the most stolen category. But if you were to look at our actual like commodity categories, vehicle and accessories is probably outside the top 5, but it is the number one singular targeted commodity. Back then, 24 was followed by alcohol and televisions. 25 was still tires, followed, we saw a very large uptick in copper and meats. And now in 26, we're looking at copper became the highest targeted commodity, at least for Q1, followed by those tires again. But now an uptick has been coming up in the non-alcoholic beverages, mostly the energy drink products. But then you can even dive down deeper into that. And then if you're hauling any of those categories, then actually look at, okay, where is this happening? So copper, Texas, Alabama, Illinois, California represented, and Arizona, 62% of all of the incidents that were occurring in copper. And if you dive down even deeper, 30% of those were actually destined for New York and Pennsylvania. So figuring out where your actual risk is on all of these levels is more important than just knowing the understanding of, okay, what's being targeted, where is it being targeted, when. If you look at meats has been huge in California, obviously, but that Northeast area, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Texas, all of those states equal 80% of all of the meat thefts that we have seen in 25 and in 26. So there's been a large uptick in targeting of specific goods. They're not some of the mildly popular categories that we saw in the past, such as even alcohol, is not being as targeted as it was previously. Or now we're getting these high-end electronics, and meats and seafoods has also become a large commodity that's being targeted lately.
And so these things are important because why? Where do you operate? How are you operating? So we talk about if you're coming out of California, you have a 91% higher chance.
So if we look at, again, the data is not just what you're just seeing. So just like Scott's saying, so obviously California is a huge issue, and so is Texas. But for California, for our incidents that occur in California, 91% of them started in California, where we only had 28% of incidents that were actually being sent to California. So in that sense, whereas you look at the risk, it's going to be actually when your origin is beginning in California versus when you're actually shipping it there. It's a dramatic difference compared in the two.
No, a lot of people look at that and go, well, it's California, right? But some of it is just geography driven, meaning California is a much bigger state. If you look at New Jersey or New York, I think coming out of there, you're talking about a 28% higher chance or a 41% higher chance. I don't remember.
Texas is a big one. If you look at it, it's 75% for if it's an origin there, and it's still high with 42% if its destination is Texas.
And part of that is the fact that Texas is such a big area that you may have to take your first break, or you may take your first break while you're still in Texas, right? So you see this when you're coming out of New Jersey, it's easy to get out of New Jersey, get into a neighboring state. It takes a very short period of time, except for traffic, right? But geographically, it takes a lot shorter period of time to get out of New Jersey and get into another state. So you're not going to see that big hit there. But in the Northeast in general, it's high. If it's coming out, your risk is high.
Especially right now. Right now, Northeast is New Jersey, but really that Pennsylvania, New Jersey. I mean, and I'm from the area, so I mean, within an hour, I can get to New York City, I can get to Philadelphia. It's all right there. So those incidents, they've actually jumped up to number 3. They've previously been outside the top 5. They're typically top 10, been around like 6 or 7, but they've jumped up to 3, and they're being heavily targeted. But those meats, seafoods, alcoholic beverages, and cosmetics is mostly what's being stolen within the Northeast corridor.
Which all those commodities are easy to move, right? So we always talk about that. What can they steal and move quickly, right? The second thing that's interesting though is when you pair numbers with intelligence, right? We know there's about 3 to 4 organized rings. That third and fourth one so far based on intelligence can't really tell, are they separate, are they working together, right? But we know that there's 3 to 4 organized rings operating and targeting in that Northeast area. But where does the freight move when it's stolen? So New Jersey moves into the top 3 space. We see Pennsylvania move up, but big bust the other day, right? But millions of dollars in New York. So they're stealing the freight coming out of New Jersey, out of Pennsylvania, some of it out of New York, but most of the calls that I get, the stuff is coming out of New Jersey, especially the meat and seafood stuff coming out of New Jersey, but it's being moved back into New York, right? And so they're just making a short move with that. That's like California. I'll get a lot of calls sometimes from a client or somebody who's looking for help, and they'll say, hey, we had a load, is picked up in California. Our last ping on, I'm not going to name the apps, was in Oklahoma. And my response is, it was never in Oklahoma, right? It never left California. I promise you, it never left California. And sure enough, when you dig into it, it never leaves California.
And that's
but the big bust the other day in New York, right?
There's a big bust in New York. We had a big bust in Illinois as well. We are gaining traction, and law enforcement
Did you say Illinois?
Well, I'm from New Jersey. I don't know how to say it. Look, okay.
I'm just saying, man. There's people in this room who could take offense to that.
But I apologize. But there's been, from what we're seeing, it's been a lot of the heavy targeting, and then just from a high level perspective, it's just being able, they're organized crime, and they have the distribution to get rid of it. We're talking about the seafood and meats. This is something that can't be just sitting around. They have to have some place to obviously offload it immediately. And I would assume I'd have to take a look at it to see if starting to get in the summertime is when a lot of these foods and seafoods and things become more highly popular. So in that area, I'm assuming it's not going to let up anytime soon.
And again, when you dig into how does the freight move, right? We know that because we've seen some of the biggest changes. So I've been doing cargo theft for 33 years, cargo theft and supply chain security. I've been doing for 33 years. These last 5 years, 6 years have been the most significant changes I've ever seen. I've seen some pretty significant changes in all this as I've been doing this, but this last 5 to 6 years are the most significant changes I've ever seen, right? So we know that there's a ton more of the cargo that's stolen that's leaving the country than there ever was before. If I go back 10, 15 years ago, we would see cell phones stolen. And that was one of the few commodities we knew would quite often, not all the time, but quite often get moved out of the country. They would move those to South America and Central America and things like that for different reasons. Sometimes they were able to break the security codes on the phone and sell the phone. Sometimes they were parting it out, right? Cell phones nowadays, a lot of people don't realize when they steal cell phones now and they never see them ping. They're like, how do they steal all these cell phones? What are they doing with them? They never see them ping. Well, they're tearing apart these cell phones and using them to build other things. They're using them to build drones and other technology and things like that. Some of the same parts and valuable assets that are in these phones can be used for other things, right? So we see this heavy movement of freight that goes international now, but when it comes to the meat and seafood and everything like that, that's not going. It's perishable. It's too hard for these guys to move that stuff overseas. I'm not saying, again, when I say these, right, I'm not painting the whole house with the same brush. It's not like it never happens, but it's infrequent. And a lot of the recoveries of meat and seafood and things like that I've seen that are perishable, we've seen in that Northeast region, in that New York City region, and some of the big open markets and stuff like that, right? Because they can't move it overseas in a way that's going to make it viable product to resell.
And we're seeing a lot of the targeting being, it follows the same trends as a lot of the economy. For example, coffee, the price of coffee has gone up. We've seen higher targeted coffee thefts. So it really, if you just look at the landscape of the economy and see what's been popular, or maybe even where prices are rising, there's a good chance that these types of things are going to be targeted because it's going to be easier for them to flip. And those trends seem to come across to the cargo theft as
And
well.
how much of it is coincidence? I've taught some of you in this audience how good tequila is, right? And I've made it a more popular item, and all of a sudden we see it being targeted, right? But you know, all kidding aside, you know, we see certain things become popular and they immediately get targeted, or we hear about shortages in certain things, they immediately become targeted. So we're going to move a little bit into electronics as a topic now, because most of the time when I go out, if I'm talking to people who haven't really experienced cargo theft or haven't dealt with it regularly, they automatically think electronics is the number one targeted commodity. It's not. It's number three. It's been number three since roughly 2010, 2011-ish, if we go back historically, right? Prior to the economic downturn in 2008, it was number one for the longest time. And then it changed. But recently, when you look at the 2024 average value of an electronics theft was $414,000 in 2024. In 2025, it spikes to $828,000. Right? Now, is that the cost of goods going up? No. What it is we're seeing, again, another
It's
shift
just
in
like
the targeting of this really high-tech stuff that is spiking this number,
I mean,
right?
you can't read an article or go anywhere now with talking about AI and talking about
Data centers.
And guess what? It takes a lot of components and a lot of equipment in order to run them, and they are being stolen.
And I think the fact that they're stealing these commodities should really resonate on what we're dealing with when we're talking about organized cargo theft rings. These are no longer the fly-by-night, small, unsophisticated regional rings that we saw for years and for decades when I was doing cargo theft. You are talking about people who have the ability to move stuff that the average person would never conceive that somebody could steal and sell. So when you see, you know, a $31 million server system stolen out of Utah and redirected to California, you're like, who steals that? Right? But a $31 million theft is certainly going to spike that electronics category. And we saw two other servers and memory modules, $10 million one and $15 million the other. Now, law enforcement recovered the $15 million one, but the $10 million one disappeared, right? The $31 million one disappeared. 2.7 million load of electronics, which was like parts and things like that are meant for data centers and meant for servers and all these out of DFW rerouted to LAX.
And two of these incidents were coming out of Utah. So if you're just looking at the incidents and looking at just there, you would have.
We don't usually think of Utah as a hotspot for cargo theft.
Hotspot, exactly.
And that speaks to the sophistication of these rings, because they are I think one of the things that people miss on these rings now is they're taking orders. These are not random thefts anymore. They are being told what their customers need, and they are targeting what their customers need, right? So the last example, we had 15 million two weeks ago, servers, equipment out of Olive Branch and everything like that. Now, when you talk about, you know, LA County Sheriff's Task Force actually seized one of those servers on the tarmac at the LA airport, destined for China, right? So we know where these things are moving, right? And these spikes, so now when you're moving electronics, you have to take into account the average value is not really $818,000, right? The average value is probably still in that $300,000 to $400,000 range for electronics. But, you know, I just had someone reach out to me to move two really, really expensive loads, right? And they want me to help put the security together. And when I say, hey, we're going to have tracking in this, we're going to have driver verification at the point of pickup, we're going to have we might escort the loads, and we're talking millions and millions of dollars in shipments here, I get this look like I have three heads. And I'm saying, well, if you move the same amount in dollars, if you moved cash for this same amount, how would you do it? Well, we'd get an armored car service. Well, okay, we'd get an armored car service, but yet we're willing to just hand millions of dollars to a trucking company that may or may not have been verified and vetted properly. And, you know, we're only using, a cell phone based tracking app, and we don't have covert tracking in the load, or we don't have escorts. We don't have virtual escorts. We don't have any of these things. I agree with Caney on a lot of the things that he said, but I would still tell you from a frontline aspect, from somebody who sees cargo thefts all the time, every day and everything like that, a lot of our issue, and I think Michael did touch on this, a lot of the issue is still self-inflicted, right? A lot of what we see in the industry is still self-inflicted. Are we actually doing enough to prevent the thefts? Now, it'll be interesting to see, you know, the Montgomery ruling comes out last week. Obviously, the industry reacts heavily to it, and we're looking at that and saying, how is that going to impact cargo theft? Is there a possibility that that positively impacts cargo theft? It could.
You would think that it initially would positively,
because you're going to see
affect
heavier
it.
vetting, you're going to see, you know, deeper dives into carriers and things like that. So we may see a positive impact on that. But here's the thing I will say, and we're wrapping up on our time. Here's the thing I will say: cargo thieves never go away. They never go away. They just adapt, right? So we might put a pause on some of it. It'll be interesting to see that. I'm not willing to say that yet. We may see a pause on some of it, right? But they never go away. So when we see things that could positively impact cargo theft, my mind immediately goes to, what do I need to start to expect to see, because they will not go away.
In a way, I almost even think that it could, while the volume may be going down just initially, because they're going to think of and find something else that's just going to make it rise up again. I would think that from that perspective, you actually would need to be even more diligent, because they're going to be even targeting more specific and be more on top of exactly what it is that they're going to be knowing that they're after. Because if they're not able to get as many, if their volumes aren't going to be up, they're going to have to target specific loads in order to make that money back another way.
Well, we're at our time, so we'll come back for the panel. Steve.
If you are watching this live, I'm John Cantera, the Double Broker Bounty Hunter and chairman of the Freight Fraud Task Force. We are live streaming the FreightWaves Freight Fraud Symposium live out of Cleveland. The sessions that are being listed as confidential are the joint panels. So the speakers that are taking part prior to those panels, their individual presentations are going to be shown here. However, the panel that they're all participating in, which is about 20 minutes long, will not. Sorry to say. But what we will be doing for the task force is we are going to be sectioning off each segment of the symposium and reposting them on LinkedIn and our YouTube page. Please be sure to like and subscribe so you can see those when we release it. We will also work on summaries for anyone who is interested. If you're watching this, I will be watching this live throughout. So if you have any specific questions about a specific topic, mention it in the comments and I'll be happy to respond and we can go from there. In the meantime, we'll be back in about 15 minutes. So grab some coffee and enjoy. Well, they should be starting back up any minute now. I imagine the break that they're on is probably running a little long. Um, so as soon as they come off break, I'm sure it will go live again. There are about 5 speakers in this next run before they go to their lunch break. So hang tight, and we will see the live stream kick back off again. Again, if you have comments that are questions you need to ask, I'm happy to answer them. Just post them in the comment section and I will respond there. If any of you are looking at the itinerary for the symposium, they are currently on break. So clearly they're late getting back from break. I'm guessing the panel discussion ran a few minutes long. Next up is going to be the missing role in fraud prevention with Phil Brink, who's the head of fraud media and education at FreightWaves, followed by a Sonar Spotlight with Will Hopping, the chief product and technology officer at Sonar. Is a industry highlight called the United Front, led by Dale Prax, strategic freight fraud advisor for Truckstop and senior advisor here at the Freight Fraud Task Force. Next, then, would be Does the Truck Match the Story with Enterprise Account Executive at Genlogs, Chris Forrest. Then there's a fireside chat, No Trust, No Network, with Travis Ryan, founder and CEO of Carrier One, and Brad, I'm going to butcher this, Ganane, Chief Revenue Officer at Sonar. Lastly, before lunch will be Why Fraud and Risk Prevention Requires a Layered Strategy with Andrew Wimmer, VP of Strategic Operations at Descartes. That is the current lineup before they go to lunch. So stay tuned. Okay, here we go. They're coming back.
All right, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. So we're all finding our seats. Hey, thank y'all for those that got back at 11:20. Like, I really appreciate it. It's it's hard sticking to schedule with things, and specifically events like this where there's a lot of good conversations taking place. So with that being said, we are now going to have an announcement about the missing role in fraud prevention. So I want to welcome back now the head of fraud, media, and education. Just heard from him, Mr. Phil Brink.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. So as you know, my name is Phil Brink, head of fraud, media, and education here at FreightWaves. And we're in the process of launching a program called the CFCO, the Certified Fraud Compliance Officer. And what this course does, it brings a compliance mindset into freight operations. I walk around this room and there's plenty of tech, plenty of tools, ID verifications, GPS, you name it. We have not made any mistakes building the tech. The place we've missed is education. Over 50% of brokers and carriers are doing zero verifying or vetting of their counterparts. So with that being said, this situation is only bound to get worse before it gets better. So we started looking at financial institutions and how they manage compliance officers. And we felt, well, the trucking industry would be a perfect set for a certified fraud compliance officer. So that's what we've built. It's built around three main ideas: awareness, process, got to have a good process, and decision-making. With those three, we believe that you can now function alongside the technology, not just with the technology waiting for a red flag or an alert. Because look, fraud doesn't always give an alert. It doesn't always say, hey, look at me. So you have to know what you're doing, and you have to have a repeatable process. And again, the goal is not to turn someone into an investigator. It's more or less trying to train someone to follow a consistent process. Because look, at the end of the day, fraud doesn't beat smart people. It beats inconsistent processes. I'll be walking around here for the rest of the day. If anybody's a little bit more concerned about the CFCO program and how it can help mitigate risk inside your organization, let's have a conversation. Thanks, guys.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Will Hopping, and I lead product and technology operations at Sonar. And so I want to take a few minutes today and show you all a couple of older features and a couple of newer features that I think you all might find interesting, given just what a wild year we are having from a data side. So the key takeaway that I kind of want everyone to walk away with from today is you need data in order to make decisions, especially in a market like this. Understanding what is causing market fluctuations, understanding how market fluctuations impact your business is going to put you ahead of the curve when it comes to making strategic decisions. So with that, let's dive in. What I have up on the screen right now is our Truckload National Insights page. This came out about a year and a half ago, and it is just a national level overview of the current truckload market conditions in the United States. You can break this out by van and reefer, but given kind of that the truckload space is probably what is most interesting right now in the global supply chain, I wanted to start with this one. So we have kind of three of the most important headline numbers right up there at the top. The current tender rejection rate. This is an indicator of available capacity. It's the percentage of tenders that carriers are turning down on a weekly basis. We are almost up at 16% right now. That has been really skyrocketing over the last couple of weeks as well. Demand is increasing, and fuel is nearly at $5.60 per gallon. Aside from the numbers here, we have some actionable insights. So if you want to say, hey, what do these numbers mean? Well, it means that we're in a very, very tight market. It means that there's an increase in rejections that's putting upward pressure on rates. And so, talking kind of on the rate side of things as well, we've got information on spot rates and contract rates. Spot rates certainly have been the recent story, increasing from $2.84 a mile in March up to $3.08 in April, and now we are at $3.49 a mile. I think our daily value hit 261 or 361 a few days ago as well, which is almost an all-time high. Contract rates have also been increasing. We're nearing a 52-week high. We're not quite there yet, but if you want to see that trend over time, those have been moving up since about September of last year. And that's not going to stop given the pressure that spot rates are putting on the contract market. So jumping back to that dashboard, even near term, down here in the bottom left, we have our spot market conditions. This is a map that shows how rates are increasing or decreasing over the last 4 days. Blue is increase, red is decrease. There is not one speck of red on this map. It is very rare that we see these all blue conditions, but you can see this on the national level in the chart in the lower right, where we can see our national truckload index, which is the average spot rate, and tender rejections as well, and how those have really, really shot up over the last week or so. So why are these things happening? There are a number of reasons. In the last week or so, I would say that one big impact on spot rates is one that we see every year, which is the DOT blitz and inspections and things like that. And so in the last week or so, we have released our carrier safety dashboard, which digs into the publicly available FMCSA data and reports both high level as well as granular metrics on crash information, carriers and census data, and inspection reports. And so I want to drill down into inspections, especially right now. We can see that if we jump into basically just inspection week, 52,000 inspections conducted, 11,000 trucks taken out of service. And this is a pretty big increase over the last week or so. If we jump kind of back to see the last 2 weeks, you can see this line here. Each bar in the day is your number of inspections per day, and the lines show the number of violations found. Red is out of service findings. Yellow is going to be total violations. But this can be really helpful in understanding, okay, how is compliance working right now? How are violations being tracked and how are they changing over time? You can dig in further, seeing violations or inspections by state and what types of inspections are being done based on the time frame you choose. You can see where trucks are being taken out of service. And you can drill down even into specific inspections. We have information on hazmat inspections and violations, as well as all out of service inspections and violations, and what specific codes were violated in each one. So the last thing that I want to cover today, again, is inspection week is not the only thing driving the market conditions that we're seeing right now. Really, since the beginning of the year, we've seen a pretty huge, I guess, decrease in capacity, big tightening of capacity, an increase in demand. And so we want to talk about kind of what's driving that. And some of that comes through in the numbers, but generally it's stories. And while Sonar has done research in the past, a couple of weeks ago, we released our Sonar Sit Reps, which is in-depth research done by our market experts that covers trends, disruptions, and other economic forces impacting the supply chain and the trucking industry. Right now, I think we have about 14 detailed research reports out. We've got about 20 written. We're going to be working on publishing multiple just about every week going forward. But getting back to that, okay, what is impacting the market right now? Well, why did we see such a huge increase in volume and such an increase in rates early in the year? It was the flatbed sector. What's been driving that? Honestly, one of the biggest impacts that we've been able to find based on our research is AI. And AI is not just impacting this industry because we're utilizing more of that technology. it is impacting it in real truckloads that are being moved throughout the US every day. Up until recently, the largest infrastructure projects that our country's ever undertaken were the interstate highway system that took about 35 years to build and cost us about $18 billion. The FDR New Deal infrastructure investments over 6 years, $167 billion. We are expecting AI data centers spending to be about $658 billion a year over the next 6 years. This is going to involve a massive amount of freight moving throughout the US, especially flatbed, though other modes will be impacted as well. And this isn't even, the entirety of what's moving, but this is what's leading to a really huge increase. So not only do we have kind of a dashboard that gives you a nice overview of, our key findings, but you can also download a PDF report if you want to take a truly deep dive and understanding, where are the numbers coming from, how is this impacting both the industry as a whole, and how can I take advantage of, these changes that we're seeing. If I jump back over to Sonar. As I mentioned, we've got a large number of reports coming out. Some other ones that have been really popular thus far are the impact of the Iran war on freight, the defense industrial build-out. We also take deep dives into some more evergreen material, customer pickup, Mexico nearshoring, and then, of course, most recently, Q1 earnings came out, and so we did a deep dive in kind of the sentiment that executives across the board in the space are feeling. And then this past week, we released a report on broker liability in the wake of the Montgomery decision and how that's impacting the market as a whole. So I want to leave you all with that. Really, thank you all for the time. It's I'm able to show a couple of recent things that we've done at Sonar. And if there's any research that you all are interested in, we are constantly looking for topics. So are there things that impact your business, questions you have that you think others would benefit from? We would really love to hear those. So thank you all.
It's a great presentation, Will. Thank you so much. All right, and this guy needs no introduction, but I'm going to do it anyway because he's representing, of course, Freight Validate, as well as Truck Stop, one of the best voices, I think, in freight right now, Mr. Dale Prax.
Well, we're at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and I'm here with Michael Caney, so I'm going to copy him and use a music stand. I haven't had a lot of time to put together any presentations. You aren't going to see any slides because this is about a conversation we had just a week ago today in Washington, D.C. And one thing I always want to say, I post a lot on LinkedIn. You'll probably follow me. I can't wait to post tomorrow that says I performed at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. So I'm looking forward to that. As everybody knows, there's the amount of vetting platforms has grown in the last 5 years tremendously. We've seen a lot of folks come into the vetting and onboarding platforms. We're seeing more come in now than we have before. And the reason that started, I think, is that the FMCSA wasn't doing any vetting. For years, they weren't doing any vetting. As a matter of fact, on August 23rd, 2013, in the Federal Register, it said, that was when they started the UCR, $360 million project to come up with the unified carrier registration system. It said in there that the FMCSA is required or responsible to vet all motor carriers. But anybody that looks at the Federal Register would know they have footnotes. Footnote 68 in 2013 said, while the FMCSA is required or has the ability to vet all motor carriers, footnote 68 said, but currently are only vetting household goods and passenger carriers. So for a long time, we weren't vetting anybody. So that caused us to come into business. So while that was all happening and these vetting platforms coming along, we saw more vetting platforms. We saw fraud increase at the same time. And so that led me to believe that probably the fraudsters are getting in the gaps between those vetting platforms. So about 3 years ago, I said, we probably should stop fighting each other and start fighting the problem. All the vetting platforms should really kind of come together, not to share trade secrets or customer lists, but share some of the intel. If he's a bad guy on one platform, likely should be a bad guy on another platform, because otherwise the guys fall through the gaps. And I spent 20 years in the Marine Corps, so I look at this analogy. There's Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard. They all fight a war. During peacetime, they're kind of rivals. That's how I look at the vetting platforms. During peacetime, we can give each other, a little bit of crap here and there, but we're at war. And so I think all these agencies got to come together. So about 3 years ago, I brought that up. I brought it up again on Malcolm's show in December on What the Truck. And then later in December, I had a meeting in Jacksonville, Florida, with the new administrator. He just come in, Derek Bars. Some people were saying that was a dumb idea, fine line between competition and collaboration. So Dale's dumb idea, when I presented to Derek Bars at that meeting with some vetting platforms in the audience, he thought it was a great idea. So now everybody else thought it was a great idea. So that's kind of cool. So he said, as a matter of fact, I want to bring you to Washington, D.C. with these other platforms, but I want the FMCSA to be involved in it. So last Wednesday, we went to Washington, D.C., and there were 8 vetting platforms. You can see who they are here. The Banner Report, we had Scott Cornell there from TAP also. We had GenLogs, Verified Carrier, Highway, Descartes, Truck Stop, Freight Validate. We all got to sit around a table and share some ideas. One of the things that I thought was important about having the FMCSA leadership and their subject matter experts is that we all think that if it's a bad carrier, why doesn't the FMCSA just put them out of business, right? Why don't they just put them out of service? But as Jesse mentioned, there's due diligence, there's show cause orders, all those kind of things. And I think Mike Caney was right when he said today when we were talking, we have to start policing ourselves. We have to understand the limitations of the FMCSA, and they have to understand our capabilities. We have to come somewhere in the middle. We can put a company, do not use, recommend more vetting, risk assessments. So I think we have to take advantage of that. And that's what that meeting did. We talked to the attorneys there. I got an email on Monday after our meeting saying that the agency learned a lot from us. I wish they started listening to us in the last administration, maybe one before that. But we're really seeing the agency listening to the industry. We got it, and I think Jesse brought up a few times that we've got to start giving information from them, taking information back from them. Let's see, I don't have any slides, so I'm gonna go to this. We also, while we were up there, met with some members of Congress. We met with Senator Grassley's office. We met with Senator Cotton's office. And I don't know if anybody knows, but there are currently 23 bills on the floor in the House and Senate that are specific to trucking. 2 of those bills, we talk about SCOTUS a lot. It's kind of refreshing. I go to a lot of these events, and for the last 2 years, everybody talked about AI. Thank goodness we're talking about something different for a couple of weeks, talking about SCOTUS. But there are 2 bills on the floor right now that were introduced well before the SCOTUS ruling came out, and they were both preparing for that ruling. Of course, the court's job is to interpret what the law says. If Congress doesn't agree with it, they change the law. So the 2 bills on the floor right now, one was introduced by a representative from Minnesota that says the brokers should only have to understand their license, authorized, insured, and that's kind of it. The other one says, on the other end of the spectrum, says that they should be penalized up to 10% of the cost of the cargo in the truck. So that tells me that we all maybe have disagreements. The Supreme Court had a 9-0, ruling, but that tells me Congress is even split on it. So I think that we all have a responsibility and the ability to reach out to our senators and tell them what you feel. They listened to us a lot while we were there. One I was impressed by, we had a meeting with Scott Cornell, and some others were with me with Senator Grassley's office. And we encouraged him to join Senator Cotton on a bill about DOD. Yeah, there you go. I should have got this earlier. DOD, there's a lot of fraud in the DOD, who they're giving freight to. And so we encouraged him to hook up with Senator Cotton's office and co-sponsor a bill. And on Monday, I got a call that he did that. So he's on that bill. That tells me that they're listening to us. So I got 2 minutes and 43 seconds left. And we are running a little behind than we had scheduled. So if anybody has a question, I'm open for it, or I'm available out here, and I'm a lot less nervous out there than here. That means I covered everything.
That means you covered your bases. Y'all give it up for Dale, man. Oh, God. Oh, God. All right, y'all. This next presentation, we just talked about GenLogs again in Dale's presentation, but representing GenLogs is Mr. Chris Forrest. And Chris is going to be talking about, does the truck match the story? All right. So again, does the truck match the story? Y'all, please welcome Chris to the stage.
Thanks, Malcolm. Good day. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chris Forrest. I'm a seller for GenLogs. And my journey to this space is a little unique, a little weird. I didn't start in the freight space. I actually started as an intelligence officer. So I spent over 10 years as a CIA case officer. We also say operations officer, focused in places like Africa, Europe, and the Middle East, and working on a myriad of issues. And the question I get the most from people when I'm talking about GenLogs is, how the heck did you end up in freight? When I read into it, what I'm really hearing is, what the heck do you know about freight? What GenLogs knows is that there is a gaping hole in the industry to the tune of billions of dollars. Now, I know Scott's in here. He hit me last time I did this presentation. And he said the $35 billion, it's too much. I think we can all agree that regardless of what that number is, it's $1 too much. It's dollars going to the criminals' pockets and not to the pockets that it needs to go into. And now at GenLogs, we also know how to track things. We can track a truck by a trailer number or a cab number or a license plate or a DOT or an MC, even a logo. And we also know that a lot of the issues we're seeing in this space look similar to our old life. Let's take a place like Africa or the Middle East, where you have corrupt organizations. Sometimes it's a syndicate, sometimes it's a lone wolf. Money's going in the wrong direction. And Washington is just trying to figure out how bad it actually is. So kudos to them for that. Now, does anyone know who this is? This is Stefan Breitweiser. He is the greatest art thief you have never heard of. Stefan, between 6 years, he took 139 pieces of artwork from 172 galleries, auction houses, museums, you name it. And his theft is estimated to be somewhere between $1.4 to $2 billion with a B. Now, how do you do it? Well, he would walk into a gallery, he'd see a painting that he liked, he'd make sure no one was looking, he'd take a razor out of his pocket, he would cut around the frame, roll it up, stuff it in his pants, and walk out. He did the same thing for statues. If you saw a statue on a table, he'd grab it, he'd put it under his jacket, and he would just leave. Because art galleries are notorious for lax and bad security. Did you know that the Louvre, the security system, the internal surveillance system, the password for that system was Louvre? Or did you know that at the Louvre, only 40% of the museum, 40% was actually under surveillance. The other 60% was no man's land. Now, I know there's someone right now thinking well, this is an art. This is a freight fraud symposium. This is not an art symposium. Why does this even matter? I'm up here because I have a hot take. And the hot take is that I think we are being misled. Not intentionally, not maliciously, but I think we are being told that to rob a museum, we need to look like this on the left. Catherine Zeta-Jones and the movie Entrapment, it's a great film. We need to be able to dodge lasers, to use foreign language, to use our good looks, guile, to con a art gallery or guard, to steal the Monet. That's how we get the painting. We've also been told that the people, most of the people robbing this industry look like this guy. This is a hacker. He is using a sophisticated VPN technology to obfuscate his locations. He's doing social engineering, phishing, spoofing, you name it. He's doing all of it. That's who's robbing the industry. That's who's taking money out of your pockets. Now, I don't want to downplay the fact that people are being hacked. Michael talked about that. They've done deep dives. They find that there are people out there who are sophisticated who can do it. I think the myth is that the most of the people look like this, when in reality, what we see is they look like this. Louvre heist. 5 individuals walked into the Louvre and stole $100 million in jewels. And how did they do it? Well, they stole a bucket truck. They drove the bucket truck up to the side of the museum. They went to the 2nd floor. They walked in. They climbed in the balcony. There were people in the museum. This is during broad daylight hours. They walked over to a case. They took their hammer. They smashed it. They grabbed all the jewels they could, and they walked out. They walked back out to the balcony. They took the basket back down to street level, and they got away on scooters. The greatest art heist of our entire generation was executed by guys who created a plan that I'm pretty sure my 9-year-old daughter could have come up with. And then there's this guy. We all recognize him, right? It went viral on, I think, Freight Waves, Freight Caviar. I mean, how brazen is this dude to change his placard in broad daylight? We got it on camera. And I know that there's probably people in this room who incorrectly saw this and said, well, after saying like, God, thank God that's not me. Hopefully that's not my load. Probably saw this and thought, well, this is the guy that's hitting the mid-markets. This is who's hitting the smaller brokerages. There's no way this guy is the one who took $500,000 in Lululemon 7 months ago. Or there's no way he's the one who took the $2 million in iPhones 8 months ago. And absolutely no way that he's the one who stole $20 million in Blade servers, 1 pallet 2 weeks ago. But the truth is, it's just not true. When we see theft on the road from those sophisticated actors, it looks like this. This is not AI. This is not a Google image. This is one of the 15 million images we get per day from cameras that we own, that we've installed around the country. And we talk to people who get robbed. They reach out to us. We're not customers. They say, hey, I lost a load. I look it up. More often than not, the thieves look like some variation of this. Now, someone's probably saying right now, this is an oversimplification of a really complex issue. Same truck, 4 different placards. Now, this isn't the same truck in the previous slide. This is a new criminal, but he used the same truck with 4 different placards, worst tape job in the history of freight, and robbed who knows how many people. Or even this guy, same truck, 6 different placards. We literally Forrest Gumped our way into this chameleon carrier by finding them on the road. This is what we see on the road. This is who's robbing us. This is who now is possibly legally responsible for a brokerage being liably held in the court of law if this guy kills someone. And I bet you, I can see some people pointing, I bet someone recognizes some names up here. So this is our reality. This is what we're seeing. This is the world that we live in. Is it effective? Yes. Is it sophisticated? I don't know if it is. So when someone books a load using a tool that's overly reliant on FMCSA data, we just heard this morning that it's not being updated as much as it should, or how much of it's being ingested into these various systems. If they're reliant on ELD data, we just heard how they can be manipulated. They booked the load for, let's say, a $250,000 copper load on a lane that they can't confirm if the driver is actually on that lane going between those 2 points or dots on the map. They can't confirm if the driver actually has the equipment type they've committed to run. And they may not even be able to confirm if the driver has been on the road, maybe since an inspection that happened 2 or 3 weeks ago. With GenLogs, we can see that. So it comes back to this. Does the digital footprint match the physical footprint? We can have all of the digital signals in the world, tracking all of the trucks that move around the United States. But if we can't see the bucket truck rolling up to the 2nd story of the Louvre, or if you can't see that the carrier you just booked is running a taped on placard, and they also ran under multiple other MCs, and they're also not even in the area of the country that you need them to be on, you're flying blind. So that is what GenLogs allows us to do. It allows us to see who we're working with, where they move, what types of equipment they have, and if we can trust them. Thank you.
Yes.
That was a great presentation.
Thanks so much.
Of course, of course, of course. That was an awesome one, awesome. So now we are going to transition into a fireside chat. All right, got a few more before a great lunch, so stay with us right now. So it is going to be with the founder and CEO of Carrier One, Mr. Travis Ryan, and then of course representing Sonar, Brad Ganane. And the topic of this is going to be no trust, no network, the missing layer between brokers and carriers. Y'all give it up for Travis and Brad. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Good morning.
Good
How we
morning.
doing? Good to see you.
You as well.
Thanks for coming all the way in from Phoenix.
Yes, sir.
I'm excited to talk to you about our topic today. I think we've seen, we've heard a lot of different information today, and I think we've talked a lot about fraud, right? And I think a lot of people look at it as fraud is the problem. Fraud is the issue. And, when you and I were preparing for this chat, we talked a lot about all of the different aspects of a transaction and the relationship between all the parties that allow for risk, that allow for, all of the things to happen to create fraud. And, one of the things that came about, and I'll let you kind of kick us off here, is why does that not happen when shippers are tendering loads?
Right. So we used to talk about, like 10 years ago, I used to kind of bash on EDI. And now you look at it today, it's like EDI is the most trusted transaction that there is between a shipper and a carrier, asset-based carrier, and largely between a shipper and a broker. Like there's a cost to set it up. There's a known transaction layer. There's a schema. And there's pass and catch. It's a constant communication. So if you think about, shipper to carrier direct fraud, we've got a 400 truck fleet in our system. And we look at the loads coming in from shippers. It's all automated. There's no touch points. They also have loads coming in from brokers, which come in from a rate confirmation, have to be manually created. So once that, there's a non-digital tender, you immediately open yourself up for risk. But if you think about EDI, it goes back to I think the 204s from like the 1960s when it became prevalent. And what we're seeing is that there hasn't been a new form of EDI, I guess you could say, for the broker to carrier transaction. And a broker to carrier, and I'm going to use some generalities here. The majority of broker to carrier transactions, let's say, happen with the guys that are the small fleets, right? The guys under, 95% under 10 trucks, whatever that is. And they have to, every one of those transactions has to rebuild trust from scratch, right? Like Kenny talked about earlier today, like carrier can be bookable in the morning, not bookable in the afternoon. And so every single transaction, so think about the risk involved with every transaction with every one of your core carrier base, who could be a different carrier today, different carrier tomorrow in a different lane, is rebuilt. And so that opens up so much of an opportunity for risk, because there is no secure layer for people to be able to do business with, right?
Yep.
And go ahead.
I was going to say, but it's not like the technology doesn't exist though. And it's not like going back to your EDI comment and the cost to set up and some of those layers, it's not like it is so overly cost prohibitive for a small carrier to have a free or low cost.
But
TMS.
It's cost prohibitive if you think about the 17,000 brokers, I've heard 400,000 carriers, 500,000 carriers, someone said 750,000 carriers today. It'd be physically impossible for every broker to go and connect to every carrier, even if every carrier had a technology system. I think that there hasn't been a neutral playing field or a way for people to be able to set that integration. And no 5-truck fleet is going to go out and be able to integrate EDI with every single one of their providers, right? And so EDI is I think it's a metaphor, but it's a realistic one for the amount of freight, $800 billion in freight. The majority of that is EDI, right? The majority of that doesn't have fraud because it's a trusted partner. Now the carrier has fraud issues to deal with when they're working with the shipper, if they're on with theft and burglary. We've seen crazy things happen with once the load is actually secured by a good carrier. The other thing is I feel that, we talk about trust, it goes both ways. And I think we talk a lot about the carriers today. I think carriers don't trust the brokers as well. Not every broker, but we've seen the stories of loads being posted 7, 8 9 different ways on load boards. We've seen, I've been a broker, you don't always have the information, you always give the information. So the trust really is a two-way mechanism, right? And so for a broker to be able to be trusted, clearly there's reputation, there's payment terms, there's all those things, but it's a transparency at that transaction level. And so if you think about, when a carrier gets thank goodness for Highway making a secure email, right, which is great, but the carrier still has to take that rate confirmation and do something with it. They've got to enter it into a system. They have to get that data to a driver. They have to and so the risk then becomes the data degradation that can happen from a piece of paper into an operating system, right? And with the 400,000 plus trucking companies that are out there that are doing that, it opens up the door for bad actors to come in and just savagely take advantage of this system.
But going back, I just want to challenge it a little bit, like going back to the technology that's available.
Sure. Okay. I love
Sorry,
where you're going. I love where you're going. Keep going.
I mean, there you have, almost everyone has an iPhone. I mean, everyone has the friend that maybe has the green text here and there, but
yes,
you know,
I know.
almost
We all
everyone
know those people.
has something that they can receive, or they have their ELD downloaded, which is also available on non-iOS.
But all of the workflows that exist today were there before smartphones, Brad. They're all there isn't like a workflow that existed before smartphones out there. I'm emailing a confirmation. I'm negotiating over the phone. Like some companies have, you go online and book. We talk to brokers. We've seen in the market brokers that in a large scale between 15% digital bookings. The highest we've ever heard of is 65% digital bookings. The cost and the infrastructure needed to go to that level of digital bookings is outrageous. There's a tremendous amount of systems clearly that have to work. And then there's still this thought of, are my people better negotiating over the phone? Am I going to get a better rate? Right. Sure. And then it's like, well, is my rate, am I getting a better rate difference than the cost to be able to manage that? And so that was really the genesis of what we wanted to do at Carrier One, was build that transaction layer that would enable brokers and carriers to be able to work together, because someone has to do this, right? I mean, I think we've got great companies that have been like, if you think about the impact of Highway and Genlogs and some of the companies, and I say that pretty much every time I come about, I've had a great impact, but I still view this need for a common form of standardized data that is trusted and secure, that's free for carriers, because you're not going to get 474,000 carriers to go sign up for a system that costs a bunch of money, even if there was a magic connection into the brokers. Would you agree?
Yeah, no, I would agree. I mean, I think we talked about how, how consumer transactions, like you and I can buy a $7, I don't know, whatever product, and there's more trust and security around a $7 product that you can return as well. You don't even have to keep it,
right?
Versus a couple $100,000 load. And so I think, to continue on, I didn't think I was going to, challenge you and disagree with you. I thought we were going to be on the same page here, but to continue my path of challenging you, what has to change? Like, the technology's there. I think it's gotten to a place where it is not cost prohibitive in a lot of instances. So, like, what needs to tip over?
I think the philosophy has to change at the broker level to no longer
like from who, like who, what philosophy?
If you are I'm getting there. The manual process philosophy. Trust me, this is like what I care most about. If you think about the way that the world works today, it's been a byproduct of what people have allowed other people to do. We take loads over phone calls. We post loads that aren't real. We have carriers that, may or may not provide accurate information. We've got 500 different ELD providers. You've got 1,000 different ways to track. Mike talked about a dot on a map. There's all of this ways. The philosophy that we see is that the transaction itself needs to change. It will create a closer glue to the carrier and the broker, but it has to be a philosophical change, because if you're a broker today and you go, I don't know, 10 years ago, there were no digital bookings, right? The Book It Now feature, but you've got 17,000 brokers. Let's just talk about the top 100. We talked about this in Charlotte. Most of them have their own TMS silo, right? And then so there's all these silos. So everybody's doing things their own way. They're doing the exact same thing. They have a carrier portal. They've got a tendering mechanism. They've got emails. They've got tracking tools. They all are doing it differently. So as a carrier who works with these guys, know how hard it is for me to go and participate appropriately with every single system and follow this guy's rule and this guy's rule. And they want to do it. I truly believe the carriers want to be able to do that, but it's so hard because there's so many of them. They're not tech enabled or tech forward necessarily. They do what the federal government complies and requires them to, hopefully. And so they're out there looking at it, and I look at it from their perspective, right? They look at it, this world is where I want to make my broker or my shipper happy, but it is so hard because I'm spending all day updating things. Think about that. And so then you look at the brokerage space, what's happened over the years is the brokers are now, I feel the brokers are doing the job of the carrier, right? They're calling, they're getting status updates, they're getting tracking updates, they're getting loaded updates. Those are the things that carriers should be doing, but the carriers instead spending their time making the updates. And so you've got two people that really want to be successful, but we don't see a platform that's evolved for them to be able to connect into that, because the work should all be automated. I mean, it's 2026. This is, everybody's got an ELD. There's integrations, there's amazing tracking locate, like there's services. The transaction itself has all of the pieces to automate the transaction. And we've seen one broker get to 65%, huge broker, right? But their cost and their burden and the repeatability of that across the other brokerages, we see to be very challenging. And so for really what we want to see happen in the industry is really a connective tissue that enables any small trucking company to be able to opt into something where they can work with all of their partners, right? Kind of like how Shopify works. You talked about Shopify when we're buying something. Think about how Shopify, it's free for the people who have the stores to be able to at least post, or the people can go and search it. You never know. Like everybody here buys things at Shopify all the time. They don't know that, right? It's this invisible, powerful layer that has changed the way that e-commerce works. There's WooCommerce and some others. I think Shopify is by far the most powerful. And what they did is they created this interaction level where everybody can list their, like think about trucks being orders, demand being loads, and inventory being bookable, and all these things being able to be done through a single platform. And that's really our goal at Carrier One, is having this product that we call the Vault, which is that layer. It's free for carriers. It has to be free. We have to make this, be able to book, but really fraud, everybody here is right with what they're saying, but I feel that we're missing the delivery mechanism and the data security mechanism that exists. Otherwise, we'll be doing the way that we've done things for a long time. And the repeatability and the sustainability of that, I think, is what has enabled the bad actors to just be rampant because the system's built for it.
Yep. No, things need to change. And I know we're out of time, so before we get booed off stage, come talk to Travis. They're doing some really cool stuff at Carrier One. And thank you for your time.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys. Awesome. All right, guys, we are a presentation, a fireside chat, as well as a Q&A away from lunch, and I'm going to help us get there, all right? All right, cool. So with that, coming up now is Andrew Weimer. He is a VP of Strategic Operations at Descartes, and he will be speaking on why fraud and risk prevention requires a layered strategy. Y'all give it up for Andrew.
All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Andrew Weimer. Like Malcolm said, I am the VP of Operations at Descartes, responsible for transportation management suite of products. That includes both MacroPoint and my carrier portal. Today, I am here to talk, as he mentioned, about the layered defense when it comes to risk mitigation, as well as fraud prevention. Fraud has really shifted from physical threat to digital deception. Fraudsters are adapting much faster, using technology much more effectively to exploit these legitimate supply chain workflows. So I want to talk about how top brokers, shippers are utilizing this layered defense to help protect themselves. I don't think this number is surprising to most people in the room, but if it is, industry experts have now placed cargo theft losses approaching $6.8 billion, and it's becoming much more sophisticated and much more organized. Crime groups are using cyber-enabled fraud tools like identity impersonation, shipment diversion, operational deception to really target higher value freight and get into more sophisticated networks and protection that our customers have. Yes, industry controls have improved. Carrier vetting has improved. Identity checks have improved. Insurance validation verifications improved. But criminals now are working around those different mechanisms and those different tools instead of directly through them like they've traditionally done before. So fraud is now no longer limited to just onboarding and vetting. Threats are evolving around those traditional checkpoints, and we have to really be paying attention and cognizant to that shift, and that is a major shift into how we protect ourselves. So, what's exactly changed? I think there's really two different areas. The first is the AI credential theft and AI-assisted integrations that fraudsters have now implemented. So think about like phishing, malware being deployed across different systems, TMSs, ELDs, credential harvesting with getting in and access to FMCSA or different databases, AI generated impersonation tactics. Like I think we've all received different phone calls from an AI agent. They're impersonating legitimate carriers, legitimate drivers, and they're compromising real business identities. Communication seems legit. We talk to these carriers, we talk to the dispatchers, we talk to the drivers. The email domains that we receive are legit. The operating authorities that we vet and monitor are legit. But once these fraudsters are on the inside, They're then able to operate the business on behalf of the carrier. They can accept the tenders. They can reroute the shipments. They can manipulate the tracking data. They can manipulate the post-delivery invoicing, factoring workflows as well. The second major shift, and this has been talked about already this morning as well, is the purchasing of legitimate authorities. Real MC numbers, real operating histories, things that pass traditional vetting platforms and traditional vetting workflows. I think that's a key industry shift that everyone needs to think about and be cognizant of. Passing vetting no longer means shipment security. Fraud now targets those operational processes, the tendering process, the dispatching process, the communication process in transit, the tracking, the delivery, the final execution, and our defenses must evolve as those tactics evolve. So how do we evolve? The answer is not abandoning vetting. The answer is expanding that strategy. For years, the industry has really focused heavily on those pre-tender controls, and I think rightfully so. Those are still foundational to protecting fraud. But fraud today needs continuity. It needs continuity that extends past onboarding, extending past vetting throughout the whole shipment lifecycle, from pickup to in transit to delivery to invoicing, factoring. In other words, risk management can't stop once the load's covered, because increasingly risk is now traveling throughout the entire shipment lifecycle. So this gets into the layered concept here. The first layer of defense is obviously keeping the bad actors out before the freight is assigned. Strong vetting still is the biggest exposure reduction tool. That vetting includes, I'm not going to list off everything here, but vetting includes, identity validation, insurance verification, authority reviews, VIN, location validation. Hey, is that truck associated to that carrier? Is that truck at the location where my shipment's actually picking up? Is it on that carrier's insurance? What does their tracking history look like? I have a load that's picking up in the Southeast, but this carrier only hauls in California. Like, what's going on there? And brokers and shippers now can connect the signals more intelligently by comparing different equipment profiles, making sure that the trucks are associated to the appropriate carrier. Are they overbooked on capacity? They have 10 trucks in their fleet and they have 20 loads that are assigned for tracking in MacroPoint as an example. And I think a key mindset shift here is that even with successful onboarding and monitoring, it still does not guarantee shipment security later in the life cycle of the load. And that's where post-tender monitoring comes into play as the second critical layer of defense. Once the freight is starting to move, the question shifts from, did the carrier pass vetting, to now is the shipment acting normally while it's in transit? Fraud can pass every traditional checkpoint and still appear normal on the surface. Spoof tracking, may show normal movement while it's going, across the journey in transit on the shipment, but underlying data underneath is unrealistic, it's inaccurate, it's manipulated, and that's not limited to just mobile app tracking or cell phone tracking. That's also ELD tracking too. It can easily be manipulated. And a growing concern, something that came out of TIA, which I think a lot of you here were at, is this concern of insiders or quote unquote moles at carriers, within legitimate carrier operations. In these cases, the carrier, the authority, the onboarding, the equipment associated to that carrier is all legitimate, but then the risk emerges when the dispatcher or the driver is compromised and then controls and manipulates the shipment while it's en route. Those warning signals, some are listed up here right now, include route deviation. It's supposed to be going from Cleveland to Chicago and for some reason going south, unusual stops, unusual communication patterns, inconsistent or odd tracking, or just simply a quiet shipment redirection. So that behavioral monitoring becomes essential because fraud now is increasingly escalating and happening more once that shipment's already in motion. When multiple behavior signals then stack on top of each other, the brokers and the shippers then gain the opportunity to intervene earlier. And when you can intervene earlier, that's when you can prevent fraud, not when it's too late and you're finding out several days down the road. So really now, visibility data is less about being operational and is really becoming a security signal within the business. So when we take a look at the scale of these patterns operationally, these numbers are very significant. MacroPoint, we launched a product or a feature, I should say, called Fraud Guard about 1.5 years ago. And since that launch, we have now flagged over 62,000 shipments for potential fraudulent activity. On those shipments and across our network, we've also flagged nearly almost 1 million spoofed or manipulated location updates throughout transit from our customers. And our customers have sent us almost 320,000 shipments to attempt tracking with a VoIP phone number. Now, it's an important point here is that not every alert is a guaranteed fraudulent activity. The important point is that the signal creates visibility into suspicious operational behavior that previously may have gone unnoticed. And that reflects a bigger, broader industry evolution. Visibility platforms, like I said before, are increasingly becoming a security signal and a risk management platform, and less about just managing the tracking on a shipment. Because once that shipment disappears, the recovery of that shipment is near impossible. And I think most of you have experienced that if you've experienced cargo theft. So something else that we've introduced, it's not listed on the slide though, is that we've also introduced with MacroPoint a concept that we're calling ELD+, which is taking our 2 million driver app network on the MacroPoint for Truckers app and combining it with our expanded ELD network so we track multiple data sources on a single shipment so that we can see, hey, maybe the carrier is trying to manipulate or the fraudster is trying to manipulate the mobile app tracking, but we also have a secondary fail-safe or failed over tracking and data source with the ELD so we can say, hey, are they actually traveling together or are they manipulating both, or is one going one direction, one going another direction, and we should actually engage with them. So in today's market, and just to wrap this up because I'm almost out of time, risk does not end post-tender. It travels throughout the life cycle of the load. The strongest fraud prevention tool is not choosing between vetting and visibility, it's connecting the two. Layer 1 reduces the exposure pre-tender. Layer 2 protects that freight while it's in motion. Together, those layers create continuity across the entire shipment life cycle, and that continuity matters because that in the threat environment, it's no longer static on the front end or in the back end. So the brokers and the shippers who implement the layered strategy are the ones best protected when it comes to freight fraud. And I appreciate your time.
Up here. Thank you very much. And I'll invite Travis and Chris over as well. I'm going to make sure the chairs are safe to sit in before we sit down. All right, thank you very much. If you all want to grab a seat. So first off, thank you all so much for being here today and for sharing your thoughts on fraud with us. Andrew, you just kind of dug into this, so I'll maybe gear this first question more towards Chris and Travis. So we're about a year out, I think, from our first freight fraud symposium. What have been the biggest changes since then over the last year, and how well is the technology keeping up with it?
60 minutes, probably. I don't know. Like the visibility to America, to the American public would be my get. Seeing the Guy Fieri piece was interesting, right? And then obviously the part that you guys helped out with on the chameleon carrier. I think the American public, Craig talked about, the trucking being talked about, and trucking is being talked about. I think, and the theft is being visible. That's mine.
Yeah, I would agree. I think everyone can agree that Guy Fieri's piece, most people saw that and they said, well, this is what we've been talking about for the last decade. But bringing it out to the public, I've had friends now who will hear where I work and like, man, I had no idea that someone could lose $2 million in tequila, or Tucker Carlson losing his Xan equivalent, whatever that was. So I think people are just recognizing that it does impact them, even if they aren't in the industry, because if you're a consumer and you go buy stuff, then you are absolutely impacted by the freight space.
Definitely. Anything you want to add?
Yeah, more on like the tech side. I think there has been a significant shift over the last year of ELD manipulation. I think ELD has been like the gold standard. People have thought of like, hey, if they're an ELD connected carrier, they're good to go, which that's not the case. We have ELD companies that have come to us, say, hey, we need to integrate urgently. It's very easy to stand up a fake API, right? And put some VINs on it and some fake location data. So I think it's getting past, like I mentioned before, the vetting piece, and really getting into more quote unquote secured methods that has shifted over last year.
Yeah, I'll second that, because when we do a demonstration and we look at an MC and we see, or often not, they'll reach out and then they'll say, hey, I had a load that was stolen. The driver last ping was in Austin, Texas, for example. So I run that MC and I can see the same dot. I can see, okay, it says they were on the screen at some point in Austin, Texas. But when I actually run the MC or the DOT or the VIN, and I'm like, well, this guy never left California. They're still outside of Glendale. And we're seeing that more and more in conversations with people who have been robbed in the industry.
Definitely. So it's funny you mentioned kind of the public awareness, and obviously in the last week, kind of general awareness reached the highest levels of government, and we had the Montgomery decision. Tell me your thoughts on that. I think we're all still wanting to know more, but how are your customers reacting? How are your businesses reacting? And what do you think's, what's the next steps look like?
I'm not a legal scholar, so I can't speak to the legality of it. You don't want to hear my opinion on it. But I think we have customers who obviously are in the platform, and they're able to use that in the sense of hoping that gen laws can be that layer of security that they would need in the nuclear option case of something becoming litigious. People who are reaching out are also obviously concerned. So I think that what I can say is that it is on the radar. They are concerned about it. They are trying to figure out which tools they can leverage to insulate themselves from a legal case. But like we saw on the stage earlier this morning, that definition of what that's going to be is still yet to be defined. And so we're all kind of still flying blind in some way as we navigate through this moment.
I'd say my take is it's not as apocalyptic as some on LinkedIn might think it is. We have several TMSs in our portfolio at Descartes, so we have customers not only on the My Carrier portal side asking for our opinion on it, but also the TMS side, like, hey, how do I document that I did my due diligence? So I think my takeaway at this moment, and again, I'm not a legal scholar either, as a freight broker now in freight tech, is as long as our customers and brokers do their due diligence and document it, and whatever system they're utilizing has that paper trail, if you will, available a year or two down the road when possible litigation might pop up, I think they'll be okay. But yeah, more to come.
Well, I have an interesting thought on this. I think that it could really open up the private sector to get involved with safety and compliance and regulation, right? Like NASA abandoned the space program, so look who stepped in to make sure that we kept going. I wouldn't say the government is abandoned, but you heard the questions that Doug asked earlier today. You've seen the issue, the fact that the great majority of trucking companies have never had an inspection. Brokers now are going to be held liable. To me, this is a new economic boom that's going to happen. Different than what has happened today, a form of really just privatizing or creating a new compliance mechanism that is going to help the brokers deal with these insurance burdens that they're going to get as an impact of this.
Definitely. I think it is kind of a key nuance that there's, you have to still prove out negligence as kind of a key piece, and carrier vetting's been an important aspect of the job for a long time now. And so it'll be interesting to see kind of how that plays out in the courts over the next several years. But, Travis, your point on the private sector kind of stepping in, do you think that role is going to fall to insurance companies? And is that healthy for the industry? Is it not?
Two very different questions. I don't know if it's healthy for the industry, and I don't know if they're staffed to do it. I mean, that's a good question, Will. I feel that they could, and Mike was also talking earlier today about how there's a bunch of really, really, really good insurance companies that are out there that make up the majority of the market. And so if they have the ability to impact that, and they may need to, right? I mean, it may be out of necessity that they have to, whether or not they want to or whether they should. I don't know I don't know how to answer those, to be honest with you. But it may be a necessity, and it may become a premium service, right? There's a lot of opportunity that could come out of it. But at the end of the day, the insurance becomes more important than ever, the liability more important than ever. And you can't really insure against a nuclear verdict, but you can do your best to protect yourself. And I think, we'll see an evolution over the next few years as this industry just becomes, all industries evolve. Ours is slower than most. And I think by byproduct of us being so slow to evolve, we're going to be seeing a lot of really interesting things that may be both painful for some and probably pleasurable for others happen. But at the end of the day, there's $150, $200 billion in brokerage spend that is very needed for shippers. It's an incredibly important part of the economy, and we have to make sure we protect that. So we'll see what happens. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have much to add to that. I do think we've had several insurance companies reach out to us as well to kind of see how they can leverage the tool to make sure people are doing what they say they're doing, right? What they're underwriting essentially. So I think as we get access to those tools and the insurance companies are also looking at the same tools, there might be, like you said, some level of pressure coming from them saying, hey, we can see what you're doing on the road. Just do what you're saying you're going to do.
Definitely. Andrew, anything? Yeah, I know on, we've seen a number of just anecdotes right now from insurance companies increasing rates and the likelihood of that going up. Obviously, there's kind of this chance of some doubling up of insurance. And I think that kind of seems to be a theme of sort of the doubling up of responsibility and even tripling up of responsibility when it comes to managing fraud, because there's, the shipper handing off the freight, there's the broker who's doing their vetting and tracking and all of that, and there's the carrier itself ensuring, managing those relationships and showing up on time and being a safe carrier. So with that in mind, how do you all view that sort of shared responsibility between the various players? You can book the load, but you can't be there to make sure that this is the guy I spoke to that's picking up that load.
Yeah, I mean, that's really hard to do. And I think one of the things that at least makes us unique in that is if I book a load with someone, I can do the vetting beforehand to see what their equipment type looks like, to make sure to answer the ultimate question is, what I want to show my customer that their goods are in this truck, right? And then if you have the ability to get in contact with the shipper and say, hey, if a blue truck with any other cab number than 1234 pulls in and asks to be loaded, do not load them. So I don't want to place the blame on a certain group within that space, but I do think there are things that you can do on both sides to try and protect yourself.
I would say our customers who are most successful with this are the ones who get their shippers involved in the equation.
Yeah, agreed.
Say, hey, similar to what you just said, like the blue truck showing up, but hey, is that the actual truck that I thought I dispatched as the broker with the VIN? Is it validate? Against that is whoever's loading it actually confirming that driver and the identity of that driver is legitimately there. I think the industry has gone that direction already. It took a while for the shippers to get involved in the equation, but I think that's a big component of that.
Definitely. So what's a positive in this space right now? What's working well?
Spot rates for truckers right now. Spot rates for trucking companies.
Yeah,
that's working.
Yeah. So constant battle.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
I said spot rates for small trucking companies. Yeah, I seem to be doing well.
Yeah, I don't have it. Maybe.
No, fair enough. Fair enough.
I'll say, we saw slides. I'll say something. I feel that we're seeing more collaboration. I know, like Descartes' a partner for us. We're going to be distributing the vault for us. We look at integrating, and I think I've seen more of that than we used to see in the industry. I think just as a whole, I see a lot more. There's still this thought. There's a lot of people that are like, well, exclusivity, this and that. But I really see that the industry, especially in the broker community and the tech community, people more willing to work together, people more willing to establish a system and a foundation, because we can't do this by ourselves. No one company is going to come out here and solve every problem. It's just not plausible. And so I think that the fact that we're doing, you guys having these smaller shows, getting more internet engagements, I feel that that has been helpful, right? Just to see that people do want to have that happen. You guys agree?
Yeah, I know. I agree with that, actually. I think if anything, it's created like this united front within the community. Even if we have different businesses or different technology or offerings, we recognize the importance of at least protecting American industry. And to me, that's a worthwhile and noble cause, no matter how you look at it. So I think that bringing people together and trying to tackle an issue that I think we'd all agree is a national security issue, like that is important.
Maybe it's what you opened with, Travis. It's the awareness of this problem and working together, building those relationships to fix it. So I know we've got a couple minutes left, but I did want to kind of see if there were also any questions from the room. Julie's got a mic, and so she'll bring it just so everyone can hear the question. But yes, please go ahead.
I go first. My name is Steve Bryan. I'm with Blue Wire. Thanks, everybody. You've done a great job. I just have one burning question here from this morning. Cargo theft. We heard from the FBI a little under $1 billion. We heard 15 to 35 billion. We heard 6. I add them up. I divide by 3. I'm going to call it 7.3 billion. Am I right? Did we come to a conference to learn about and get a number out of this? Is there any agreement on what that is? And then my second question, and I'll sit down. Who cares about 5 or 6 or $7 billion? That's not why I think we came here. We care because the fraudsters who are doing that are showing us a precursor to their safety shortcomings that kill thousands of Americans. And that's where the economics come from. Am I right? Or
Yeah.
why are we talking about cargo theft?
Yeah, I'll take that. The gentleman earlier, I forgot his name. He was on the keynote with Craig, and he was saying, like, revenue wise, like the criminals are killing it. Like they're making so much money. And I think to your point, like that number is so difficult to calculate.
CDLs that were issued to people that didn't even probably have a driver's license where they came from. It's wild. And so now what we have to do is get through this transitional period, and it's probably going to be ugly, and it is ugly. Right?
I apologize, my
I
internet
mean,
went
I think the
out.
number's bigger personally than the numbers
So
that
I'm
have been
running this
stated
off my
out there
cell
because
phone
there's so
now.
much ancillary cost that comes behind that. But you're right. It's about, in my opinion, it's about the genesis. It's about letting companies operate in our country that are not safe or valid or legal or compliant. It's just too easy. It's just too easy.
I think we'll have to leave it there. So thank you all so much for your time. Thank you.
Thanks, Will.
Great answer. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right, guys, we are a fireside chat away from lunch, and I'm going to send you guys into lunch a great way, because now joining the stage to talk how to train your team about protecting from cargo theft going to be my guys. The first one is, of course, Craig Fuller, and then my man, Mr. Kevin Nolan. Y'all welcome Kevin and Craig.
ATL.
Yes, sir.
Kevin, I disagree with Travis. I don't think the government's to blame. I think you and your fellow brokers are to blame for the
Everybody in this
proliferation
room's to blame.
for the proliferation of so many new trucking companies, so many folks that have entered the industry. Brokers have benefited from the massive growth of the small owner operator.
That's who we represent. Their capacity.
The large asset carriers have lost massive amounts of market share due to the effectiveness of brokerage. But then you get the byproduct of the lack of compliance, the Swiss cheese of holes that are opened in the system. What are you observing right now with this fraud thing that's persistent, and also the new SCOTUS liability that's changed?
So first of all, when Doug, you and I were on the text chain and I agreed to come do this, I had no idea it was going to be right after the largest decision in our industry in the courts, nor was I going to be on at 12:20 when everyone's hungry and pissed. So I should have done better due diligence on that. But no, look, our industry out there. And it's, as your company has said before, still fragmenting. Who in here is born before 1980? All right, who in here is born after 1980 or in 80? So about half and half, or actually it looks like maybe a little bit more. Our industry is evolving more and more over time. More money has come into this business. I've benefited from that. But with all that comes chaos. So our industry, and the reason why I brought up 1980 was deregulation. So our industry is 46 years old. I'm 48 and I'm still a mess. So we're just figuring it out. It's like we just got our phones as teenagers when we brought in the digital world. And we've let in a lot of bad actors, just like happens on that phone, right? Whether it's predators or this or that. And so we opened up these holes with digital. You know, we had a lot of money come. We've had a lot of people come in. And so with that, we created a lot of holes, and our vetting was maybe not as great as it was because we wanted to book numbers more than we wanted to book actual great carriers.
Well, I want to talk about that because I think the freight fraud is largely, if you talk to the large asset carriers, where they have problems is in the brokerage. You know, in the old days when I was at US Express, it would be the organized crime groups that would sit outside factories and follow the driver and look for vulnerability. That, as far as I can tell, is not a major source of crime. They do break into trucks. It's actually the strategic crime. It's the brokerage crime. And we've seen how poorly our industry is managing that. But I want to talk about SCOTUS because I think these two issues are quite related. I want to get your hot take on SCOTUS because this is obviously the most transformative.
Look, I'm in a
decision.
tie because I'm going to be in the courtrooms a lot more, right? I wanted to see how it looked because I usually wear hoodies, Jordans, and Viore shorts to work, right? No doubt, right? Well, that needs to end. Like my buddies that are in financial services or in other highly regulated industries, they're like, welcome to it. You know, I hate my compliance guy. I have emailed so many times that we need to fire him because he has limited my capacity so much, right? But now I want to hug him, and he is so important and his team. So, you know, we have got to clean up our act. I don't need to go to work listening to rap all day in my Jordans and in the hoodie and whatever else. Like, it's time to buckle down and be serious about who we're putting on these loads.
I want to read, I got a text message last week this was Thursday night from a CEO of a large mega trucking company. And he described a situation. I think this is just so poignant because I think this is exactly what you're talking about. And he says, this is a description of what a courtroom would look like. I hear, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, not only did broker hire a carrier that was unsafe, but the employee did so was a pregnant lady that the broker chained to the desk. His compensation was 50% made up of commission based on straight profit of the specific load. When they made lots of money, they whacked a big gong in the office and cheered with celebration. And I think the point that he was making is that the brokerage culture, one that you just made, has allowed for a lot of these issues that have popped
we've moved
up
a lot.
safety.
We've moved a lot of very safe, a lot of freight, way more than that has been stolen. Or, you know, we move 4,000 loads a day, and I think last week we did have 3 loads stolen, right? So I don't do the math on that. That's 20,000 loads and 3, right? So it's a small amount, but those small amounts and those exceptions are a giant pain in the butt. But we're also tackling a new frontier. And with that has to create a lot of energy, a lot of fun, because that desk is not fun, right? So the culture around it has to be fun. You have to be competing with your friends. You have to have good lunches. You got to have the gong. You got to have this other stuff because dealing with truckers, as we all know, is not a ton of fun day in and day out. So you got to make that environment fun somehow. But it's not about the big rippers. It's not about the giant loads that you cover and make all the margin on or whatever else. We got to move away from that. I understand that aspect of it, but You know, we come in every day with 1,200 loads not covered that we have to find trucks for. 1,200 a day not covered, right? Because of what happens in the spot market and rejections and this and that. 1,200 a day on average, I'm gonna have to find trucks for that day. 30 minutes sometimes, right? Or the plant is gonna be shut down, or they're gonna be out of product because the inventories have not been high. So there's shipper responsibility, there's broker responsibility. The trucker now gets to share the stuff that he has had to carry on his back for so long.
So you talked about your risk management person. I imagine
Love you if you're listening. I know I've been real mean at times, but
I
love
imagine
you.
that was all claims and security related up until a week ago. How much of that was actually
No,
dedicated to safety?
vetting. Oh my gosh, out of California, the standards for us to book a California truck are so crazy, and I'm so glad I deleted the email that I was going to send about it. But that's the other thing. You know, brokers are very unsophisticated, but conversations now where you have Rex or this or that, like who's the armchair attorney or whatever else, you need to ask him
Matt
about
Leffler.
broker client of privilege or whatever else. There'd be times where I have investors that are on the call or whatever else. They're like, and just so everyone knows, this is under the lawyer client
privilege, yeah.
right? Because now these are serious accidents that have happened. And you might not think that the brokerage business is serious because we hit gongs or where we wear hats or whatever else. But again, finding 1,200 loads in the same day is more stressful than an air traffic controller, I would bet, in a lot of small cities. I mean, you know, and these shippers, right? You know, they have to deal with the fragmentation of the market. So it's chaos. We're going to get better at it, and we're all going to have to, compete properly. But vetting and standards are a huge part of our business. We've had our biggest shippers in the last week reach out to us. I'm a deal guy. And so if anyone's going to buy or sell their company or whatever else, you can sure as heck have to have a great opportunity to explain what you do if you do it well and it's your weapon. I heard Travis, I'm going to disagree with I'm going to agree with what you said and disagree with what Travis said. We made this mess, but the mess was kind of thrown to us. And so we're trying to unjumble it.
Kevin, your point about records, written records, documentation. When I was at US Express, we had a policy. Now there are federal laws that you have to retain records to a certain amount of time, but emails would be deleted within a week. I mean, even GPS tracking locations, I think it was 2 days after the load, it automatically got purged because in courtrooms, when GPS first came about, when ELD devices, this is 20 years ago, that information was used against you in a court of law. It literally was. And I think as we look at, when we talk about security, but this goes into the safety element, the liability element, this information is going to be used. What advice do you give your own team? What are you guys doing different today that perhaps a week ago you weren't thinking about in terms of
that really good salesperson that can talk people into a lot of things has talked people into a lot of things in our industry at 5 p.m. on a Friday to win the big customer, right? And now if this is the way we run the majority of our business, but there are business decisions that are made late in the game when you're trying to win a big account and you think there's thousands and thousands of loads that are going to come out of saving the day, when the other providers bailed, and you might lose $3,000 on a load. If I can go get the biggest beverage company in America and lose $3,000 on that load, I will do it all day, every day. Bring me your hardest loads. That's what I want to cover to win your business. But now I'm losing $3,000 and I'm taking on a ton of risk if that guy's conditional or this or that or whatever it is. And so we've got to have a standard and we will play by it, but we have to create it. The government's not going to create it for it. And I don't think we want them to. Maybe the TIA, who we all pay a lot of money to as brokers, needs to help. They've been helping with the fraud. We've had new products come out. All these guys that have been up here on the stage, they were all ex-freight brokers. Travis talking about the vault, like that's pretty cool. That's a black box in my mind. That there's going to be documents, just like if I said I'm a deal guy, that's the data room. That's where my load con's going. Go get it out of there. Mm-hmm. You want the POD to get in there and we all get paid at the same time and it doesn't go to the factoring company first, put it in the vault. Like that's pretty cool. Descartes has all kinds of stuff. Highway, I mean, that didn't exist 3 years ago or 4 years ago. Now it's probably one of the most valuable businesses in our industry. So we're changing, we're getting better, but you know, the guy on the floor or woman on the floor who are the best salespeople, they probably don't need to go talk to the people in vetting. Like, I don't go to the HR room a lot. I'm gonna, you know, like the you know, the broker that's trying to win that giant account because he thinks their commission is going to be worth a lot more does not need to be involved in that decision on whether or not you get the load.
So a week ago,
which cradle to grave, that happens all day long.
Right. A week ago, breadcrumbing, tracking was almost a lie. You were inheriting liability that you wouldn't want, but now it feels like you almost have to breadcrumb the load. You have to have the documentation of how you determined that this carrier was safe. How are you guys thinking about that?
I mean, we're going to try to gather as much information as we can to make a good decision fast. Again, I got to make 1,200 decisions today on whether or not you're getting this load, right? And I think closed systems on who can see my freight is going to be important. Load boards letting anyone in to see my freight, like I think those days are probably numbered. I want my vetted carriers only to see my freight, you know, and maybe that's it. See, I look at the load boards as shelves I put my freight on. And if I'm, you know, Scott's Miracle Grow and I'm at Home Depot and all my shit got stolen from there and I have some kind of whatever else. So some responsibility has to happen on who can see loads and where you post them and having your kind of your vetted networks look at what you got.
Are you guys, do you think you and some of the larger brokers will just stop posting loads entirely?
No, we're all with 1,200 loads a day to book, and you know how fragmented the market is, and there's a few big player load boards out there that you know trucks go look at. I'm posting my loads there.
Even though that's the highest risk is when you post a load, you don't know the carrier.
Well, I win because I vet better than most, and so I'm okay with playing on the same level field. But again, if I can have a party and only invite certain people in, that's what I want to do right now. And right now I've got a party going and I'm running around kicking people out all night. This guy didn't bring anything. He's too drunk. He's a hockey player. He's scary. You know, I don't know. But like, you know, that's what I'm running around doing all day versus like, hey, these are all my friends at my wedding.
Okay, Kevin, we only have a few seconds. What advice, with everything going on, whether it's fraud, risk management, safety, what advice do you leave the folks in the room in terms of how they should be thinking about their business today?
All right. So the next 3 years, insurance is going to be really expensive. It's already expensive because of fraud with E&O, but it's going to be more expensive for the next few years because the insurers, the carriers, they don't know what's coming, right? You know, but there are a lot of plaintiffs that are going to see, plaintiff attorneys that are going to see opportunities on whatever kind of wreck it is. I mean, in Atlanta, there are plaintiff billboards everywhere, right? One call this guy, my bald lawyer, all these things or whatever else. And so now they're going to have another party to go after. So we're going to be involved in more cases. And so you're going to have to lower your costs in other places. Like right now, I have my own TMS. I don't know if I want that anymore because I might have to allocate money towards more resources to fighting, you know, and making sure I'm vetting better. Other thing is, as a broker, there are two things you should always buy: rate information and fraud protection. Like if anyone sells those things, I'm meeting with them. And so, you know, meet with those people and don't put people in vetting that are afraid about their job. My guy in vetting, you know, Katie and I were talking about it. He's like, man, he's such a pain. And I was like, I love hearing that. Right. And so that's what you want, you know, and Highway took my best one before, Michael Grace, right? He's incredible too, but they've got to be freakishly focused on only letting the good people into the party. And that box, whatever it is that you're going to play with those carriers, don't bend on it.
2 points of that. One is US Express, insurance and risk management and safety ran the company. The CEO could not override a decision that the safety director made. It just wouldn't happen. You would be fired on the spot for telling a driver to violate his hours of service. It was drilled into us that you could go to jail and be convicted for murder, for vehicular homicide, you get accessory to vehicular homicide, if you told a driver to violate his hours of service. That was drilled into you from the first day you walked in. I saw people get fired because they asked a driver to do something that the driver shouldn't have done because they didn't feel well, the weather was bad. all sorts of stuff. That's a change. The second thing is, if you've ever dealt with a bank, it's the compliance and risk management people that run the bank, because that's what the regulators demand.
The investment committee, right? You do a deal and you think you've got something done or whatever. I was like, well, I got to run it by the investment committee, right? And that's the no guy. And the no guy is or girl is very powerful.
Do you think that brokers have no guys in the business today?
I got 7 of them.
Do you think the majority of brokers do, or you think that's a big cultural shift?
I think that there's a lot of resources that have been deployed to it over the last 4 years, more so than ever.
Because of security?
Because of stolen loads, and then now because of liability and actually caring what the carrier's, history is. It's kind of always been like, hey, if the government says they're good to run, who am I to say differently?
Yeah. Well, this is a conversation we could have another hour on.
Yeah, thanks. I'm glad you booked me this week. Appreciate it.
Kevin, really appreciate it. You look good in the suit, by the way.
Hey, thank you. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you. Good job.
There's only one Kevin Nolan. My dog. All right, guys. I want 90 seconds of your time, and then I'm going to let you guys get some food. How does that sound? Cool? Awesome. All right, so I'm leaving you guys with 4 dates. The first one is going to be June 1st. That is the rollout of Freight Waves today. So the conversation that we just had with Craig Fuller, as well as Julie Vandekamp in the back, you guys are going to see that each and every single day beginning at 12 Eastern daily. All right, so the latest insights when it comes to freight and everything, conversations just like this, kicking off on June 1st. Extremely excited about that one. All right. Also, coming up, we have a few events I want to get to. The Supply Chain AI Symposium is going to be in Chicago on July 15th, as well as the Future of Rail Symposium in Chat on July 28th. And then, of course, F3, October 27th and 28th. Discount codes are going to be available via scannables outside. Also, got to pay the bills. Let's recognize our sponsors again. Headline is Highway, presenting as Truck Stop, supporting Carrier One, Descartes, Genlogs, Overhaul, and Text Locate as well. All right, so here's the deal. It's 12:45. Lunch is going to be served now, and I would like for you guys to be back at 1:30. We're all in freight. 13:30, I need you to be back. And with that being said, seating is going to be outside the general session room with additional seating on the 3rd floor. If the seating on the general session floor becomes full, again, head to the 3rd floor for space. I'm going to shut up. I love you guys. See you at 1:30.
Okay, folks, that is the lunch break for the event. They will be back in about 45 minutes. So be sure to stay tuned, and we will keep this screen running, this live stream running throughout. But you can check in periodically. Like I said, at 1:30 p.m. Eastern time, we should be live. If you have any questions or issues, don't hesitate to post it in the comments, and I will go ahead and respond. For the Freight Fraud Task Force, stay with us and enjoy your lunch. John Cantera here from the Freight Fraud Task Force, just checking in with everybody. The symposium should be coming off of lunch break here in a few minutes. Just to go over who is going to be presenting next, there is a keynote speech by Donna Lem of IMC Logistics. Phil Brink will be joining in that discussion. Then there is a regulatory and legal update panel. So I'm willing to bet that that's going to hit a lot on the recent SCOTUS decision. Following that will be the power of collaboration fighting cyber-enabled freight fraud with Ben Wilkins, who is the Director of Cybersecurity at the National Motor Freight Traffic Association. Then a fireside chat dealing with fuel card fraud. That is with Aaron Decker, CEO of Multi-Service Fuel Card, and hosted by Craig Fuller. Then there's a panel discussion, which usually is in person only. Then their break, and then we will get into the final round today. So stay tuned, and we'll see FreightWaves get back onto it here in just a few minutes. Again, if you have any questions, go ahead and post them in the chat, and I'll be happy to answer whatever I can. Some folks have been watching on LinkedIn. The LinkedIn connection broke during the lunch break. I just reconnected it. So if you've been watching on LinkedIn, you can get back into it at this point. I do apologize for that technical difficulty. The continuous live stream, though, is still active on our YouTube channel.
So I'll say, All right, all right, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back. Afternoon session of the Freight Fraud Symposium here at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. It's been great so far. How was lunch? Was lunch good? Yeah, shout out to Jen and the team. Can y'all give them some love, man? Lunch was outstanding. For sure, y'all hated lunch. Okay, anyway, with that being said, I'm excited about these afternoon sessions. I think there's going to be some great conversations to be had. And I just got to know her for all of 3 minutes, but I wish we could have more time for a conversation because, again, she is fantastic. The Chief Strategy Officer from IMC Logistics, Miss Donna Lim, is coming to the stage right now. And is going to have a great message. So y'all show some love right now to, again, Miss Donna Lim.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? I'm delighted to be with you all this afternoon. So what were we talking about? Our background a little bit. I'm an ocean girl. I started in the business decades ago with a little company called Sealand. Maybe some of you remember her. Amazing global carrier. Went on to the forwarding side. And then for the past 10 years, I will tell you, just delighted to be working for a motor carrier. Our side is probably one of the toughest sides in the business. And I'm looking at you, Barry Bernard, because we know. So who is IMC? IMC is a national drayage carrier. We're the largest drayage carrier in the nation. And by drayage, I mean we're moving international containers in and out of our major port gateways and rail gateways. Why am I here? Because I care. My son called me yesterday and said, how the heck do you get to speak at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? I love music, Mom. I said, you know what? I get to speak there because I'm going to speak about what I love. What do I love? I love freight. I love moving freight. And I am not happy about what's happening as our industry gets sabotaged and threatened. And so I have been on a mission for the past year to call to action our stakeholders. And that's what I'm going to talk about today. So don't kill me on the stats. I don't like them either. I was at IANA last week. IANA is the Intermodal Association of North America. I serve on the board. And the railroads were sharing their stats. We move trains. I can tell you that 98% of our IMC cargo theft is on the rail. And the stats that they gave us last week through the AAR, American Association of Railroads, not individually, were so heavily underreported that I sat in the audience just like that gentleman and went, what are you talking about? Where do these stats come from? It doesn't matter the stats today. What matters is it's serious, it's escalating, and it's too much. The misclassification that's going on, frontline, we see it. We call the police, and the police come and they think, oh my gosh, this is vandalism. The misunderstanding of property theft and the difference of what cargo theft actually is a miss in a wide gap so big, I can't even articulate it. It's underreported all the time. We don't know where to call. You want to call the FBI? Good luck. Because I tried. We did meet with the FBI a few weeks ago. This is a year in the making, and they were wonderful. And the special agent that was there was smart. And we talked about what's happening in our own backyard. We're headquartered in Memphis, Tennessee. And we were learning from each other. We were sharing with each other. But this whole issue of being underreported is so very real. We don't know where to call. The disconnect. Just last week, Los Angeles, California. We have several terminals in Southern California. The challenge in getting the local police to come out when we have an incident is so big. Because why? Oh, they crossed the county line. That warehouse was in a different county. I can't come. What happened in Oakland, California, just a couple of days ago? 72 hours to get a police report. As I understand it, if you don't call or get a report or start being active within 24 hours, your chance of recovery is slim to none. This isn't only about the cost, it is about the people. About a year ago, I was speaking to AgTC. I've spent my life championing US exporters. It was a conference, about 500 people, and I asked our exporters, how many of you are noticing seal discrepancies? Is theft a problem for you? And one by one, they came and they said, we don't understand. I had a load of grain that went to Asia and was half empty. Who wants my load of grain? And then the emails began coming about seal discrepancies. How do I know? I'm a trucker. And I know that every time that train or that vessel arrives, I'm responsible to note the seal. Is it different? Is the seal integrity there? And you know what happens? For us, we serve the interior of the United States very well. Here in Ohio, Columbus, Cincinnati, Cleveland. What about Memphis? Yes. Chicago? Yes. Dallas, St. Louis. All of them we serve. And you know what's happening? That train's arriving and it's ugly. Because the seals very rarely match. Why? So I want you to think about that question, why, and I'm going to tell you why in just a minute. What do we as motor carriers care about first and foremost is the safety of our drivers. I was asked, are your drivers ever targeted? We have a sad incident there in Memphis, Tennessee, in broad daylight at the red light. Brazen. 2 guys get out and just start emptying the back of the container. And by the grace of God, they did not harm our driver. This escalation of theft, straight theft and strategic theft, impacts what we do every day. What about the risk? What about the liability? We hear you, brokers. We understand. I often, 10 years ago when I started in this business, didn't understand the burden of this liability, and it's huge. Who pays? We all pay. It's nobody's burden alone. Consumer costs, one of my favorite people in the whole world. Lady who works for, can't name the name of the company, but let's just say a very, very large frozen meat and poultry business, right? And they happen to be in Arkansas. Anyway, you might know who I'm talking about. I love this lady. You know why? She's on fire. She makes me look like a cupcake. I said, who are you? She said, I'm mad, Donna. They're stealing my freight. This is not just about electronics and retail. People, this is about everything. And for her, she said to me, I'm a 4-H girl. Do you know what that means? She said, I care about the cattle that get slaughtered. My job is to feed this nation and feed the world. They breach that container and everything is lost. She's right. Do we care? Hell yeah, we care. What are we going to do as our prices continue to soar because somebody's stealing our stuff? The product shortages, what does that mean to the bottom line? And the counterfeit risk, if you're buying it online, how do you know it's real? And who have they stolen those goods from? All right, I hate this picture, but I'm going to tell you why I let our marketing team put it up. Remember that speech to AgTC I told you guys about, the exporters? It was a simple discussion amongst friends. The next day I took an interview. I took an interview on cargo theft. And somehow the article went crazy. And the American Trucking Association, of which our chairman is a big member, called and said, would you mind speaking on behalf of the ATA in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee? I thought, oh no, I can't. I'm not ready. Our company's not ready. Who in heaven's name wants to tell the world what's happening in your backyard? Nobody. I said no. A week later, I went back to Memphis and I saw our chairman. He said, what happened? I heard the ATA asked if you would speak. I said, well, Mark, we're not ready. He said, what do you mean we're not ready? We need help now. And if not you, then who? Call him back. I called him back. And about 3 weeks later, preparing for testimony. What do you do when you testify? You study. You study. You know your stuff. You know what's happening in your backyard, because what do those congressmen and women want to hear? They want to hear your story. They want to know it's authentic. They want to know it's real. They want to know it's documented. And they want to understand, is what you're saying legit? So here's the deal. I told you about the stats of what's happening on the rail. You want to know how I know it's real? And first of all, I'm not crazy. That Monday before the Tuesday testimony, I called the railroad, won't say who, they're our partner. And I said, I'm about to tell this story. And I don't like saying anything that's not favorable to the railroad, to Congress. May I tell this story? And the chief of police at this railroad said to me, you tell them, and you tell them loud and clearly that we need help. We need federal resources because the transnational organizations who are sabotaging our trains weekly need to be stopped. And our rail police can't manage what's happening. I said, I'll tell them. And so when I started that speech, I had recounted the speech to my 90-year-old mother, who's had to listen to me prepare for speeches for decades. And she looked at me and she said, tell them you need help. I started that testimony and I looked at them and I said, we need your help. We need their resources. We need federal resources. We need understanding of what cargo theft means, the magnitude of what it's doing to our industry and to our people. In the meantime, what happened, what was so great at that testimony was the collaboration of the 4 individual testimonies from 4 different aspects of our industry. The National Insurance Crime Bureau spoke, a San Diego district attorney, she was on fire, Abercrombie head of security. What are we all saying? The same thing. We need help, we need federal resources, we need understanding. We were talking about the Corca bill, basically saying this Combating Organized Retail Crime Act, we need a place to call that unifies this jurisdictional problem. Too much of this. We need to be able to prosecute and put these people behind bars because they're out the same day. There's no disincentive going on. In the meantime, what are we doing at home? We all need to look in our own backyards and we need to study. And risk management needs to come to the forefront. And we need to understand what those claims look like. And we need to understand our bottom line. We need to understand the human element in our drivers. Are they safe? We've done team training. We need continued team training. That's why we're here. We want to learn. And advocacy, not just on a federal level. People, we need to educate our people on a state level. Do you know what it's like to talk to your state legislators, explaining what cargo theft even is? They said, what? Tell me again? We could have $1 million claim today. This is not petty theft. This is not property theft as we know it. This is not somebody broke into my car. This is big. And when I say that it's big, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, this tidal wave of what's going on and attacking our industry is so big that one person cannot carry this, not one company, not one person. It is going to take a tidal wave of all of us joining hands. And we're shouting it out from the mountaintop. We have had enough. No, this is our livelihood. Quit stealing from us, from our people, from our teams, from our nation. We have had enough. When did this happen to this type of acceleration? I don't know when you felt it, but I can tell you when we felt it. So let me take you back to 2021. We had 5 claims, 5. We rounded out 2025, we had nearly 1,000. Again, 98% of them on the rail. How did it happen? You may say we have had this type of activity forever, but why? Why this amazing hit you in the face rise in escalation in theft? 1, no disincentive, right? Who's stopping me? No one. How is this happening far from our shores? We heard about that this morning. People brokering, we were all home. If we can broker from home in Memphis, Tennessee, I can broker from home, God knows where around the world. And they did. And no, not only did they continue. And it multiplies. How are we going to stop them? Is Corca the end all? No, but it's a marvelous step. What does it do? It brings together this centralization under the Department of Homeland Security, one space where we can report local, state, and federally. Well, praise God, we know where to go. Can you imagine going in and out of our terminals like we do in airports with that kind of speed, with that kind of confidence that we're the real deal? We are getting there. The American Trucking Association, I'm proud to say, is out in front. The Intermodal Association of North America out in front. Our Agricultural Transportation Coalition, our U.S. exporters out in front. RELA screaming from the mountaintop. We've got retailers that don't even know where they can put their next stores up. Are they safe? Are they secure? Are they going to have the product for the stores? Yes, we're working with government. The Department of Transportation, yes, we heard from the FMCSA today, but we've got also a multimodal agency that did an RFP on cargo theft, some to come, hopefully in the next 30 days, about what they're going to be doing. Law enforcement, we need them. We need them. We must educate them. It's slow and it's painful, but host a meeting. I mentioned our meeting in Memphis just a few weeks ago. The MPD came, the FBI came, the chamber came, the railroads came. We were there. We're educating and holding hands together. I'm not saying we're going to all testify tomorrow in front of Congress, but write them. Write your senators, because this Corca bill just went to the Senate Judiciary Committee. It passed in flying colors last week in the House. Let's see what it does in the Senate. Regarding state legislation, I am so proud to tell you that 2 weeks ago, the state of Tennessee passed their very first cargo theft legislation. What does it mean? Stronger penalties, stronger time for these offenders. And so, if you've heard anything from me today, it's the immediacy and the urgency to call to action yourself, your company. Stand up. You cannot fight sitting down. Speak up. If it's happening to me, it's happening to you. We have to understand what's happening before we can tackle the magnitude of the problem and act. I learned a long time ago that words are important, but action is stronger. I heard this too, and it moved me. Mark Twain, one of my favorite authors as a child and now even as an adult, he said, there are two important days in our lives. The day we're born and the day we know why. Do you know why? What is your why? And will you join me and all of us in combating cargo theft? I thank you so much for your time.
What a presentation, Donna. Thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome.
Of course. And now we're going to be welcomed again by Phil. I've called you up here like 3 times, but this is your world. This is what you do.
This is my why.
All right, y'all come on out. Represent again. FreightWaves is Mr. Phil Brent.
Thank you. Ladies first. Let's give a round of applause for Miss Donna. I'm so excited you were able to join us for this fireside, for this event, just for being here. I think you're bringing a lot of perspective to everybody in this room and people on that screen watching.
Oh, Phil, I thank you. I swear to you, you know, amongst ourselves, amongst our peers, we understand this and we're fighting. But to bring the message to the average American, the consumer, yeah, 60 Minutes helps a lot. The Washington Post helps a lot. Your podcast, all the work that's being done here helps a lot.
Thank you.
But we have work to do. And that grassroots work is going to take all of us.
Ain't that the truth?
Yeah.
So, how did it feel to testify in front of Congress?
It's a little scary.
I'm scared for you.
Yeah, it's a little scary. And you don't sleep very well. But here's the deal. You know, I had the good fortune because I testified for our ag exporters a couple of times in front of the House and the Senate. So preparation, you at least know, well, that you're going to get a question from anywhere because these staffers prep these congressmen and women, right? And some of them already feel very strongly about whatever it is that you're going to talk about. And so a little bit prepared this time just because of that. Still very daunting. But what helps too is the human element. We had Senator Klobuchar up there, and she was magnificent. And I don't know how many of you were engaged in the Shippers Reform Act, but I will tell you, OSHRA, the Ocean Shipping Reform Act of 2022, that accelerated through Congress probably faster than any legislation we've ever seen. And maybe Corca, because we have such bipartisan support, will also fly through. But I looked up there at Senator Klobuchar, and she smiled. And I thought, oh, thank God. And then Senator Blackburn, she's from Tennessee. And that helps because I'm from Tennessee, right? That always helps. And so when I said something about Memphis, well, first of all, then she said, Ms. Lem, how long have you been in the business? I'm like, holy crap, I'm under testimony. I really got to tell her the truth. But anyway, so I just said a long time. And then she was marvelous. And so I guess what I'm trying to say, there's a human element even in that room. And that's kind of the only advice that I give anybody that has to do this. Be prepared, know your stuff, be yourself, be authentic, and tell the truth.
Sounds pretty straightforward.
Yeah, there you go.
It's a long list though of things to do.
Yeah, but it was good.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I watched that. I actually watched it a couple times because I was impressed. I felt that I'm sitting in it's late at night just watching you testify in front of Congress, and I end up watching it a few times. It's so impressive, and to think that somebody in our industry is capable of doing that and getting up there and actually doing it. You're not here trying to sell something. You're here to actually get a mission accomplished. So,
well, can I tell you a story?
Absolutely.
So, how do we know it's transnational organizations, right?
Yes.
So again, do your homework. We got a call. We had 2 loads stolen out of our St. Louis facility, and the police wouldn't come. They said it's an insurance problem. And 2 months later, the ATF, Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms team called, and they said, we found your trailers and we found the contents in them. And don't be alarmed, but the backs of those refrigerators have been undone, and they were stuffing cash in them, and they were headed back down to the southern border. So it's cartel related, right? And this is right from under our nose. So how do you know? And then remember the conversation with Chief Johnson, right? Chief Johnson said, do you need video coverage? Do you want drone coverage? Do you want to see how these trains are being sabotaged in the desert and the air brakes are being cut? And I said, well, no, sir, but thank you for telling me, just in case, right? You start talking and other people start talking, and that's how you know this is bigger than us. It's kind of a wow for me.
You said big, and I agree, because I saw the number 5,000 up there. 5,000% increase over the last. I know it's another number, and we can get back.
Mad. I know.
35 billion before you know it. Now you got 5,000%. But
yeah.
Do you think that is just because of the transnational gangs? I mean, the cartels coming in?
I think the acceleration in numbers, yeah. I think it's ridiculous. And I think, too, when we look at places where they can attack a large number, like on trains, you've got 200 containers that are just sitting there, and they rummage through the trains. We talked about seal discrepancies and why our U.S. exporters are seeing this. Well, some of it's not intentional. These folks are descending upon the trains in the middle of the desert, and they're just rummaging through the train to find the good stuff. But in the meantime, they've destroyed whatever that perishable is. The entire value of that container is lost in a lot of the perishable situations, right? Yeah.
It's frustrating.
It's frustrating. It's really frustrating. And I think earlier we were talking about how different the environment is. We need to act differently. SEALs, you will see, and we talked about on the fraud space, all the things we're doing, but on the SEAL space, that refrigerated cargo owner, why would she put a $5 seal on the back of that container? Well, in those Sealand days, we never thought once. We were moving, I can remember moving auto parts into Nissan, the Nissan facility, and we were moving them from, at this point, Tacoma and in 3.5 days. We never once thought about the value and security of the goods. We were talking only about speed and irony. It takes 4 times longer by transit today for that same move by train. And now, front and center is security. It's crazy.
I don't know if there's anything we can even do. You talk about the trains being 2 miles long. These guys have to go to sleep at night, so you got a conductor in the front, one in the back. What's the middle of the train is just left available for the taking.
Yeah, I mean, our railroads will tell you that they are investing a lot, but to the point where, of course, they're asking for federal intervention as well. One of the things that I have seen our rails do, and we've got 5 Class 1s, you know, these trains would bunch, just like vessels bunch, just like anything bunches and stands in line, so do our trains. And there was no security around them. None, no fences, no nothing. And so, well, hell yeah, that's why, you know, they're just sitting there. Well, the same thing's true. You know, when we look at how, and there's a lot of discussion about vetting process, you know, while you're vetting your motor carriers, ask them, show me your terminals. Send me a picture. I am praying that this becomes more than $5 a lane discussion. It matters. The investment in security, the fencing, the geofencing, the coordinates, the 24/7 security, how we stage those containers. Are they on wheels? Are they grounded? Do we have lifts? It matters. And so what can we do? We've been pretty hard in pushing the rail to share with us what they're doing. They're all publicly traded, so I don't know that we got the whole story. But they are working at it. Even a railroad has a threshold where they say, we can't take it, right? So I don't know. These are just some of the things that we're doing. I am so encouraged. We talked earlier about, so what's good? What's good is this coalition that we're building. You see it,
Yeah.
the organizations that we're trying to bring together to have a single voice. We're also encouraged by stakeholders, like all the ones in the audience that are saying enough already. This is what we're doing. And we're learning from each other. Not all of us have the single right answer. And I also think as a motor carrier who, you know, I guess I got tired of let Mikey eat it all the time, right? We always wanted a seat at the table. I think a motor carrier's role in what we do is so critical to the success and the journey of our movement in freight. We must value that movement. We must value that motor carrier's position. And so as we vet and authenticate, take it a step further. Let me see your terminal. Where am I going in and out of? What does it look like? Are you parking on the road? I think there's a lot of things we can do a little bit better.
Sure.
Yeah.
Do you think, I know Dale was up here earlier talking about the collaboration last week from Washington, D.C., where a bunch of vetting platforms came together, met with the FMCSA to have a conversation about how we could all work together to create some change, very much like the change you're trying to push as we speak. Do you think we're close? Do you think, and not the vetting platforms, but do you think as an industry, we're getting closer to teamwork?
I do. I think that there's no one in their right mind that would say, I don't want to protect my business. And I think as the consumer, and certainly we all understand how much it costs to go to the store, the last thing consumers want are higher costs anywhere. I think we need to touch them. I think we need to reach them. And I think that that's where it gets hard because we have real jobs every day. And so all of this work becomes after work. But I started by saying, I care. I know you care. And it's transcending that message of care and how we do it. I think that can create that tidal wave. I see it. I feel it. I feel it in this room. I felt it when I walked in this morning. But this is our livelihood. So if we can give the same message to people that don't understand how they got that shirt on their back or that food on their table, and we can move them, we can do anything. And that's what we're trying to do.
I like that.
Yeah.
So I know you touched a little bit on Corca and classifying each different case between cargo theft, straight theft, strategic theft, maybe I should say it the right way. where do you think, where do we change with if there's nobody able to classify, or we're not classifying the products when they're stolen correctly?
Yeah.
How are we ever going to find this number, this 35, or this large number that's always talked about? If
I think it's a good question. I think that each of us may have a different way to answer that, or a different idea. I can only tell you from our perspective, for us, where we found the most energy. And sometimes you just, you can't fight City Hall, you just have to keep going, right? What we have found in this past year, that this wave is kind of taking us through this legislative process at first. And we are creating awareness around the impact and the urgency. We started at the federal level because why? We had trade associations that were big and powerful in DC. We've got their ear. How do we start the same with our state? We start like we did a few weeks ago in Memphis. You start with your chamber. You start with people that are in the industry that go, hey, I was a victim last week. Let's go. Let's go talk about this. And that's how we started. And you've got 7 FBI cargo task force around the United States. They're not going to just call you, and you're not going to just call them. You know, we needed help in order to get the FBI there. So if you're lucky enough to have a task force, you're lucky enough to have an email that tells you how to get them. And I was appreciative of the FBI special agent that came today. Use his name, right? You just have to use the network and build it. So I can't answer your question because I think each of us may feel a little bit differently about the path we should take. I'm sharing with you a path that we're taking that seems to have gained some momentum.
I know when I talk to people that have never experienced our industry, they're not in transportation, they're in investment banking, they're in something completely different than trucking. And I try to explain this to them, and I say, well, this is what's going on. And nobody seems to understand. Do you feel burnt out by that?
Heck, I do. Yes, I do. And just last week, I said to Diana, he was chair of security, I'm like, man, Tim, you take it. You know, you're bigger than me. He said, everybody's bigger than you. And I said, you're right. You know, you get tired. You get tired. And then you wake up the next morning and you find it again. You find it again and you keep going. But that's what I mean. Like, this room energizes me. You find other people who care, who don't say, no, we're going to keep doing this the way we did in 1985. You find that person that says, I get it. And you hang on tight. And we talked just yesterday about, you know, do we have visionaries? Each of us know visionaries. Each of us are lucky enough to know people who can see things years away. Be inspired and act. And I meant it. You know, sometimes it's helpful to articulate. Sometimes it's helpful to write. Sometimes it's helpful to do things. If you want to start, if each of you just want to start outside your space, start with this advocacy on the federal level, and I think it will move you to your state and local spaces. Because the more we know, the stronger our argument becomes. So that's what I would say.
I love it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much,
You're
Donna.
so
This was
welcome.
so amazing.
Well, thank you so much for having me. Thank you, guys.
Anytime.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Donna, you did great. Thank you so much. Oh, it's so good to see you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Richard.
All right, guys. Let's see. next up, we are going to have a presentation, and we're going to get prepared for that right now. He is a senior managing associate at Benesh. He is Mr. Bob Plines, and he's going to be talking about regulatory and legal updates, navigating broker liability standards, and insurance complexities. This is going to be a fun one. Y'all give it up for Bob.
Yep. Good afternoon, everybody. I work out of Benesh's Cleveland office, so on behalf of Clevelanders, welcome to Cleveland. Apologies for the mid to late May dreary weather, kind of commonplace in Cleveland, but welcome. Wanted to touch on some recent trends, and sorry if some of these have been touched on later today or earlier today, that we're seeing, and then these trends reflect what I see in the office from clients on a day-to-day basis. First off, with respect to motor carriers, losses over the last year and really the last couple of years have skyrocketed. Last year alone, $700 million in 2025, an increase, which is a 60% increase from the year before. Also a targeted approach to go after higher value shipments, 36%, so about a third increase there. There's also a crazy increase in the amount of cyber strategic theft going on out there. I understand we've talked about that a little bit earlier today. The FBI issued a public service announcement as well last month, kind of warning folks of the threat that cyber actors or cyber criminal actors are using spoofed emails, phishing scams, hacking into carrier accounts to get loads or to hijack loads, or to even post fraudulent load board listings. Also see a good amount of double brokering and identity fraud. It's probably the most common one I see, where a fraudulent actor basically books a load, then unlawfully brokers it to another carrier. The carrier will take it to the criminal unknowingly and drop off the load, and then the criminal has a nice new whatever order of goods they wanted. In overall fraud, at least in the motor carriage space, up 1,500% since 2021. Also, as probably everyone experiences on a daily basis, fraudulent email or calls, also common, accounting for about a third or so of logistics fraud. So what's being done? A couple of acts have popped up recently in the last couple of months with respect to motor carriage brokers and shippers specifically. The first one is the Safer Transport Act, which is the Securing American Freight Enforceability and Reliability Transport Act, a bit of a play on acronym there, which is bipartisan legislation that was introduced last month to expand really the FMCSA's enforcement authority. One of the things that the act required or advocated for was to have the US DOT establish a freight fraud and theft advisory committee. That's not the only thing this act proposes to do. There's a couple other things. One of them is to get rid of or phase out the MC numbers. So basically, brokers and even carriers will only have a US DOT number, which is kind of aimed at eliminating folks from using the same US DOT number to obtain multiple MC numbers should one go out of service or basically be deemed by the FMCSA to be no good anymore. Another interesting part of this legislation is it requires the DOT and the DOJ to work together, basically like a fraud task force and sharing data and information. And then from there, the DOJ will use its various enforcement agencies to go after bad actors. It also will bar, or right now, as it's in draft form, it also proposes to bar certain individuals with criminal records from obtaining a US DOT number. The two common ones are folks convicted of fraud-related crimes, and another one is folks who've committed freight theft-related crimes. So basically targeting specifically those who've committed freight fraud in the past, or just general fraud as well. It also imposes or proposes to impose criminal penalties on folks who commit freight fraud, in addition to the other common law and general statutory crimes or penalties out there. Next, also have the Safety and Accountability in Freight Enforcement Act. This is kind of companion relationship or companion legislation. It's focusing on really preventing double brokering and going after chameleon carriers. It's a fairly short piece of legislation, but largely aimed at those folks who go out of service and then try to get another MC or US DOT number right away. There's a few interesting points about this legislation. Although it's fairly short, it requires a study over the next year or whenever it gets passed by the DOT to take a look at basically chameleon carriers and to propose additional legislation on how to combat those folks. And automated, basically, when you register for a DOT number, it's proposing an automated way to review and hopefully kick out any imposters. In addition to automation, there's also a proposal for human review or human in the loop, which is kind of going out of style with all these AI-driven initiatives. But one of the proposals in there, in addition to the automated system, was to have a human also review. So the first two points on the slide are really driven by Congress. Congress is, as we know, acts a little slower. These acts need to be reviewed, discussed. There'll probably be rewrites or redrafts in various forms before they go up and ultimately, if they make it to the president, go up for signature. But there's also the FMCSA basically undergoing a identity verification overhaul. And I've experienced this a few times in the last couple of months in helping carriers obtain permits, that towards the end of the application, as opposed to just click I agree or I certify this, that, and the other, they'll upload a picture of the front and back of their driver's license and then use their phone to take basically a selfie to verify their identity. Also, something that I saw this morning was the FMCSA rolled out its new registration system, or MODIS. Haven't had a chance to play with it yet, but I understand it basically incorporates those new biometric data verification requirements as well. And to touch briefly on insurance, been a rise in the last really couple of years since the rise in freight fraud in folks asking about crime or criminal action insurance. It's a fairly newer, the policy's been around with what's specific to fraud though, fairly new. And also have seen a drastic rise in folks asking about cyber liability insurance. And commonly what we will discuss with cyber liability insurance is what the carrier or the broker or even the shipper, for example, already has in place by way of policies, basically how mature their cyber department is already, as when the insurance companies review premiums and review whether to extend coverage, they'll want to see whether you have a robust policy and a mature network in place to prevent cyber crimes, but before even granting the policy or issuing a policy. Those are just the couple acts that are up in Congress now for really proposed legislation and kind of what the FMCSA is doing now. With that, I want to thank everybody for their time. I'll hand it over to next speaker.
Hey, Bob, do you have time for a question?
Sure.
Yeah, I'd like to ask, how do you reconcile the fact that on the one hand, you are here speaking at a freight fraud symposium, while your firm, specifically the Cleveland, Ohio office right down the road from us, has been threatening and suing brokers on behalf of chameleon carrier networks for the removal of fraud reports?
I appreciate the question of that specific instance itself. Haven't handled it personally, but
you may want to speak with Eric Zaloon and Claire Taft when you get back to your office.
Understood. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, sir. What's up, everybody? You guys are so awkward. Stop being awkward. Hey, how we doing? It's good to see you, Dale. Appreciate the love and support, man. Gosh, you're so weird. It's all right. It's just fraud, I'm kidding. All right, so coming up next on stage, this is a really cool one, all right? This is the power of collaboration, fighting fighting cyber-enabled freight fraud. All right, this is going to be a discussion that's just looking at emerging trends, things of that nature. He's the director of cybersecurity at the National Motor Freight Traffic Association. Please welcome Mr. Ben Wilkins. I was like, are we shaking hands? Or not?
Yeah. We can shake hands. We can shake hands. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the introduction. NMFTA, for those of you that aren't familiar, we've been around in the classification and standards business for a long time. We manage the SCAC codes for cross-border transit, but we also do cybersecurity. And the portion of our cybersecurity research is focused on cyber-enabled cargo crimes specifically. And it's interesting, I was here last year, and there wasn't very much conversation about cybersecurity involved in cargo crime, or not as much as there was this year. I think every slide this year, every slideshow has had a mention of cybersecurity and the need for cybersecurity controls. So that, to me, that's exciting to see. I mean, being a cybersecurity person myself. I'm going to skip through this slide. We've seen this statistic and other statistics every single time. We know it's the tip of the iceberg. That's really the point of these numbers. We know reported cargo crime, reported cyber crime is similar. We know that the instances where it's reported properly through the FBI's IC3 is the tip of the iceberg when it comes to cybercrime. We've heard a lot about the identity spoofing. We've talked a little bit about insider threat and collusion. These are part of the threat vectors, or some of the threat vectors that you allow the threat actor into your organization. I want to focus in a little bit for a minute on some of the technical threats that we're facing. We talked earlier about the telematics systems, the ELDs that are subject to compromise now. White labeled ELDs. So we see a vulnerability in one, that one may get banned, but there's a whole bunch of other ones that are exactly the same under the hood. So the vulnerabilities are still there. Stolen credentials is typically the first way in to a lot of these. If you think about TMS platforms, your load boards, emails, business email compromise. These aren't things that are new. These are things that we've seen in cybersecurity for a long time. They're just being applied differently. They're being applied to steal freight instead of to hold your data ransom or to extort you in some other way. When we think of cargo crime and how to combat cargo crime, we kind of started over here with physical security, gates, guards, guns. We're pretty good at that in this industry. And we've layered on operational security alongside that, your processes, your procedures that you put in place. And that helps. But we've got another component that we have to put in the conversation, and that's cybersecurity. Cybersecurity controls that we may have applied to stop, the traditional ransomware attacks, data exfiltration. We need to end up in the middle of this diagram where we have cyber controls, operational controls, and physical controls, not just all in place in the organization, but in place in the organization and mesh together in a way where they speak to each other and they collaborate with each other, and they're all aware of the issues that the other's facing. If you have a cargo incident, not everybody picks up the phone and calls the cybersecurity team. Some of the larger organizations have that collaboration, but we see a lot of times in the smaller organizations, mid-sized carriers, mid-sized brokerages, cybersecurity might not even be part of the conversation when it comes to cargo crime. And that's where we need to change. One of the other areas that we need collaboration, and the last session we were just listened to, talk about the need for collaboration externally. What is that? What are the roadblocks to that we've been facing? We've been worried about reputational damage, brand exposure. We're also concerned about the possibility of copycats. We talked earlier that there's plants in the audience. Hopefully they've left by now. Maybe they got bored by lunchtime and took off. But lookalikes, copycats. If we talk about how this works, aren't other people going to take those same techniques and try to use them? We've heard a lot about legal and regulatory concerns. And we also have an issue where we don't really have a trusted way to share this information and talk to each other in a venue that's more closed, that's more collaborative with people in the industry specifically. And then obviously we work in transportation, not exactly a slow, leisurely pace in your average day-to-day. Transportation's fast-paced. There's operational pressures to keep moving even when an incident occurs.
problem is when we have an incident or we have a theft and we don't talk about it and we don't share it, that's a missed opportunity and that's missed intel. In cybersecurity, we deal a lot with threat intelligence. We have threat intelligence on these bad actors from near misses and from successful cargo crimes that we need to be sharing, that we need to be sharing with each other. These bad actors are collaborating with each other. They're organized criminal enterprises, but they also talk amongst each other. They share techniques. How we got caught. Don't do this anymore. This is where they're putting pressure. How did we get in? How do we succeed? These are the techniques that work. We need to be sharing that type of information with each other. We need to take that playbook and we need to flip it on its head and use it for our benefit in this industry. So what does that look like? Number one, looks like saying, hey, we had an incident. This is what happened. Talking about it. We used to see in traditional ransomware and extortion, cybercrime, people didn't want to admit when they'd been hit. They didn't want to admit when they'd been held for ransom. They were worried about the stigma, worried about that reputational hit. We've been seeing the same thing in cargo crime. That conversation is shifting now, but we need to encourage each other to stand up and say, hey, this happened to us as well. We need to share those techniques. You know, we talk about in the cybersecurity world, I promise I'm not going to go into acronyms here, but the TTPs, there's techniques, tools, and procedures that are being used by bad actors. We need to share those when it comes to cargo crime as well, the specifics. Share what they're doing, share who's doing it. And then if we think about collaboration inside our organization, we need to stop thinking about these three different security practices, the operational, the physical, and the cybersecurity as separate. We need to get them around the same table. We need to have them talking to each other inside our organizations. What does it look like externally? Well, we talked a lot about this today, but it bears repeating. Federal and local law enforcement both need to be points of contact, and you don't want to wait until an incident happens. You know, you don't wait until you're in the middle of a ransomware attack to figure out who you're supposed to call for assistance from law enforcement. You don't wait until your trailer's been stolen to figure out who you should call. We need to build those relationships with your state and local authorities, and also build those relationships with federal law enforcement. And again, we saw an agent up here today, the special agent put his email up, and that was mentioned earlier. Take advantage of the contacts you do have, because in the event that you have an incident, you're not going to be able to just pick up the phone and find a contact in that moment. You want to build a relationship ahead of time. Industry peers, we need to be collaborating, not just broker to broker, carrier to carrier, shipper to shipper. We need to collaborate, carriers, brokers, shippers, everybody together. Insurance. Nobody in insurance wants to lose money. And they have resources available, whether it's your cyber insurer or your cargo insurance. Take advantage of them, put them in the conversation with you. You know, we all have mixed feelings on insurance, but take advantage of the resources that they can offer you. And then we have threat intelligence. You know, there's a couple of things up here. If you're not familiar with the Homeland Security information portal, I would recommend that you look into that. There's excellent intel across the different modes, transportation. Your ISACs, your trade organizations, NMFTA is one of them. We provide threat intelligence. State and local law enforcement, I again, can't stress that enough. They are your first responders to these types of crimes. You need to help educate them on the types of crimes that you're seeing and the fact that it is a crime. One of the things that we're doing in NMFTA is to try and create that shared location to report near misses and successful incidences. And this is, you know, as a nonprofit, we are not in the business of selling things. This is a threat sharing portal that we're building for the community. It's in beta right now. It's going to be publicly open in June. If you'd like to talk to me after, or Joe is here as well, Joe Orr, find one of us, and we'd love to share more about that. But the point of this is a closed environment, anonymous reporting, where we can share those techniques that are being used. So what does this look like? We've talked a ton today about, the issue. We've talked around the issue. We've talked in broad terms what we can do as a industry. But I just like to leave you with a few things, and hopefully not everybody has to work Monday this next week, but when you get back to the office, these are some of the things that you can do, specific things that you can do to start addressing this issue and to collaborate more effectively. And it looks like I'm out of time, and we'll turn this back to the next presenter. I will be back up here for the panel in a few minutes. Answer some questions.
Great stuff.
Thank you.
Great stuff. Great stuff. Great stuff. Again, Director of Cyber Security at the National Motor Freight Traffic Association, Bill Wilkins. All right, so let's talk fuel card fraud, the bulletproof tactics to protect your fleet. Welcoming back to the stage, of course, is the founder and CEO of FreightWaves, Mr. Craig Fuller, and Aaron Decker, the CEO of Multi-Service Fuel Card.
Aaron, we've talked a lot about all the sorts of fraud, but one of the older school, the OGs of freight fraud is fuel card fraud.
Yep.
I spent 10 years in the fuel card business. I know how pervasive it was. And the entire fuel card business was created to mitigate fraud. I'd love to know what is the emerging trend and issues in the fuel card world.
Yeah, it really is starting now at the home base, right? The conversation that the presentation that we just had, we're seeing things being infiltrated with portals and cyber attacks and things along those lines, which is different than what we'd seen historically. It was always kind of that skimming approach. And so that's really, from what we were at in 22, when we saw kind of like the really rampant fuel card fraud kind of present itself, not a ton has changed as it relates to how they're trying to skim and steal and infiltrate your account, so to speak. But the response to that has been pretty tremendous. And so that's something that, and it's been a double-sided sword, so to speak, the truck stop industry and the fuel card industry. EMV cards right now, there's some emerging technology associated with that. They call it shimming, right? Where you think EMV is safe and there's no issues with that, but there's a way where fraudsters can take the whole basically card reader and replace it on a pump and capture the data that they need to be able to be successful in acquiring that. Most all the fuel cards in the trucking industry are closed loop, though, of that variety with the multiple prompts and things along those lines. So it's really, the skimming aspect of it is still there and prevalent, but that home base, we have people that will somehow get a call-in password or infiltrate a home-based trucking company and be able to get into their inner workings of their email system and their office network. And then they call into the fuel card company impersonating someone from the trucking company, and then all hell breaks loose.
How do you guys do fuel card checks, the old com check?
Yeah, we do.
I had a fuel card business that competed against ComData. We call them com checks, regardless of that. In my day, again, 15 years ago, that was where most of the fraud was on the checks themselves. Is that still the number one sort of risk?
I think if everybody does their job in the chain of responsibility as it relates to checks, it can be pretty safe. More and more companies are moving away from checks. We certainly, it's a necessary evil. You still have to have a component of that in the industry. However, we're seeing more and more of that, kind of disappear as we go to virtual payments, kind of that mobile application, payment methodology. We've implemented that, as have many of the fuel card providers.
So one of the things I learned in the fuel business was whenever a fuel buyer, we'll call it, was resistant to any kind of technology, was a massive red flag. If there was any kind of fraud management, it's one thing to have one vendor, but to refuse to have any vendors was always a sign that there was some kind of internal fraud going on. A friend of mine had a fuel optimization business, and he said, inevitably, anybody that didn't have a fuel optimizer, that was a massive red flag if they were buying it. Where do you see internal embezzlement, internal fraud? Is that a major risk?
Yeah, it absolutely can be, and you're absolutely right. If fleets don't have an internal policy in place or a way of policing you can be sure that eventually it's going to catch up with you. And that could be unintentional or intentional, where you have someone that is intentionally looking for ways to embezzle funds or circumvent your processes, or unintentional, where you're not paying attention to your invoices and to the transactions that are happening. And the slow leak, right? It's the 200 truck company that the fraudster has a card and there's 1 or 2 transactions a week, and you're swimming in a sea of transactions, right? And you don't have a way of auditing what's what. That person can go on for months and months and months of stealing fuel. And so just making sure that you have an internal process, and also working with your fuel card provider or telematics to lean into the technology that's available to you, so that you can monitor that and have help in doing that.
I see Ryan Rogers there in the back, who actually managed fuel for US Express. And I remember when Ryan took over the role, I think the guy that was before him had gotten arrested or had gotten fired for some suspicious fuel scheme. But it would seem like once a year, the police would show up, and it was somebody in breakdown or in procurement that was getting arrested for some kind of embezzlement scheme. How are you guys seeing or helping companies deal with this?
Yeah, so we have internal AI-driven algorithms that look at a wide variety of transaction data. We work with our carriers to find out what's important to them, where do they operate, get an understanding of what's out of the realm of normal. We have our own internal what's out of the realm of normal ideas on that, and it generally applies for most carriers. And so when we see something or AI sees something, we
add a pattern,
like
exactly. Unusual, a massive surge,
multiple transactions, one right after another, large transaction amounts. If a customer has never used money and then all of a sudden money's getting used,
it can also be a bankruptcy. I had that happen. Where
absolutely.
Fleet was spending a couple $1,000s a week, and then all of a sudden over a weekend it was like $300,000.
Yeah.
They had filed bankruptcy on a Thursday and ran up our fuel cards over the weekend, and then on Monday we got notice they filed bankruptcy.
You've obviously been in the business.
Yeah, I got totally burned on that. That was when I learned we had to tighten it up. I want to talk a little bit about fraud as it relates to external fraud versus internal fraud, because internal fraud was always the massive exposure for a company as big as US Express was. Where is the biggest fraud right now emerging that you guys are having to contend with? Is it external fraud? Is it social programming, social engineering? Is it hacking? Is it just people not following prompts, or is it internal embezzlement?
Yeah, I think it's still external from what we've seen. It happens so quickly too when fuel prices go up, right? We've seen 6.5x increase in fraud alerts since January, right? From where we were at in January. Now, the volume and the amount of money involved is much lower because, like I said, the difference between 2022 and now is there's been so many things added to safeguard against it, from the AI detection algorithms, mobile payments, one-time PIN technology. I mean, there's a lot of things that we've added in there, but I would still say, in our viewpoint of it, that it's externally driven. And a lot of times it's just fleets that I don't want to hassle my drivers with, messing with another app, or I don't want to hassle this. And they get lazy about it and don't, require all the different prompts that are available to them in that closed loop network. Don't, have a policy around it and don't enforce it if they do. And when that happens, you are going to get bit. Guaranteed.
So let's give a bit of advice for folks that are in the room. So we have a group of brokers, we have a group of carriers, we have some group of shippers. Let's provide advice to each of the parties. If you were advising a fleet, let's take a small fleet today, what would be the number one thing that they could do to prevent fuel fraud?
Have a policy, mandate that your drivers use the technology available to them, and pay attention. And I think if our customers, for instance, if they're using one-time PIN, we're undefeated against fraud. Anybody that's been using one-time PIN, external, the skimming, that I'm referring to, we've never had an issue
and
with
one-time PIN is just a revolving PIN. Is it almost like when I log into my bank website, I get a mobile text?
Correct. However, it works without a cell signal, so it's basically bulletproof for us.
It's just an algorithm that rolls over each PIN.
Correct.
Yeah. So the driver gets a new PIN for the next fuel.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
So and then also, when I say pay attention, look at your transactions, right? If you can put on transaction alerts, make sure that you have that for the smaller carrier, right? We just had a scenario where a customer of ours generally operated in the Carolinas, and that was it. And then they saw a random transaction happen in California, and they're like, "That's not us."
That doesn't make sense.
Right,
So just paying attention to your bills,
Yeah,
looking at it.
yeah, absolutely.
If you go to a large fleet where they're running so many gallons, it strikes me that the level of fraud could be a rounding error. I mean, that was the thing at US Express is we're running, 100 million gallons, which in those days was like $300, $400 million. They could skim off 0.25%. It'd still be $1 million. I mean, that's the kind of money. How does a bigger fleet sort of mitigate risk?
It has to be someone's job, right, to be paying attention.
Is it important to have, the dual control? Is it important in a large fleet to make them go on vacation? Those types of
you need to make sure that you implement purchase controls, that you have a policy as it relates to your fueling, right? And what the expectations are. We had a great example of a large carrier that we did business with that basically said, hey, we want everything turned off, right? Because we don't want to hassle our drivers with, X, Y, and Z. And over the course of about a 3 or 4 year period, they finally started to lean in and figure out, okay, there's a lot of fuel spend that's happening here. That
was the fuel card guy in on it, or the fuel buyer on it?
Well, we don't know for sure. But
that was always, anytime someone didn't want fraud parameters, Ryan knows this.
Correct.
Is that was always a flag. So let's talk a little bit about brokers. What can they do?
Well, I think a good thing with brokers, particularly in this day and age, I would encourage, this is some things that we've been kicking around, is notify your brokers who you're doing business with on the fuel card side, right? And connect that relationship, because a lot of times I think that you've got an opportunity there to create a validation, from an external party. Yes, it's not bulletproof, but it allows them to see, hey, they're working with this company, they pay their fuel bill. We have insight to that. And I think that gives them a little bit of credibility that they're doing things the right way, because we have our own KYC process. We validate the carriers that we work with, through all the different legal compliances that they have to adhere to. We're regulated, there's a banking, component to it. Obviously we're issuing credit. And so I think if you have that connectivity and you understand, and I don't think there's a lot of that happens right now. There are some brokerages that have their own, fuel cards that they resell and things along those lines. But I think that could be a component to it, and just getting an understanding of like, who are they doing business with, and is it a valid, relationship?
So Aaron, before you go, I think it would be a disservice to you. Multi-service has been around. Doug Wagner was in the room. I think he may be outside. We're both pilots. We know of multi-service from the aviation world. Folks that in trucking may not know the name multi-service.
Yeah.
But you guys have been around since the 70s, right?
That's right.
Tell us a little bit about what you guys do. You just bought the company. Congratulations. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so multi-service fuel card was the first fuel card of its kind to offer real transaction authorization in 1978. And so really we were the answer for fuel card fraud that was happening with oil companies and truck stop cards, where we could look at transactions happening in real time, where there might be someone there running trucks through the pumps and
siphoning off fuel.
Yeah, exactly. And so we would call the truck stop and say, hey, call the police, fraud is happening in real time. Because back then no one believed that there was any way that that could happen. And so the police would come and an arrest would be made, and they would say, how did you know that was happening? And we would say magic. And there was in one of our boardrooms, we had a big mural that said magic, and it was a throwback to how we got started by an over-the-road trucking company. I've been around a long time, and just happy to be continuing the legacy.
Amazing. Well, best of luck on your journey as an owner. Really excited. I know this is a really important conversation, and one that anybody who has fleet knows that's where the fraud's gonna. If there's gonna be theft, it's likely to happen in your breakdown department or in your fuel department, because so much money goes through there.
That's right.
Appreciate it, Aaron.
Thank you.
Yeah, Aaron, you can actually stay put. We're gonna join you. Well,
Yeah,
Craig, you can come with me, Craig.
Malcolm, I just go where I'm.
Listen, it's all right. Listen, I got you. It's Shaq and Kobe, pick and roll. You can stay put.
Okay.
You can come with me.
Oh, am I escorting out? I think John Kingston was.
I don't like escorting you out, though. It's not like that. It's just escorting John Kingston. And y'all give it up for John Kingston, our oil expert as well. And I want to welcome back as well. Is going to be Eric as well as Ben. So you guys, this is going to be a good panel for about 15 minutes or so. Talking all things about the oil market. Very important stuff right now. So, Mr. Kingston, I'll let you take it away.
Thank you. I'm going to start with Ben because I got to tell you a story. I mean, I went to an MFTA's conference in Austin last year, and there was a speaker from Estes Express, I believe, who talked about cybersecurity attempts at his company, cybersecurity break-in attempts. And one of the things they did was they created false LinkedIn profiles for very attractive women who would be given a title of like director of operations, a title that did not actually exist at Estes. And the idea was that somebody, some red-blooded American male, or not even American, would see this and say, ooh, she's kind of nice looking. I should try to reach out to her. And through that reach out, possibly there could be a security breach. I remember hearing this story and then actually going into LinkedIn and finding this profile of this, I don't know, it could have been an automaton woman, it was AI generated. And it really just kind of drove home how creative people can be. I want again to stay with you here. You talked about being public with problems. I covered when Estes Express had its cyber attack, and they were incredibly open. They had at least 2 sessions with the press where members of the press could call in and they talked about it. I guess maybe their customers could call in. They were about as open as you can be. Do you think of that as kind of the exemplary type of dealing with this issue?
I do think that's an excellent way to handle the situation. And it was really kind of the beginning of a tipping point in the industry as well, I think, where it really started to break down that, I don't want to admit that we've had a breach and, we don't want to talk about it. After Estes came out and talked about that breach publicly and was really transparent with both their customers and the greater industry, we started to see a lot more people willing to say, well, yeah, that happened to us too. Or, we had an attempt and this is what happened. This is how we caught it. So I think it was really not just an example of how to do it right, but it was really pivotal for the conversation in the industry.
Now, previously, Forward Air had a breach, a cybersecurity attack, and they were also very open. And I know that I interviewed the fairly new CIO of the company, I don't recall his name, and he had come from UPS, which apparently had the mother of all cyber attacks several years ago. And he said when Forward Air hired him, the fact that he'd been through it was considered a plus. Yeah. The idea like, oh, he's tainted, he's been in one, we don't want to touch anybody. The assumption is that eventually everybody's going to get touched. And the fact that he'd been through it was considered a positive.
Absolutely. It's that experience that, again, if it's not your first time, then you're going to have a lot more confidence working your way through this. You will have understood, you can take lessons learned out of previous experiences and apply those in the new organization. We like to say that there's 3 kinds of organizations. There's the ones that have been breached, the ones that are going to be breached, and the ones that are breached right now. They just don't know it.
All right. Aaron, listening to you speak to Craig, there's no such thing as a small fuel card company, but there are small brokerages and there are small carriers. And to really successfully fight fraud or cybersecurity or whatever, it's going to take some money. And we talked about regulation, we talked about Montgomery a lot here, and what it's going to cost for brokerages to align themselves with the new reality. Are some of these things just going to be to make yourself prepared? And I'll ask you too, Ben, to be prepared for I'll ask you too, Bob, everybody, to be prepared for this, you're going to need some size. That if you're small, you're just not going to have the resources to protect you.
Well, I think within the trucking industry, through, for lack of a better term, chaos is probably the wrong word, but that's kind of what last week felt like, actually. But when these types of things happen, the industry responds, right? And there's opportunity that comes from it. And so I think that's what's going to happen in this instance. We heard earlier today from the FMCSA deputy administrator who said, we've got to do something for the small carrier, right? To help them get the rating that they need so that they can get, hired, and the freight broker can feel safe about, hiring them for freight. The fuel card company can feel safe about issuing credit, for that type of company. And so I think that as an industry, just like we did with fraud from 22 to 26, speaking to fuel card providers and truck stops, right? We responded to that and found a way to really tighten down on fuel card fraud. And I think the same thing will happen here. There will be a response from the industry where opportunity arises for certain companies or new startups that help these small carriers get the protection that they need and the validation that they need to be able to operate safely and successfully.
And of course, right after we heard from FMCSA, we heard from Highway, which has built a very thriving business in just the last few years, giving some sort of, I was going to say guarantee. No, I'm sorry, it's not a guarantee, but some sort of opinion or fact based on how they are. Bob, your clients are big and small, I guess, and are they worried about the cost of complying with Montgomery, of fighting cyber attacks, et cetera?
Yes, in Montgomery, been front of mind based on what happened last week. And normally we've advised about having protocols and selection protocols and using third-party vendors. And I don't see Montgomery changes that. A negligence claim is based on reasonableness. And if the broker is acting reasonably and has reasonable standards in place, and if everyone else in the industry is using a third-party vendor, that becomes part of the reasonableness standard. So it's just getting those items in place to meet that threshold of reasonableness. And of course, as the issue continues to evolve and cases continue to be brought up in the post-Montgomery world, that definition of reasonableness will change.
Okay. I want to ask about another tool that goes beyond money. And Aaron, you referred to this and you talked with Craig, AI, and how with the leaps and bounds that AI has made in the past few years and growth, how much of a weapon is this going to be in fighting cybersecurity or criminal fraud?
Well, I think it has to be a weapon because the other side of it is using it just as much as the good side is. And so we have to lean into that technology and figure out how to make it work for us, because I can tell you the phishing emails, the sophistication that we're getting hit with from cyber attempts and things along those lines, big and small, have gotten so much more sophisticated in the last 24 months. I mean, you probably could speak to that tenfold.
100%. I mean, it's not just the sophistication, but it's the speed and the scale as well. You can't, as a human defender, you can't keep up with detection and isolation containment at the speeds with which these automated attacks are unfolding. We used to talk about breakout time, the time from initial compromise to when we see lateral movement in a network. That used to be measured in days, then it was measured in hours. Now it's down to minutes, with some breakout time, measured in like 4 minutes between compromise and moving laterally. So, you have to fight fire with fire, to your point. We have to learn to use these tools for defense because they are certainly being used for offense right now.
I guess I would ask this of both Aaron and Ben, what are the role of drivers here in terms of being maybe a weak spot for a cybersecurity attack or a fraud attack? Yeah,
it's extremely important. There's drivers and there's driver training, right? And we have to make sure that we do our due diligence in equipping them with tools that reduce friction, right? And their ability to do their job on a day-to-day basis, but also maintain a level of security and safety so that you're not putting the company at risk and you're not compromising data integrity. We do, phishing attempt exercises within our company, right? And have fun with it and things along those lines. And we make sure we go from, all the way to the bottom of the ladder to the top of the ladder, and make that a part of their annual APR. Did you get spoofed at all, during the exercises that we did? And I think you got to do the same thing with your workforce and on the driver side of things as well, and make sure that they have awareness of the importance of this, right? We certainly, as an issuer of credit and a fuel card provider, want to make sure that all of the drivers are equipped with safe security tools that allow them to purchase fuel safely and securely, that doesn't unwind into something that is catastrophic for the fleet that they're driving for. So I mean, they're the tip of the spear, so to speak, as it relates to our industry for sure.
Wait, LTL drivers, same.
Yeah, and I would say drivers as a whole across the industry need to be included in cyber awareness training, social engineering resistance training, because just because they're not in the office every day on a computer doesn't mean they're not dealing with technology, doesn't mean they're not communicating digitally with brokers or with dispatch. So they're susceptible to the same kinds of compromises we see in the traditional back office roles. And so that education piece is absolutely vital, that it includes the drivers. They're your eyes out there. They're the ones that can see if something doesn't look quite right. And, they may be the first one to be contacted about a reroute, and that can be an early sign of an issue when it comes to cargo.
Yeah, I remember, maybe it wasn't the last NFTA cyber meeting, but the one I went to previously, where they said one real weak spot is sort of cheap chargers and other connectors that the Chinese made, and in there is this little insect waiting to destroy things, and if you plug it in, it sets it off. So kind of the idea was buy brand name stuff, buy an Apple cord for an Apple device. So Modus, what is your view of this? You kind of made reference to it. We heard Mr. Ellison this morning talk about it. Do you think it's a significant step forward?
Yeah, I think it's a helpful step in the right direction. And as I think I mentioned, some of it's already been implemented over the last couple of months with like the verification of background checks and the digital face scanning. I know I haven't applied for a DOT or an MC number myself, but I know it was quite a longer process for clients to apply for it. While that may sound like a bad thing, I think it's a good thing in that it's more onerous and it takes more steps to verify who you are and that you're a real authentic person and that you say who you said you are, as opposed to an imposter or somebody just trying to rack up DOT numbers.
So you're pretty positive on it.
So far, so good, or it looks like a good step in the right direction to me. Yeah.
All right, so that's a freight fraud issue. What's the government's role on cybersecurity?
So I think that there's a lot of good information out there. CISA puts out a lot of information that's available to the industry, and there's, we see some standards and some kind of best practices in the form of the NIST, NIST guidance and some of the other standards, but we don't really have any kind of a required standard of cyber hygiene in the industry. I think the role that we see is currently it's kind of best practices, baselines, threat intelligence. It's really important that we get the threat intelligence in industry, and a lot of that does come through CISA and Department of Homeland Security.
When we will look back at the period of, let's say, 2024 to 2026 as peak freight fraud time, and that after that it got better, not because a whole lot of people out there got religion, but because the tools to fight it got sophisticated enough to push back enough. Are we at the peak, Aaron?
Yeah, I think we're rapidly running in that direction. As we've heard throughout multiple conversations today, fraud is continuously evolving, right? And it's like, as soon as you put the fire out over here, then it starts over here, right? And you have to be able to anticipate and think ahead, okay, what's the response gonna be, to us approaching this? And so we're constantly a business of mitigations, right? Whether that's dealing with cybersecurity or your go-to-market strategy and how you attract and win business. I mean, you're continuously working on improving that. I would love to say that, yeah, I think that this is going to be the peak and that we're going to be living life a lot better down the road. But it's hard saying, just with how quickly AI is producing the ability for people to do things that we never thought imaginable. And you really are reliant on companies identifying the best, safest ways to implement good cybersecurity practices and things that safeguard their fleet. We're ISO certified. We take it very seriously, and we do a lot of things as a company to make sure that we toe the line, so to speak. And there's a guy that is in charge of all that for us, and he's what lets me sleep at night, knowing that he does what he does and he's so good at it. But yeah, I think it's just going to be a back and forth, and hopefully we get the upper hand and are able to kind of tamper it down.
I'm going to interrupt for 1 second. Malcolm, I'm probably going to write a story on this. I need a picture. Can you take a picture of us talking right now?
Absolutely. Can it be a
can
selfie?
Stay subtle. Just keep talking.
Can it be a selfie
you
for
can,
like?
You can just stay subtle. Back. No, it doesn't have to be a selfie.
I thought.
So just take a normal
Just
picture.
take a normal
We are in the
picture.
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame,
All right,
right?
Bob. Okay.
Y'all ready?
Everybody look casual.
I'm gonna take like 5.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. All right. Perfect.
But I want to get back to this. Sorry, everybody. Bob, same question. Peak.
I hope so. I'm cautiously optimistic. We're starting to get much more flash to bang in our reactions, reacting much quicker than in the last 5 years. And I think if that continues to be the trend, which will be a difficult trend to maintain as AI continues to develop, I think we're hopefully at the peak and will come down in the years to come.
I would say that our tools are getting better, our tactics are getting better, but the thing that I think is really changing and is going to fundamentally move the needle here is our collaboration is getting better. I think we're talking about it. I think we're working together. We're seeing competitors, historically competitors working together, sharing insights, sharing methods that work. I think that's what's going to really turn the tide, because tools alone, we see this in cybersecurity as well. Just having the right tools isn't the answer. You have to have the right tools and you have to have the people and the processes in place around those tools. And I think that's what we're working towards pretty well in this industry right now.
I mean, we'll talk about it next year.
All right.
Okay. I want to thank all of you. Thank everybody for coming, and Malcolm, on to the next one.
Awesome. Awesome. Y'all thank John and the rest of our panel, please. Great job, guys. I got a good picture too. I did. Ah, awesome. Good job, man. Good job. All right. So next up is going to be a good fireside chat. We're going to be talking about validating real drivers with the founder and CEO of TextLocate, Ryan Rogers, and the voice of FreightWaves today. You guys are going to hear her voice every single day starting on June 1st, Miss Julie Vandekamp. Y'all give it up for Julie as well as Ryan.
All right, so when Jen asked me if I would do a fireside chat, I said yes, because I always say yes to Jen. And then when she asked me, and then when she told me it was with you, I was extra excited and happy to do it. So Ryan and I have known each other a long time, since I was quite young, right out of school.
Back when fuel fraud was like our easiest problem to deal with.
Yes, yeah.
Remember when we were all upset about a $200 fuel fraud issue?
Yeah, yes, that's true.
We could go back to
It
those
was
days.
very different in brokerage those days. So the name of this chat is Validating Real Drivers. So tell me what that means and how you all are doing that.
Well, so Ryan at TextLocate, what's really interesting is I go back my history 20-something years. It's kind of crazy to say out loud of in the industry. And one of the areas when I started TextLocate 5 years ago was around making life easier for the driver. So we did that all via location services, two-way chat, text message, PODs, images, like just make it simple so they don't, because drivers have a tough job and they're having to go through and use all these apps, and it's like there's easier ways to complement that. So we did that, and luckily I had the opportunity. I was approached by 10 Street and sold my business to 10 Street last year to join them. And as part of that discussion of what can we do next in the industry was what we've called Driver Protect, and that's driver level verification and identity. So we talk a lot about fraud in the room, safety in the room, but we really need to take it to the driver level, not just the carrier. What we're doing is totally different those. We're basing it, we call it Driver Protect because with 10 Street, which if you guys don't know 10 Street, you probably do on the asset side, maybe not as much on the brokerage. They're the largest onboarding tool for truck drivers, 5,000 plus trucking companies, amazing product, 20 plus years of building this data. So around that is how do we actually protect drivers? Because drivers' identities are being stolen. I mean, now a lot of times people are asking for CDLs, driver sends a picture, fires it up. We don't know where that goes. We don't know how it's protected. The driver doesn't know how it's protected. That can get shared. You've got chameleon drivers, you got impersonators, things like that. So we built a product, less than 45 seconds, a driver can verify their identity. Basically, they take a quick selfie, snap the front and the back of the CDL, scan it. We pull all that data back so you can actually validate the driver.
Yeah, I'm so glad we're talking about this because earlier today we were talking about like the three parts of the equation, right? The shipper to the broker to the carrier. And I think we left out that fourth part, which is in the carrier or dispatcher to the driver. And validating that then they are who you think they are, that they are going to do the right thing, that they are going to follow the processes correctly. So I think bringing that driver, that whole the driver into the part of the equation is really important and something that we should all be thinking about also.
Well, and carriers most carriers, not all, but most carriers do a really good job. They follow the processes. There's a laundry list of steps you have to follow to be, to qualify the driver, make sure you have all your documents in place. And then those drivers, yeah, I mean, they are missed a lot of times. And that's who's in the truck, who's moving the freight. You saw who's changing the stickers, who's doing all the things, rerouting trucks and all that. So it's important to at least know. What we have seen so far with the product, you would be shocked how many drivers, or they're acting like they're drivers, are coming across with no CDL. And just even the first step, Bill earlier, I thought it was really interesting, as this is a tool we built about 3 years ago, is verifying if it's a voice over IP. If you're a broker in the room and you're not checking driver phone numbers against voice over IP, that's your first problem. It's very simple, it's very easy. Our product does it, many other ones, but he mentioned that earlier, one of the cases. Every case that I've had a customer call me and say, hey, Ryan, can you look this up or can you give me any information? I'm like, did you check the phone number? And every one of them has been a voice over IP, every single one. So it's like, that's the first step, and that's not even complex. So now what we're saying is we're taking down the CDL level. We also have, whether it's a non-domiciled, we'll be able to show, this came up in conversation earlier. Somebody was talking about going in and out of government facilities. I don't think, you get the TWIC cards for ports and stuff, but now they're starting to request, is it a real ID? And we had a customer said, hey, I need to know if I have real ID on all of these drivers because we've got a special project and they're requiring it. So we can tell you that. We can tell you endorsements, hazmat, things like that. It's so easy to do. And we're seeing some other people are doing the same thing. We're just different because we're doing it at the driver level. We're encouraging drivers to be part of this. Protect your identity, have this in the 10th Street Pulse app, have your identity in your profile protected, and just making sure it's safe and secure.
And going both ways, safe and secure, right? Not just the driver is actually validated in who you think they are, but that driver is actually who's protecting your freight, and you want to make sure their identity is protected too. It protects them as well.
It does. And the cool thing about it is the way we've got the system set up is we're doing this at the load level. So some drivers will complain, like you guys know, all the oh, it's just something else I got to do. They have 45 seconds. I mean, they complain about layover time. They can already have this preloaded. You can actually hit it against our API instantly as soon as the driver phone numbers goes in, validate it. We do voice over IP. We do identity, IP out of country checks, multi-device. We're giving, I mean, it's a ton of symptoms that quickly show that there's a risk involved with that process. We can also request live image updates. So if you want to see the cab card, if you want to see the driver in front of the DOT number on the side of the vehicle, the plate number, anything you want, you can be able to request that as well.
Great. So, drivers are close to my heart based on my background, but I also want to ask you about carrier safety, especially in light of the SCOTUS ruling last week and what your take is on that and how you guys look at that as an organization too.
Yeah, I think that's obviously very big change. What we're looking at now as part of that is we have the data, we have information that can give you symptoms of safety as well at the carrier level. Obviously, with 10th Street's background in data, which they've been building, again, 20 years worth of data in there, millions of drivers have been through, I mean, I can't remember, 6 or 8 million total over the years. So in a way to do that, before, people were kind of like, yeah, that's nice to have, but I don't want to know, or I don't have to know, and I'm not required. Now with this, you can actually, we're working on a product, we're just kind of taking it off the driver's side, a Carrier Protect product, where you would actually be able to see the symptoms of the drivers, or the carriers, not just the drivers. So you can look at it. We can't necessarily give you all the aspects of what they're doing, but like Are they following policies like DQF? Do they have their files? Are they doing what they're supposed to do from a driver perspective? Which a DQF has an MVR report in it. It has CDL reports in it. So they're supposed to and required to do this for every single driver. How many of those are being followed? Do they have training procedures? Because we have training tools built into the entire ecosystem of 10th Street. Are they following those? So it gives you characteristics. So if there's one where, hey, Julie's following all these rules and we see a lot of information around and we're able to give you guidance on that versus we don't have any data on Ryan. That's enough. That's just like the voice over IP. That's enough of a red flag. We don't know who they are. Don't know if they're following any procedures. Are they using any of the tools that we have? So we do that at the driver level now, and we're working towards having that at the carrier level available.
I think it's such a good example of how things are changing. I know Craig said earlier, like, as you were saying this, my heart was like almost beating a little bit fast, thinking like, oh, I don't know if I want to know that much stuff. I don't know that I want to have the liability in it being discoverable that I knew that and I missed something, versus not having access to, like, I think back of not wanting to know the hours of service of the underlying driver, right? Of the underlying carrier when you broker the load. But I think that has changed. And I think when we talk about the breadcrumbs and the fact that you are going to be have to prove that you did due diligence in selecting these carriers, and then eventually maybe down to the driver level, having that level of detail. And to your point, like, you need to know who you're doing business with. And if you don't have data or a background or any sort of reference point for that, how can you know who you're doing business with?
Well, and if you look at it now, they say, okay, well, how's this? I think something said, if you're following the right processes, it's not an issue. Well, that's not really completely true. You can follow all the right process and still be dragged into a lawsuit.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember Craig was talking about, Craig and I and Julie all at US Express at night. I remember back in the day, and I don't know how long ago this has been, probably 15 years. Craig might remember better than I. US Express was targeted as a trucking company with no data, no SATCOM data, even identified, but because somebody saw a red truck. And we went through this lawsuit and spent millions of dollars defending that, just because of that factor alone. So you can still be dragged into it. So knowing it, that's why I like the CDL product, because it's super fast. It's very easy, no friction to it. And I think that's a pretty easy one to say, we just confirmed they had a CDL. Now you can be like, I can't confirm that.
Well, yeah, you've confirmed that they have a CDL, and you have that. If you are dragged into a lawsuit, you have the data to back you up for it. You did the due diligence, yeah. All right, well, very cool. Thank you for taking the time to talk through it. And
thanks.
Ryan will be on a panel in just a few minutes.
Thanks so much, guys. Appreciate it. All right, guys, the day is almost over. I'm kind of sad, but also I'm about to get you guys a happy hour here, I'd say in the next 30 to 45 minutes. How's that sound? Awesome, awesome. We got two presentations coming up. Before I get to this presentation, I do just want to show some love again to our sponsors. If y'all don't mind to pull that slide up for me. Thank you again to our headline sponsor, Highway, with our presenting sponsor being Truck Stop, and our supporting sponsor being Carrier One, Descartes, Genlogs, Overhaul, and Text Locate. And speaking of Overhaul, anybody know who Danny Ramon is? Anybody? Yeah? Danny's my god, man. I love Danny. Y'all make some noise for Danny if you know him. I mean, that's one of the smartest guys. I don't think he could be here today, but again, representing Overhaul, one of our supporting sponsors. And the reason I'm giving so much love to Overhaul is because Mr. Ronald Green, the EVP of Intel and Risk, is representing Overhaul, and he's about to do a deep dive into the Calistan cargo theft crime ring. I am excited. Okay, let me get my listening ears open, man. So again, come to the stage right now, Mr. Ronald Green.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. How are you?
Is my mic on? Is it on? Yeah. Well, thanks for the introduction. If you don't know who Overhaul is, think third-party monitoring of freight. We do this at scale. We have control centers around the world, do it for some of the biggest companies in the world, but also service small to mid-sized companies. Hopefully we can get this to work. So I'm not going to talk about Overhaul today. What I'm going to do is kind of share some intel and insight to what we're fighting. This is well known. This is well documented. There's academic reports on this if you want to take a deep dive into it yourself. It's pretty easy to find online. But first, I'm going to play a little video.
So what we're talking about is a group known as the Khalistan Crime Ring. Anybody here heard of them before? Do you know their origins, know their roots? They're a terrorist organization in India, formally declared by the government. They're responsible for an airplane bombing in the 80s, near an India flight over the Atlantic. Here are some of the recent headlines. This group first came into the US in the 90s as in scale. A lot of them created into Canada and the US, through asylum channels, and really built a drug and narcotics trafficking empire. They still do that today. They've moved into cargo theft. Why? Because it's so profitable, in my opinion, and they're very prolific. I see thefts from these guys every day, every single day. There's been a lot of arrests, but that doesn't even close to solve the problem. If you talk to the law enforcement agencies in Toronto, they say this group is so integrated into society, they're never going to arrest their way out of it. They're business owners, they're community leaders, but they also have ties to this organized crime ring. Earlier this year, a social media influencer started posting anti-Khalistan things on the internet. She was murdered a few days later. What's happening is individuals are promised work in the US, promised an American salary, driving truck. They're actually taking an IOU out from this criminal group. They get them into the US, trafficked into the US, they get them a job, they get them an ID. There are very sophisticated ways to get them legit driver's licenses, and they start driving truck. When the criminal group says you owe us $30,000, they say either pay us $30,000 or go steal some freight, or your family's not going to be safe back home. That's the reality of what we're dealing with. And it's a hard thing to battle. When you have somebody threatening somebody who can inflict harm on your family, you steal freight. Our best guess right now is close to 15,000 people are in the US driving truck under this model. And there's only been, hundreds of arrests. And so that's the reality of it. A little bit more background on this group. They date back to the 1930s. They were a separatist group in India, kind of battling the British Empire. It goes back that far. Then they started, doing organized crime things, trafficking drugs, murders, killings, bombings. In the 90s, there was kind of a truce between the Indian government and this group. And part of the truce was the Indian government would turn a blind eye if they claimed asylum in different parts of the world. And a lot of these leaders, a lot of these people moved around the world into the US, into Canada, into other countries. And they, part of them still are part of that criminal network. There's members of this group that own massive trucking companies in California, members of this group that own massive trucking companies in Canada. And they're funneling their profits into terrorism. They're funneling their profits into political objectives. If you read the news in Canada, there's actually a leader of this ring who was assassinated. Everybody suspects the Indian government sent over an assassin to kill him. So this is the level of crime, the level of sophistication, the level of organization, we're all battling. And this is one of the major players in the US cargo theft arena. There's a lot of copycats, there's other groups, this is not the only one. I've been in this cargo theft business for nearly 25 years. Back when I first started, it was the Cubans. If you go back that far, they were prolific in stealing cargo. The Cubans have kind of tapered off a bit. They're into other crime now, Medicaid fraud and other things like that. But this is what we're battling, this type of organization. of individuals. So it's not an easy thing to fight. And I don't know if we'll ever get out of this without, in an effective way. I really don't. It's going to be, industry taking hold of their operations, layers of security, prevention, vetting. But there's no silver bullet answer to this question. But it will take both the public and private sector to solve this problem or help mitigate this problem, which we're nowhere close to having that in place. These are just some of the entities tied to these organizations. We maintain a list. This is just where their addresses are located. If you dug into this, you see a trucking company with an address, and they also have 15 other trucking companies tied to that address. And one gets flagged by the industry, they'll fire up another one and just keep on rolling. But very, very prolific. And California, the Midwest, they're booming. Ohio, they're booming right now too, if you pay attention to those things. But this is the level of sophistication, and the amount of people involved in this operation is tens of thousands or more. So that's, if I can go back here. Maybe. I'm not sure how to go back. Can I play? No, it's not working. Can you play that up there? There you go. This is just another one. This was talked about earlier on. It's just BOL alterations. The advent of Adobe Editor a handful of years ago has changed our world. Very quickly and easily, an individual can alter a document. It looks professional, and in certain situations, it takes weeks for this to be found out. These individuals target big warehouse operations, like massive operations like a Walmart or as Amazon or a Target. They know there's hundreds of trucks coming in and hundreds of trucks coming out every day, and to scrutinize each BOL is almost impossible. There are some solutions out there around this, but it is a very prolific way for individuals to steal. And it's not just this criminal ring doing it. A lot of criminal rings have copied this MO. It's very, very hard to catch, especially in massive, high volume logistics operations. So that's all I have for the presentation. I think we're going to move into a panel, I'm not sure of what's next, but
I can confirm.
yeah, all right.
Y'all
Yeah.
give it up again for Ron Green. Ron, if you want to stay up here and grab a seat, I'm also going to ask for Brad to come back to the stage as well, Brad Ganane, and then also we are going to ask Ryan to come back to the stage as well. All right, guys. Yeah. Brad, are you mic'd up? You good to go?
Good to go. Sweet. Ready to rock. Our last panel session of the day, and then we'll get to happy.
Best panel.
Best
right?
panel.
Always the
Last
last
panel.
one.
Best panel.
We made it.
We'll do it. That was fascinating, by the way. I think listening, as I listened throughout the day, I know we had Highway talk about, I thought Michael did a good job of outlining the opportunity for the industry to take hold of the problem, right? And hey, we don't maybe want someone coming in and solving our problems from a regulator perspective. I think there's a lot of point solutions, right? There's ways that we can drive more security in the way we're working with drivers, right? And we'll get into that in the way that, we're transacting freight and ensuring there's security. But I think, to start us off from what you just shared and how widespread the problem is and how integrated it is, just specifically looking at that crime ring, I'm curious to get your thoughts to kick us off. Where would you start in solving this problem from a fraud perspective? We have the FMCSA here as well, right? Like we have a lot of different groups. We have some top 5, 3PL CEOs here. There's a lot of tech vendors who have fraud solutions. There's a lot of the right people in the room, but because there's so many points of opportunity, I guess is what I'm getting at, for fraud to take hold. Where do you think, from your experience over the last 25 years and what you guys do at Overhaul, where does that start? You got 30 seconds.
We're not going to make
go.
happy hour. It's a great question. There's a lot of answers to that. Depending on where you sit, what organization you work for, what type of operation you run, the answer is going to vary. If I was sitting in a broker's shoes, I would, one of the things that does work well is, certain commodities, certain value freight, certain loads should be with your most trusted carriers. Is that always an option? No, but that's one way that can help. Of course, all the verification things are great, but there's no silver bullet. My clients are think big brands as a general rule, but we also have a lot of smaller companies we work with as well. What I tell my clients who are mainly shippers, think high tech, think pharma, think alcohol, tobacco, metals. If they can get to a point on certain lanes where they have a white list of carriers, the white list made 20, 30, 40 carriers long, but if they can get to that point, that goes a long way. But one of the things we're seeing now is this group is infiltrating legit carriers, and getting hired on as drivers, and they're very sophisticated at the ID piece of this and driver's license piece of this. But you have to think of security in terms of layers. I think that was mentioned prior, and that's when you have layers of security, you may not stop everyone, but hopefully you're stopping the majority of threats and risks to your organization. I don't know if that answers the question thoroughly, but it's a big problem, and there's a lot of answers, but there's some good answers out there.
For sure.
I think what's interesting is what's not targeted commodities. I think Donna said it earlier. It seems like every day you hear somebody's going after something and you're like, why did they steal that? I mean, how easy is that to move? But that's the scary part that's happening right now.
Yeah. One of the things that we study on my side is, what are criminals getting paid for stolen product?
Mm-hmm.
In today's world, it's 80 to 90 cents in the dollar, and sometimes higher, because they have direct outlets, online sales, and other direct outlets that you can receive close to retail valuation for that product. When I first started in this space, it was closer to 30 to 40 cents the dollar they were getting, because they had to go through some middlemen, some fences, move it overseas, find a channel to sell it. But that is one of the key things that's changed, is criminals are getting, their ROI is much greater, and that is attracting new entrants, new criminal organizations that may have only been in narcotics historically, or may have been in other aspects of crime historically, but they see cargo. I can go make some quick money. I'm gonna go do this and add it to my portfolio of business operations.
Is that just because you can drop it online and sell it online through a virtual store, basically?
Exactly. You can set up an Amazon shop. They do that. You can set up a Walmart marketplace. But there's also, these organizations have people in warehouses. All they do all day long is sell things online. Mm-hmm. They're posting things and selling things and shipping things out. And from the outside, it looks like a legit business. Mm-hmm. But the FedEx truck goes there every day and picks up all the shipments they've sold, gets them out to the consumer. They have good ratings on all the different, online sales, platforms. Mm-hmm. So,
yeah, so definitely a widespread issue. And as far as how you look at that, Ryan, when you get down to the driver level, what's your perspective on how to just continue to you talk about these layers, right? How you continue to create friction, so that if there are instances where you have fraudulent drivers or license, how would you suggest attacking that?
I know this is the simple one, but get the driver phone number. I know it sounds silly. You cannot imagine how many loads do not have a driver level phone number. And I know you get pushback with the large carriers. If they're legitimate, very large, you've got access to tracking, that's one thing. But if they're hesitant to give you their phone number, that's a problem, I see. I mean, why? We're in the business. Again, I talked about voice over IP. If it's that's a huge red flag. It's just, and if you don't feel good about it, back up them, I mean, it hurts. I mean, I think somebody was talking about, Kevin or somebody earlier was talking about having to cover loads at 4 or 5 p.m. and you're about to go somewhere. You really need to take a pause. You're probably better off to, I hate to say it, but roll that load to the next day or something than to take the risk, because that's what they're looking for. And also, I do think the more tools you use, you don't have to use 1,000 of them, but the more you use puts you in a better position. Because like anything, if you're using those tools, they're probably going to go somewhere else. They're going to go to the person that's not. They find out. I mean, the stories I hear, it's amazing the things that they'll find out. Like your process, I mean, they will haul load after load consistently just to learn your processes to see. And then they, whoever said earlier, they start sharing that information quickly once they figure out the vulnerabilities.
So when you think about, hey, I don't want you to call my driver because we're a mega fleet carrier or just any carrier, I don't want you interacting with them, talk to me, I'm a dispatcher load planner. Do you see that changing now with?
It should. I mean, I think it's already been changing. I see a difference in my business over the past 5 years. Today, people get the phone numbers more often because it's not only, I mean, you still have the primary tracking is via the app anyway, so you need to engage that. It's not primarily ELD because, we used to say it was about tracking, but now it's about just keeping in touch, finding out what's going on with that particular load. So I think people are more open to it now. Drivers still get frustrated with it, and rightfully. Usually, it's the good ones that get annoyed a little bit because this is a professional job for them. They'll do a great job. They'll get where they need to. They'll tell you if they're running late, but you really need to check that and confirm that information.
No, definitely. And as you've been in this space, in this cargo security space for some time, as you previously mentioned. How can you speak to or what can you speak to from an interconnectivity perspective? Thinking of there's a lot of tools out there, like Ryan said, and I guess my opinion and my perspective would be they're not all always connected. Curious your perspective. False, true. Where's their opportunity there?
Yeah, no, it's interconnected tools is key to any operation. I think as this industry matures. I think it's going to be a necessity, and I think carriers and brokers and they need specialists in this space to find the best solution that works for them. They need to have pretty thought leaders in their organization that can be looking out ahead. What's going to come down the pipe from a risk and threat standpoint, and really adapt their organization. It's building a security culture in the organization. If you compare the U.S. industry, cargo security as a whole, all the different platforms and tools, the most advanced country in the world around this is Brazil. The tools in Brazil, much more advanced than we have here. They're very specific to the Brazilian market, but a lot of the tools that we're developing in the U.S. for this have been in place in Brazil for 15 years.
Like what would be a workflow example?
It's verified driver. It's triple verification at the point of pickup that the driver is right, the truck is right, the trailer is right. They go through numerous checks at the point of pickup. Monitoring that truck in transit with numerous technologies. My operation in Brazil, if we have something goes wrong, meaning tracking system stops working, or there's a mechanical, or there's a traffic accident where trucks are blocked up for a bit, we send out private security. Like we have a button that pushes. Private security goes out to that load. Now that's extreme. That's Brazil, but they are more advanced than we are. And they also, the driver verifications in Brazil, they check bank accounts. They go knock on the driver's door, make sure they're not living beyond their means. It's very, much more invasive.
What's enabled that? Is that
theft?
But is it like regulation? Is it company specific that they've said, hey, theft is such an issue? Like what have been some factors that have gotten to that point?
Just extreme high rates of theft. Extreme high rates of theft, and private industry has had to adopt. One of the things that's unique to Brazil, one of the bigger problems we have in the U.S. is industry came together and said, here is our specs in our design, in our communication protocol for telematics, any truck tracking. So they're all working off a similar, IT strategy or IT kind of data set, which allows for effective integrations and allows for the industry to kind of, allow connectivity across all the stakeholders for individual trucks. In the US and Mexico, there's so many different players in there, so many different technology providers, that having that integration across all systems is almost impossible. It's just too many. They break, they change, new ones come to the market. But that single platform for integration enables a lot more things in Brazil than it does here.
Interesting. And, you know, Ryan, as we're, you know, getting to the point of being able to wrap up here our day and this panel discussion, you know, there's some significant tailwinds in this market. We didn't hear a ton of buzzword AI today, but it's certainly something that's out there. And the recent SCOTUS decision, and, you know, the focus that's been on fraud for the past 4 years. I think it's been, you know, we have events dedicated to it now. It's been a part of every industry event. As you look forward, you know, into the next 12, 18, 24 months, what are you most looking forward to, whether it's, you know, in our space, the progress we're making, or your individual business and the solutions that you guys are working on?
I mean, individually, whether it's our business or somebody's, whoever, we all work together and may compete on this, but I think having load level driver identification is going to be there in the next year, because we now have tools to do it. I think all the things we're talking about, there's a lot of things that are not connected. I think AI tools can be very helpful to help you, because I mean, it's hard for us. I say use all these tools, but it's not easy to use all those tools. By the time I look something up in 5 different tools, and now I've got to make a decision, I'm trying to book the load. So I think some of the AI tools can aggregate that data together and give you maybe a dashboard that you can quickly assess from multiple viewpoints. I think that will help. I think the SCOTUS decision, I think it'll just make our industry better, really. I think it'll make us pay attention more into the details. I do get concerned for people that end up in lawsuits that they had nothing to, you know, unfairly. I think it's going to happen often, because they're just going to follow the money. They're going to, is this a bigger logo? And now with this happening, it's any logos, just add somebody to the case, you know,
Right, yeah.
unfairly, and see what insurance I can get from them. It's going to be a little challenging, but definitely from safety standpoint of awareness will be really good. I think the safety and the fraud can go hand in hand.
Absolutely.
With the bad actors.
Flip it to you. Same question for you.
Yeah, I don't know if what was the question again?
We're ready for happy hour. We're
Yeah,
ready.
exactly.
We're ready. Really just, you know, with all the momentum, I think that is in this space, you know, all the people here for a dedicated fraud event, the proliferation of AI tools and that are available to us, whether it's like a Claude, ChatGPT, or the actual, some of the industry specific ones. You know, what are you most looking forward to, whether it's for overhaul and or just the space in general in terms of progressing in the next 1 to 2 years?
Yeah, in our operation, it's making us more efficient. It's automating some processes, taking human decision out of certain areas where it should be an automatic, you know, go here. But we'll always have human in the loop. You know, we're confident in, or feel very strongly on that today's world, AI is not going to make your best decisions. You know, you got to have a human in the loop somewhere in that chain to validate, to verify, to have critical thinking around that specific scenario. But it is going to change our world. You know, it is going to change our world, and things are going to get cheaper, better, faster. But on the other side of that, so will criminals. You know, so will criminals. And you know, one of the things I'm involved with right now is there's actually state actors involved in cargo theft in the U.S. You know, targeting certain commodities, and we know that for a fact. We've had conversations with, you know, 2 other agencies about it, but they are involved. And if you talk to kind of experts in transnational crime, what's changing in transnational crime is criminal groups are working together more so than ever, and that is a dynamic change that from the environment from 10, 15 years ago, and that scares a lot of people.
No, definitely.
I think the AI stuff around voice is what can be concerning if they're, I mean, I didn't know my Tennessee draw could be worth a lot, but earlier they said that. But they can really, I mean, I was talking to somebody, I can't remember, in the airport, and they were, you know, it was international, like global scale, and they were like, the voice calls that you're getting now that are spam, they just want you to answer because they're going to start recording your voice to use those against you at times. I don't know if you've had it, but I've had my own phone number call me, you know, with the spoofing and stuff. And so I think anything we do in fraud, we need to do, I know everybody gets frustrated with the cyber, you know, I have them all the time, the little exercises and about, you know, watch for this, watch for spoofing, although just, it's basically teaching us to raise awareness. And I think we need to do that in our day-to-day, It's kind of sad, but I think with phone calls and situations, I think you just constantly have to bring your awareness. I mean, one I had the other day, literally 2 days ago, a guy calls me and said, "Hey, this is Google. Is this your email?" And somehow he had related my phone number and my email. I was like, "Yes." Oh, well, and he goes through this, and I keep him on the phone probably 7 or 8 minutes. And he goes through this whole process, had my email and my phone number telling me somebody had some Russian person hacked it. And he was trying to act like everything was fine and that he was just confirming it. After about 7 minutes, I mean, 7 minutes is pretty good commitment on the phone, his part and mine. After that, he's like, if you could just pull up your app and verify everything, which is they're trying to get you to verify your like Google login or whatever. And I was like, I'm not going to give you that. Well, we need to prevent. And I was like, maybe you can find somebody else to try this on. And he just hung up. But it's just everything we do seems to have the risk of fraud right now.
No, absolutely.
It's scary.
It really is. And I think
and frustrating.
Well, yeah, definitely. Right. And especially for the people who are trying to do it the right way. But I think everyone being here, raising awareness, collaborating, continuing to drive the education is super important. So appreciate your guys' insights and everyone being here today. And we'll kick it to you, Malcolm.
Sweet.
Let's close us out. Thanks, guys.
I can do that. Y'all thank Brad, of course, Ryan and Ronald. Good job, guys.
Thank you.
Good job. Yes, sir. All right. Y'all, I've been standing a lot today. I'm gonna just sit down with y'all. Is that cool? Can I do that? This is very warm. Like, it feels majestic up here. Okay. Well, first off, how was today? Good, bad, ugly? How we feel? Yeah? I thought it was really informative myself. It's awesome. All right, so I want to thank again our sponsors. So headline is Highway, with presenting being Truck Stop and supporting Carrier One, Descartes, Genlogs, Overhaul, and Text Locate. All right, so now we have some awards to give out. All right, and the difference between these, the Freight Fighters, the Fraud Fighters Awards are those just, I guess, operating within the space. And then solutions are those that, obviously providing solutions in the space. So there was a lot of nominations. I was told to kind of make sure that makes sense to you all. So the Fraud Fighters Awards are going to be the following folks. And this is for logistics operations, all right? So this is going to be Arrive Logistics, ITS Logistics, RXO, Uber Freight, and Warner Enterprises. Y'all make some noise for those great organizations. All right, now the solution providers are going to be the following. It's going to be Highway, Genlogs, Descartes, Samsara, and TruckStop.com, with the asterisk being a repeat winner. So congrats to Genlogs for your first time appearance. Make some noise for them as well. All right, I've said it a couple times, but a couple more events that we're having. Of course, June 1st, we have FreightWaves Now. That is going to be awesome with Julie Vandekamp and Craig Fuller. That's going to be amazing. We're going to have 3 events. July 15th, Supply Chain AI Symposium out of Chicago. Future Rail Symposium on July 28th. That's going to be out of Chattanooga. And then my favorite of the year is a beautiful time to be in Chattanooga, Tennessee on October 27th and 28th. The Future of Freight Festival is going to be big. F3, it is going to be fantastic. These are discount codes behind me where you can join at a special rate. All right. So with that being said, I have been talking to you guys since 9 a.m. in the morning. I'm going to free you of my voice. I invite you to go downstairs to happy hour presented by Highway, get something to drink. And if you'd like to tour the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame afterwards, take the ticket you received at registration, exchange it for a different color wristband on floor 0. All right. And with that being said, you can also save your ticket to use anytime in the next year. Y'all, thank y'all so much. Thanks for letting me MC. Enjoy, be safe, and let's stop fraud together. Thanks, y'all.
Well, it appears that the symposium is now over. Thank you all for joining. Please be sure to like and subscribe. We will be chopping this up into segments and reposting on our YouTube channel. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, please don't hesitate to contact us either in the comments, or you can email me at jcantera, Cantera, at vigilanttransport.com. On behalf of the Freight Fraud Task Force, thank you so much for joining us for this live broadcast of the Freight Fraud Summit.